Yeah, so hello everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again for another Craic Virtual Beer Festival. Huge thank you to everyone as always for picking up a festival box, continuing to support our independent Irish breweries, and of course to all of our brewers here today for coming on and spending some of their valuable time with us to let us know a bit more about their breweries, their beers, and their story. So first up, we are going to go straight to West Kerry, over to Adrienne in West Kerry Brewery. So hello, Adrienne. Do you want to just say a quick hello and introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Adrienne. What else do you need to know?
Okay, so hello and you're very welcome. I can see Garrod saying, Stephen is saying you've got an absolutely gorgeous looking backdrop there. So
yeah, I'm actually sitting in my pub, Stephen, Brick's Pub, or Tigrick in Irish. It's over 100 years old. My daughter would be 5th generation of the same family here. Unfortunately, her father died when she was 5, but I've been running the pub since 2001, and I started the brewery in 2008. Unfortunately, I didn't get my kitchen open this year. So for some reason, the government thinks I won't be able to curtail my customers spreading COVID-19. So the pub is shut, but I'm open for off sales.
Okay, great, very good. At least there's some beer shifting out anyway, which is great.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
There is. But even at that, Brian, I'm quite fortunate in that I didn't close the brewery during lockdown. We stayed open, operating on 20% of the sales, and the beer we're drinking, I hope you're drinking anyway, was actually born during lockdown. It's a complete departure from our other styles of beers. And I'm sorry to say Daniel, who works with me in the brewery and is in charge of production, isn't here today. He's at home playing with a mini digger and a mini dumper. He's doing some building work, so that's what he's doing. But the beer is Antipodean. He's Australian. And the recipe was designed particularly by him to represent opposite ends of the planet. So the malt is Munich malt, 100% Munich malt. There is some wheat in there, and there's some English hop, but the predominant flavor he was after was the flavor from Galaxy, which I'd never used before.
Okay.
So it's I don't know, it's completely different to our other beers. So I don't know if anybody has any queries about it or anything else.
Yeah, first of all, yes, I'm actually going to crack it up myself and pour. So yeah. Let's give it a go.
Yeah.
So you said he's Australian. So where did Antipodean come from? What's the story behind that?
It's literally him kind of marrying the idea of he lives in Europe and connecting it to something from home. Dan he's been working here with me for 6 years now. Came in as an intern with simply homebrew background, which is more than I had because I'd never brewed at all before I opened a brewery. I just got a notion. But I think he just was looking for a beer coming out of our ethos, but connecting with his story.
Okay, very good. It's this is my first taste of it ever. Absolutely gorgeous. It's a lovely, I can see Richard's comment there. I was about to say myself, it's a lovely drop. He's getting a fair whack of malt from it.
Good. Because our beers actually primarily are malt driven.
Okay.
The ethos behind the beers was they were going for authenticity in terms of, what Ireland has to offer. And we offer good barley. So, with this one, it's all about the Munich malt, but I'm glad you're getting a big malt flavor. I want that in the beers,
Yeah, no, it's excellent. It's absolutely gorgeous. So, Adrienne, I'm not detecting much of a West Kerry accent from you. So I'm wondering, how did you end up on the edge of the peninsula?
Yeah, to the peninsula. I actually first came in the mid-'80s. I was studying fine art. I trained as a sculptor and was a graduate of the College of Marketing and Design. I'm from Rathfarnham. But during college, would come to Dingletown, work in a restaurant, go back to college. And when I finished college, I just stayed. So I'm full-time in Dingle since 1989. And then I fell in love with a certain Mr. Padraig Brick, who unfortunately decided to leave the planet before me. So I just, as I say, I'm here since he died. We were together 10 years before he died. So I'm in this pub 30 years. 30 years in 2021, actually.
Okay, wow, that's a big milestone coming up. And
yeah, it just feels like yesterday, to be honest. You just blink and you go, oh, wow, okay. But the bar we had, so I'm kind of glad you can see some of the backdrop. I, being an artist, like we had were in the process of extending when he died. So my stamp is all over this, the interior design or whatever. I think as a creative person, you just kind of shift sideways constantly in your life, reinventing yourself as you go along. And the beers are very much like that. For me, the identity of the beers are tied in to the pub. The other thing about them is they all have my water. I own the well, and it's very hard water, just by pure chance. It's very limey water, and it's not. We do use liquor treatment in the various different beers, but the other common denominator with all the beers is the yeast. We actually use the same strain of yeast. It's a fresh ale strain in all the beers. So all our beers are ales, regardless of their colour, because it's a top fermenting yeast.
Okay, very good. And do you kind of repurpose it and repitch the yeast each time?
Repitching up to maybe, like, it's a kind of a, you know yourself with anything organic, you kind of figured out, because like sometimes we might get 12 months out of it, sometimes 8 months. We don't have a lab. All the beers are unfiltered. It's a very, fully engaged process between us, myself and Daniel, and the beers, and everything from coming out of the ground to brew to package. It's a very it's a wonderful relationship. I almost think it's like, if you were a farmer and you have animals, or if you're a chef in a kitchen, you have a relationship with your beers.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great to hear. It's really nice. I can see a few nice comments coming in here. Brian is saying lovely colour. Brendan was saying Brendan's first thought was that he wants it on cask. It's a lovely drop. Do you do any of your beers on cask?
Oh yeah, well actually, when we started, by pure chance and pure fluke, I mistakenly bought a cask ale brew house, and then went, whoops, that's a mistake, because nobody was drinking cask beers in 2008. But over the years, we obviously changed to keg dispense. We also have bottles, obviously, but we still do produce cask beer. But the only place you're going to get it is here in Bricks. The cask beer we've kind of fine-tuned ourselves around is actually a dark mild. It's a 3.5% dark mild. And it's come back to fashion, cask beer. So usually I would have cask beer on here. I could go through, maybe 2 casks in a week, in a 7-day period, which is a really heartening for a pub that's 1 mile from a village and 7 from a town in the middle of nowhere. You're always on your way somewhere when you go past me,
Yeah, that's amazing to hear, and it's amazing you kind of kept the cask going as well. And like, it's brilliant, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Well, when you have notions, I call them, like, you just follow your dream. It's a bit like that. Yeah. So, and because I had bought it, I wasn't going to let anybody convince me that nobody drinks this. I was going to make sure that they will eventually drink it, you know.
Yeah, it's brilliant to hear that the dark mild is kind of your flagship, I guess you could say, on cask. There's been a big, I suppose, rise in popularity in Ireland as well around the dark mild. A few breweries brought them out. I know the Four Provinces one came out and everyone was raving about it. So I think it's good to see that I think it's starting to come back into fashion a bit, which is great, and hopefully great for you as well if you're already on top of it.
Yeah. Well, I think the wonderful thing, it's like an old-fashioned session beer. It really is where it began, and it's lovely just to simplify things sometimes, take all the fuss out, and I mean literally like buy the CO2, and just bring it right back to basics. So also it's quite challenging brewing for cask. You can mess it up quite easily. But yeah, it's not. I'm kind of pleased with where we are with it.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, there's quite a few cask lovers here, I'd say, on today. So that's a nice little advertisement. We might have to organise a trip down to you. Get a bus going.
Accommodation, by the way, so you can come stay and drink your heart's fill.
Yeah, I see Richard asking. Yeah, to offer accommodation. Brilliant. Yeah, so there we go.
Yeah,
stay the night and everything.
Yeah, you just go onto the westkerrybrewery.ie website, and there's an automated booking system within that.
Okay, brilliant. Someone might put the web link in the chat there for us if they're kind.
All you have to do is a SCART code, I hope, on the back of your. Yes, there is on the back of your bottle. Just scan the SCART; it'll bring you to the website.
Ah,
yes,
very clever, very good.
Voila!
Nice. Oh yeah, forward QR on the bottle. Very good. Thanks, guys. So Garrod is asking how long the pub has been open. So you said 30 years next year, is it?
The pub is open since the 1890s.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So my daughter, her name is Maud. So Maud's mother's father's father built the place.
Okay, amazing. It looks fantastic. Like, it looks like literally like the most kind of quintessential typical Irish pub. Do
you want me to walk you around and show you outside how beautiful it is? It's a lovely day.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, absolutely.
Just okay. So this is sort of the bar, the fireplace there. That's the front door there that people should be coming in. And then I'll show you the back here of a beautiful view.
Oh, I think we might start losing connection. This is going well so far. Come back, Adrian. Oh, you're back. No, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think the reception went outside.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, you've got to see the pub.
Yeah, we'll have to go down to see it. Basically, I think that's the message. Yeah, exactly. Pork saying we may go and look. Stephen saying authentic experience. Brendan was asking, so he said it's hard to find your bottles usually. So what sort of batch size do you make?
The reason, yes, is because if we just bring it back to the reality of the brewery, so having started at 250 litres per brew, we're now up to 800 litres per brew. Obviously, there'd be waste there. So realistically, like 720 or something like that, maybe 760. I don't have a bottling system. So every single bottle you're drinking from, I hope you just, really give it lots of love, because it's a single bottle filler, a counter pressure single bottle filler. It takes between 2.5 to 3 days to empty the bright beer tank into these bottles. Tremendous man hours or woman hours. Actually, mostly I employ men, so I can use that term. Man hours. Our pay guys to fill the bottles. But the other thing as well is the labels are then applied one bottle at a time. So serious curtailment in production abilities. I've got a historical difficulty acquiring finance. So the only reason I'm still this small after 12 years is because I cannot access finance. I do foresee it will change in the future. And once I have a bottling line in place, I would like to be seen more and more. Grand Cru Beers are our wholesaler nationwide. They buy whatever beer I can give them. And they have been, wonderful throughout the lockdown in that they bought more beer than normal from us. So yeah, it's simply a supply and demand issue. Productivity is difficult. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. It's great to hear that support as well from Grand Cru as well. That's
yeah,
nice up
yeah,
there.
they're I'm supplying through them since 2012. So and sure, I know them since way back. They're affiliated to the Porterhouse, and I would have met them way back. There was only a few of us around. We were very fortunate. We ended up at Farmley. I don't know if any of you guys were at Farmley in the 2000s. No, probably not. Okay. Anyway, it's a board beer thing. It's okay. Strike that. I'm too old. Okay.
We'll see if the comments if there's any recognition there. Yeah. But yeah. So Richard was asking, have you ever considered cans?
Actually, I did, and I said no.
Okay.
The reason is actually, for me, the identity of the beer is as much associated to its packaging as it is to what's in the package. And there's a few issues. Like, first of all, I think my branding wants to be in glass. Secondly, I would have to brew so many times to get a mobile canner to come, and that holds up my other outlets.
Sure.
Yeah, I just said no.
Okay, very good. You mentioned earlier that you're very much a kind of a malt forward or malt focused brewery.
Yeah.
What brought that about? Where did that kind of decision come from?
Me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's again going back. So it isn't as if I kind of know a lot about brewing. I don't. But I kind of know what Ireland has to offer. It's the same. Like, I actually feel or because of our geography, we have a leaning in appetite to relate to certain things because of where we are placed on the planet. The temperature, the humidity drives us to feel satisfied by ingesting certain things, foods or whatever. And also because Ireland does grow good barley. So it made sense to try and create products, a range of products that will marry that desire from a consumer to ingest it, to enjoy it, identity, provenance, those kinds of things are important to me.
Okay, yeah, very good. That's good. Good to hear and good to know. Richard was saying that he thinks your styles suit bottles personally. So yeah, I think it is the style of beer you brew does lend itself to bottle very well.
Yeah. And see, they're unfiltered as well, so that wouldn't go back. That would not go well in a can. There's too many room for error, I think.
Yeah, it's it's great, and I suppose the kind of the whole point of today, the whole point of this virtual beer festival was to try and celebrate the bottled beers around Ireland as well. So yeah, it's nice. It's nice that it's still going, and certainly, as Richard said, certain styles certainly lend themselves to bottles very well. So I think we can see that in the kind of the mixture of beers in the pack. It's not just all kind of certain styles and cans basically. Simon was asking, what other styles of beer do you brew?
So we have a core range that started as a porter, a dark ale, and a golden ale. But and then we created the Renegade series, where they're characters. They're actually characters. I see them as characters anyway in a play, kind of. They dip, they come in and out and they do various different things. But the Renegades were dry hopped. The first 3 core were traditional beers. Just they weren't trying to, show off in any particular way. They were trying to be well made and well structured beers. Then the Renegades were dry hopped. And one of those, Blue Rose, our pale ale, has actually joined our core range because of its popularity. And then we have seasonal beers, the Riask range, which we call after the townland that we're in, Riask. So there's a red, a gold, and a black. And they're sold on draft and also only in 750ml bottles, swing top bottles, because they're full of themselves. They think they're fantastic.
Notions, as you said.
Yeah, they have notions. And then we do have the cask dark mild. We do other cask. We do play sometimes. We might pull off a cask from a keg brew before it gets moved on in the chain, if you like. We have odd bods where, again, the Antipodean is a little bit of an odd bod, a bit of a brat who's just come in going, hey, I'm this Australian influence, cheeky boy. So there's those kind of things going on. The other things we do is we normally get a few barrels from the Dingle Distillery each year. And because of COVID, we had to change completely, like a lot of breweries, how we packaged the beer, because normally we would have put those beers straight into draft. And of course, draft sales has just vanished. So we came up with, and the Antipodean is joining it, what we're calling the limited collector's edition. The idea being this will be many different things. The Antipodean is actually part of the limited edition, but it's also a renegade because it's dry hopped. So there's a crossover there. And I love that relationship actually with the beers, that they're alive, they exist as characters. Just one moment, there's actually somebody coming in. I must excuse myself. May I be muted? Oh no, Paul is here. I have somebody here. It's okay. He can serve them.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, sorry.
We're getting the authentic experience today.
Yeah. So just to go back to the kinds of beers. So that's kind of it. Like, have I answered the question? I can't remember.
Yes, you did. Absolutely, yeah. So Ruben was saying a normal bitter IPA, yay. And a bitter is in, I think, the traditional sense of the word. Keelan was saying it's the first time trying a West Kerry beer. Is the low carbonation a common trait across all your beers? And
yes.
Serious cask notes, all right?
Yes. And the reason there is we're not trying to replicate cold fizzy drinks, guys. The super carbonation actually, sweet drinks have a lot to answer for. They've affected taste profiles across a whole generation or couple of generations of people, where they expect when they drink something, it's got to have so much fizz in it. Ales typically have less carbonation. That's only something I picked up, by the way, along the way. I didn't, And that's the other thing, is I knew nothing about beer when I started. Zilch. I just sold it, Yeah,
very good. Garrod is saying it's the first pub he's been in since lockdown. That's very good. So there was a question back up here from Simon I want to go back to. Was there much resistance to non-Diageo beers among your regulars in Dingle?
Yeah, there was. Originally, and in so many ways, I almost feel kind of fortunate that I'm at the stage now where I've done all the pushing, the hard graft pushing, but because we've got a lot of customers around the Dingle Peninsula, not all on draft, mind you. It's still very difficult. Heineken and Diageo have a complete monopoly on pubs. And unfortunately, Irish people, up until maybe 5 years ago, they drink by brand. We're brand orientated. We don't drink by quality. So there was massive, even in my own pub. And I have to say, the joy for me to own a license to sell beer was part of the origins of setting up the brewery. But the joy now not to have to deal with the Heineken rep or Diageo rep. They don't come near me.
That's good. Yeah, no, it's nice. Do things your way. Absolutely.
Well,
I love it.
Yes, I totally do. Constantly.
Yeah,
that's why I'm living out on the edge here. Nobody else would put up with me.
So Sean is saying the whiskey aged festive IBA is a delicious one. Love the in your face booziness.
Great. Yeah. I think everybody kind of is very aware that those dark beers, they hold whiskey very well. They really do. They're very good. We tried the Chorca. That's what I was saying actually about the limited collector's edition. Because of COVID, we actually had to create this other set of characters, and I couldn't get over the reception. So, for example, the guy saying about the festive IBA, that should just have gone into draft, but it would have had a smaller audience. So it's wonderful to know that it's gone out to more people.
Yeah, that's great. Just looking at the comments here, saying we're usually a few pints deep before the Diageo bashing starts, so it's great to see it starting so early.
I'm not bashing.
No, it's us, not you.
Yeah. It's actually the truth. It's the truth. It's a reality, and especially if you're a publican, and so many publicans are really ignorant. As in, they are clueless. They don't know that they can take control of their lines and sell whatever they want.
Yeah, that's there's one stir of the Diageo bashing, and he's at it early already. So it's actually Thomas, I can see. So Adrienne, I'm just looking at time now. We're kind of coming up on it. So what's in the pipeline? Do you have new beers coming out?
Actually, we just brewed the first of a new beer this week using a heritage malt. I'm sure you guys know Coolin in White
Gypsy, yeah.
So he kind of would supply malt for Minch. We buy our malt from Minch, and he got some of this Hunter. This is the 1950s malt from the 1950s that Minch regrew, and we brewed during the week with it. And it's going to be a porter. The idea was that we'd go back to yield and how a porter might have been, and it was myself and Daniel deciding how the recipe, to create the recipe. And my first thing is we're so naive because we were just disappointed with the original Gravity, and we're going, darn, of course we didn't think old malt would not have the same sweetness or richness to today's malt barley. So but that's a new thing coming, and then we're putting the feelers out for this year's barrels from the distillery, and it's a lottery we play with our beers. It depends which beer is ready. When they give us the barrel, it's like whichever beer is ready, we fire in it. I like the game of chance. It's a constant lottery. It's nothing is just fixed. Everything is fluctuating.
That's it. I said the last festival we had Joe from the White Hag on talking about their barrel aged beers, and he was essentially saying once you put beer into a barrel, you kind of have to write it off. You don't know what's going to come out at the end of it, if it's going to be good or bad, and whatever comes out at the end, if it's good, it's a bonus, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
That's an interesting approach.
Yeah.
We have a couple more questions here. So Richard was asking, would you consider doing a collaboration with another brewery?
Yeah.
What would you brew with them? That's probably
depends on who the brewer was. We did do. It's funny. Back in 2012, before all this brewing was even remotely trending, we did a overseas recipe swap with a brew pub from Ohio, and we brewed. I'm trying to think, what was it called? It's gone from me. But Weasel Boy is the name of the brew pub in Ohio. Paul, what was the name of that beer? It was a black IPA. What's it called? Oh, I can't remember. So I've done it already. Sorry, obviously my brain is mush. Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. And then I suppose last question before we finish up. Did you ever experiment with blackberries again?
Yeah, in fact, we have a Rias Black coming through. It's part of our. That's the thing about the Rias Grange. I didn't really develop. So not only are they just called after the townland and served in the 750ml show-off bottles, they have botanicals from the area. So blackberries, blackcurrants go into the Rias Black, and in fact, it's coming through at the moment. We're not looking for fruit beer. For me, again, it's more the intellectual idea that botanicals from the area and garden are going into a product that primarily is made up of water out of the ground. I'm, as best I can, looking for provenance in some of the beers, So, yes, we have played with blackberries.
Absolutely brilliant. Thomas is saying Bitter Sable was the black IPA.
Thank you.
Yeah, he remembers having it. So yeah, we got there. Yeah. Adrian, thank you so much for coming on. Congratulations to yourself and Dan. That is a superb beer. I think everyone here has really, really enjoyed it. Absolute pleasure having you on. And again, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any parting comments for our audience here, but I think you might have a group of people coming down to visit you as soon as you're open.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, the accommodation is open, actually. I'm pretty well booked. So only for things like the accommodation and the brewery, I'd be out of business. So yeah, it's okay. But thanks, guys, for joining in and drinking. I'll just mute myself and maybe dip in and out of other people's, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Stay on for as long as you like. It's an absolute pleasure having you.
Thanks a million. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks again, Adrienne.
See you.
And as you can see the comments here coming in as well. Lots of lovely stuff.
I don't have my glasses on, so I cannot see.
Okay. You can catch up with them in a few minutes. Great. Thanks again.
Okay. See you.
Perfect. Okay. Right. So, Killian, I believe you are with us. So we'll bring you in. We can see you. Yes. How are you?
I'm here. I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Apologies for the technical difficulties on this side.
No worries at all. No worries. Now that looks like a very real Zoom background. That's real life behind you, is it? That's not.
Yeah, that's real life behind me. Yeah.
Very good. Looking excellent. Okay, Killian. Yeah. No, thanks a million for coming on board and joining us today, and for putting the two beers in the box.
No problem. Delighted to be here.
Two super beers. So just for guys, I can see a few people just joining us now. So we had a little switcheroo, guys. So we're on to Mescan now. We're just about to kick off with the Westport Blonde. So Killian, why don't you just say a quick hello and introduce yourself to our audience here today?
Sure. Greetings from Westport, everybody. I'm Killian, the Irish half of Mescan Brewery. Mescan is myself and Bart, who is Flemish. And we make beers from that sort of our interpretation of the beers of Bart's homeland. So we make all Belgian style beers, and we've been doing that for 8 years, slowly but surely. Where our growth has been sort of very steady and very organic over that time. We started out with an extremely modest ambition of brewing 500 litres a month, and now we're brewing 2,000 litres a week, and we're still flat broke. However, we do own a lot of stainless steel, and we don't owe the bank any money. So I suppose you could say that is a modest achievement.
Yeah, you're doing all right, so. Okay, right. Well, why don't you tell us about we'll start with the Westport Blonde. So
Sure.
Where did this come about, and tell us a little bit about it, please.
So the idea for us was always going to be to make Belgian-style beers. Obviously, Bart grew up with that tradition, and because Bart and I were colleagues in the veterinary business, I would have made a lot of trips to Belgium over the years and grew to love those styles. So when we had our epiphany one evening after a particularly long and difficult calving season, and we decided that vetting wasn't the long-term strategy for us and we were going to make beer instead, the plan was always that it was going to be Belgian-style beers. And because a lot of Belgian beers are very high in alcohol, a lot of them have quite strong flavors, we didn't want to kind of launch ourselves on the world with, a quadruple. And so we always intended that it was going to be a learning process for the people who drank our beers, and that we would introduce them with something that was very accessible. So there are a lot of Belgian blonde beers. Blonde as a style is sort of in the middle of the road. It's not going to scare anybody off if they've never tasted a Belgian beer before.
Sure.
Actually, the nicest compliment that anyone ever gave the brewery about one of our beers was about the blonde beer, and it was by Jimmy Redmond in Redmond's in Ranelagh. And before our beer was even properly commercially available, Jimmy got his hands on a few bottles through some backdoor contact of his, and he rang us up and he said, I tasted that beer, and he said, I was drinking that beer and I was trying to think how would I describe it, and I decided it was, if you'd never tasted beer in your life and you had an idea in your head of what beer would be, this is it. So I don't know if that really explains flavors or anything, but it is an accessible style. It's not very high in alcohol. It's about 5.5%. We've reduced it a little bit recently. Like all of our beers, it's fairly highly carbonated, and like all of our beers, it's more driven by the malt flavors than by the hopping. So hopping in our beers is generally very restrained. Okay. And it's sort of entry-level Belgium.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. A gorgeous beer. And I can see people are enjoying it here too. Where I had a comment I want to go back to. Simon saying, Killian looks exactly what I expected from a West of Ireland brewer of Belgian beers.
There you go. This is actually not my real face. I'm wearing a mask in line with COVID. So actually I'm 22 and dark brown hair. But, tell that man thank you.
Garrod is asking, where does the name come from? And I'm assuming we're talking Mescan and not Westport Blonde, because that's pretty self-explanatory.
Mescan was a monk in St. Patrick's entourage, and he is recorded in the Annals of the Four Masters as St. Patrick's monk, friend, and brewer. And we like that story. If I'm sitting in the brewery now, if I look to my left, Croagh Patrick is right there. I can see the church on the top of it. So the saint spent the 40 days of winter, or 40 days of Lent up there in I think it was 541 or thereabouts, a long time ago. And we like to think that Mescan's produce may have sustained him during that interlude. So the fact that there are a lot of Belgian Trappist monasteries that still brew beer, the connection with brewing monks seemed apt, and we're right on the side of the Holy Mountain. So, and it's easy to say. So yeah, Mescan was a famous monk brewer.
Okay, very good. So tell me, how did yourself and Bart end up in Westport brewing beer in the first place?
Oh gosh, that could be a longish story. Through a roundabout series of events. So I originally grew up in Dublin and then Kildare, and then when I qualified as a vet, I went to work in the UK and various other places. And after a long series of of travels around the place, ended up back in Ireland with a wife who was 7 months pregnant and nowhere to live. And I rang a colleague of mine, a guy that I had qualified with that lived in Westport, and asked him for a job. So that's how I found myself in Westport. That was 25 years ago. So around about the time that I moved to Westport, I first met Bart on a job in the UK. He was working as a vet as well, and he and I have very different versions of that story. But since he's not here to contradict me, I can tell mine. We worked in the same practice, and for the first 3 days, Bart didn't speak a word to me, and I was wondering, had I done something to offend this Belgian man, and what was the story? And on the third day, he said, "Well, we'll go for a coffee," and I was like, "Okay." So we walked out to the village, and we came to the first coffee shop, and he looked at it and he said, "Fuck the coffee," and we went into a pub, and that was how I met. That was how I met Bart, and through an equally convoluted series of events, he eventually ended up in practice in the same town in Westport, working for a different practice. So we worked together for about 20 years, but in opposing practices, but sharing the same out of hours rota. And
that's handy.
Gradually, we both became disillusioned with the 4 a.m. call outs.
Yeah.
And one famous evening, we decided that we were going to do something different. So that was the story. We ended up in Westport, and both of us like the mountains and the sea, and it's like this. I think Bart lived in Africa for many years before he ended up back in this part of the world. But I think I'd be right in saying that both of us have lived longer in Westport than anywhere else in the world. So we're not from here, but we may end up in the ground here.
Yeah. It's a good outlook. So tell me, how are you guys doing at the moment then, in terms of the restrictions that came on with COVID and I suppose the pub's been closed and stuff? Much of your sales tied up in pub?
A huge amount. So the pubs being closed put a massive dent in that. We would have done better than we expected out of the online sales. So that, to an extent, will have compensated a good bit for what we lost in the pubs. So business is back, but we've also kind of trimmed our operation a little bit. We would have had somebody working for us during the summer under normal circumstances. We didn't do that this year. So it's a very lean operation. Essentially, it's just myself and Bart, with casual labor to help out for bottling days and stuff like that. Okay, so it's not comfortable. There's a lot of money outstanding from pubs that aren't trading, but we're kind of doing better than we would have guessed at the start of it. Given the circumstances, we're not doing too badly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear you're
staying
afloat anyway. Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully they're opening up soon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thomas was saying, he was asking, well, he said it's a very easy drinking beer. Is it all bottles, or is it available on draft too?
In a very limited way on draft. We look after maybe half a dozen local pubs with draft product. We don't distribute any of our beer in kegs. So essentially, we began life as a bottle only brewery. We would have grown a good bit in the last 2 years with local draft sales, but we never took that that was never the main part of our business. So if you want to taste it on draft, you've got to come to Westport, basically, with the exception of the odd kind of keg that goes out on a rotating tap around the country. So it would pop up from time to time on rotating taps.
Okay, yeah, very good. We had this question for Adrienne before. I think it's probably going to come up for every brewery, since it's an all bottled beer festival. Yes. And I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you: any plans to can any of your beers?
We don't have any plans to can our beers. No. From an environmental point of view, the cans sound appealing, But when you look into it a bit more, they're generally lined with plastic, and they're a lot less recyclable than they'd appear at a glance. And we like the feel of a bottle, and we bottle condition all of our beers. So the idea of cans just doesn't do it for us at the moment. I suppose you should never say never, but we don't foresee that.
Of course, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'm thinking it might be time to open up 7 virtues. So we'll go on to our beer number 2. So, Killian, tell us a little bit about this. This is fresh off the bottling line, I believe.
Yeah, this is a new release. It was brewed last year as a one-off beer, and it has a kind of an interesting history. Bart wrote the recipe for that beer for a brewing course that we ran. So in the days before COVID, we used to have a good bit of tourism, and we used to run brewing courses a couple of times a year. So Bart wrote this recipe for a beer that we were going to use as a way of illustrating brewing techniques. And therefore, it had as many different steps that you can incorporate into a brew as possible. So he used a load of wheat in the recipe so that people would learn about different kinds of malt instead of just using barley. It is done in the strength bracket of a triple, so it's got candy sugar, and it has the spicing of a wheat beer. So Belgian wheat beers are traditionally spiced with bitter orange peel and coriander, and it has that, and it has various other technical things that happen during the brew process. And all of those things were done with the idea of teaching people techniques without the expectation of the beer turning out to be something that you'd get excited about. To our surprise and delight, of course, the beer turned out much more interesting and much more flaming than we had anticipated. So then we tweaked the recipe a little bit and scaled it up, and we released it as part of what we call our 7 Virtues series, which are basically seasonals or one-off beers. And we brewed, I think we only brewed 1,000 litres of it the first time around. It sold in no time, and people kept asking us for it. So we decided to brew it again. So this is the second coming of Carnal Knowledge.
Okay, excellent.
The name has a bit of a story too, but I'm not sure if that's appropriate for an afternoon audience.
Well, it's all adults here. We're all enjoying beers, so you never know. I think it should be fine.
I'm sort of teasing, really. We had a brew day that, for various reasons, went on longer than anticipated, and we ended up sort of cleaning the brewery and finishing out the mopping and tidying at about midnight. And we poured ourselves a glass of something small to commemorate the day being over. And Bart announced, apropos of nothing, that the next beer we brewed was going to be called Carnal Knowledge. And I just looked at him and I thought, whatever you want. So that's fine. So I've never actually inquired where that idea sprang from, but I suspect the story would make people blush.
Okay. This is, by the way, this is absolutely superb. This is my first tasting of this. I've tried the blonde before, but this is beautiful. I'd like to see what people are thinking in the chat. So it kind of essentially came about from trying to make the most, well, not complicated beer possible, but try as many different techniques.
It was just to fit in a lot of different techniques into the style. So normally when we brew a new recipe for something, the thinking is to do something that is representative of a style. Now, there is no such style as wheat triple. That doesn't exist. So in that sense, it was a departure from the normal kind of mechanism for coming up with new beers. Usually we would have beers that we like or admire, and we think, let's have a go at making something in that general vein. And we'll write a recipe. Usually the most common way of that happening is that each of us will write a recipe, then we'll compare our notes. Nowadays, those two recipes tend to be rather similar. we'll do a trial brew, and usually new beers would go through an evolution of probably 3 or 4 different trial brews. If we're not sure, with little tweaks, if we're not sure of the direction that a beer is going, or if we're not sure what we think is, by the way, cheers everyone, I'm going to join you for one. If we're not sure about a new beer, or if we want to get feedback from people, then we'll organize a tasting panel of people whose palates we admire, or who we think that, you know, are well placed to judge beers. And so we'll get a few people around and taste beers. In those circumstances, we try to give them as little information as possible, and to just encourage people to be as honest as possible. And you know, those will seldom, it will change your view about something. Normally we have our own ideas, and the feedback you get from tasting panels just kind of backs that up, or reinforces what you're thinking. But sometimes, you know, everybody will like a particular thing that you didn't notice, or that you didn't see as that important. So it's a useful thing to get feedback from other people sometimes.
Sure. Speaking of which, is there something happening this evening?
There is.
Are we allowed to talk about it?
Yeah, we're allowed to talk about it. The table is set up actually for that. I'm going to turn the camera around if I can, and you can see that we have set up for a small event later on this evening. We have a much larger table than we normally do, in order to facilitate people sitting a bit distantly from each other. But we brewed a new beer this year, something that we've been tinkering with for a good while. We brewed it in the springtime, just after Christmas, actually, I think it was brewed. And that beer was allowed to mature for about 6 months in cold conditioning. So it was lagered for about 6 months. And then that beer, along with one of our other regular strong beers, was transferred to a variety of different casks. So we have sort of 8 different incarnations of strong beers with different barrel characteristics. And we did a preliminary tasting of those about a month ago, and bottled a bottle from each barrel. So tonight, the select few are coming together, and we're going to taste all of those beers. And we're quietly excited about having something a bit special to release later on in the year.
Amazing.
Thinking at the moment is to put those in a larger format bottle with a cork, and to present them as something rather exquisite and reassuringly expensive.
That's good to hear. So how does one get an invitation to this little tasting session? Usually an envelope with €1,000 just slid under the door will do that job. Excellent.
So
Excellent. Okay. You heard it here first, folks.
No problem.
Please don't send money to them like that.
Please do.
Yeah. So you touched on an possibly inappropriate story earlier. I'm just going to float this out there and see what happens. Ruben has asked to ask you the story about the lady at Bloom going on about the monk costume.
Okay. Gosh. Yeah. Well, that was a funny episode. So we often put on monks' habits for festivals, and although Bart and I are committed atheists, that is not meant as any kind of dig at the religious. It's actually more of an homage to the fact that there are many monastery breweries in the Belgian brewing tradition. So we're not trying to belittle anybody by that, or undermine anybody's beliefs, but usually people take that in the manner that it's intended, and people think it's great fun. We walk around in our habits, we drink a beer, we talk to people, and it's just a sort of prop for a bit of interaction. But there was a lady at Bloom who noticed what she considered a sacrilegious disagreement between my wearing a wedding ring and a monk's habit. And she sort of attacked me and Bart at the stand there where we were sort of showing our wares, and she took it very seriously. She was deeply offended by the monk's habits, and she felt that we were mocking her strongly held beliefs. So I made the mistake. Bart, who is very wise under duress, made a tactical withdrawal, and I was left with this woman who I tried to reason with. And I think was it Plato who said, "Never argue with a fool. People will not know the difference." I think it was Plato. So yeah, I made the mistake of thinking that I could engage with this lady and win her over, and she wasn't for winning over. So yeah. So I didn't wear the monk's habit today.
Yeah.
In case anybody's offended.
Yeah. Well, you could have kept your hands off screen, off camera. So yeah, the Carnal Lounge is getting a lot of love here as well. People are really enjoying it.
Great to hear that.
A few people tucked into it before we even got here, so that they couldn't wait to try it. So that's good as well.
Excellent. Well, we don't have an awful lot of it, but it is available sort of nationwide. If people ask for it, we have distribution around the country. So if people look for it, they'll be able to find it.
Okay, that's good to hear. Richard is saying herbal knowledge.
Herbal knowledge. I wouldn't know anything about that.
So I suppose my knowledge of Belgian beers in general is a bit lacking. I'll be the first to admit that. So if this is an entirely kind of new style, a wheat triple, would this be frowned upon in Belgium, or would it be welcomed?
The thing is that the Belgians, although they have such a huge history with set styles of beer, with diverse styles of beer, they're the most innovative brewers in the world, and they're very open to new things, and they're not precious about. I mean, until Michael Jackson put names on all of those styles, they were just different beers. So the Belgians don't feel locked in to particular categories, and they're fine with innovation, and they're fine with other people trying to do what they do. So Belgians love novelty. They love trying different things. So the feedback from us or to us so far has been extremely positive from Belgium.
Yeah. Excellent.
So yeah, no, we're not sort of, they're not precious about those things. We're not standing on anybody's toes.
Yeah, excellent. Gary was saying that's brilliant. Generally, tradition equates to fear of trying new things. So,
no, I think that doesn't apply to Belgians generally. They don't seem to be like that. They're very open to trying new things.
Oh, that's great. Well, that's good. It's good to hear. Would you go over to Belgium? Well, pre-COVID, obviously. Would you go over much and kind of do a lot of market research and stuff like that? Or
you mean obligatory tasting of other beers? Well, of course, that is part of the job.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Bart would, outside of COVID times, Bart would have spent sort of some time every month in Belgium. He would go back and forward a lot. I used to go once or twice a year, but not since all the madness descended, and probably not until the madness passes over again. So, but yes, we try to, like, we keep a lot of contacts in Belgium. Bart would see a lot of Belgian brewers when he's home, and we would still buy a lot of our ingredients from Belgium. So our bottles come from Belgium, and we buy most of our yeast from Belgium. We still do it. We have sort of our feet on the ground there in a significant enough way.
Very good. That sounded like a bottle just got opened in the background.
I think it was me knocking a cap.
Oh, was it? Okay. So we're going to open up to some questions, but in the meantime, so you've touched on kind of your tasting that's going on this evening.
Yeah.
Have you got any other kind of beers or any plans in the pipeline moving forward?
Do we have loads of things in the pipeline, but the pipeline is long and the progress is slow. So one of the things that is unusual and something that we're actually sort of proud about in our brewery is that beers don't come out in a hurry and they don't get brewed in a hurry. So the shortest time between brewing a beer and it being ready for sale in this brewery is 3 months. And that's because we feel very strongly about prolonged lagering of beers before bottling. And then, of course, you've got bottle conditioning and waiting for that too. So there are loads of beers in the pipeline. We have a lambic that's been developing for more than a year now, and we're probably going to give it another 6 or 8 months before we think about bottling that. We have a couple of other sour beers that we're playing with. We've lots of things in development. We did extensive testing of Craic style beers this year. I think we made conservatively, I think we made 30 different incarnations of Creeks, all of which were good, and none of which we were 100% happy with. So that's the way we roll. If it's not something that we're 100% sure about, then it's not going to be released. So we've loads of things that were in development, but not imminently ready. So the first thing that's likely to come out in terms of something new will be the barrel-aged beers, I think.
Okay, excellent. I think everyone will be happy with the barrel-aged beer anyway. So yeah, that's good. You preempted the Craic question. There was 2 about that. Yeah, so that was coming up.
Yeah, work in progress. We had high hopes of having a Craic out for this summer. I think we can be optimistic for next summer, but it's not there yet.
Okay. It's in the pipeline anyway, so that's good.
It's in the pipeline.
Yeah. Richard was asking, can you explain bottle conditioning? What is it and why is it done?
Yeah, sure. So bottle conditioning is the original way of carbonating beer. Bottle conditioning is a second fermentation in the bottle. So in our setup, beers are brewed. They generally are finished fermentation after a week or 10 days for most of our beers. There would be a couple of exceptions to that, but most beers are finished fermenting after a week or 10 days. They're then allowed to rest at ambient temperature for a few weeks for further maturation, and then beers are cooled to between 4 and 0 degrees and just kept cold for a period of many weeks. So generally, it'll be a minimum of 6 weeks. For the high alcohol beers, it's up to 6 months of cold conditioning. And that's sort of equivalent to maturing a wine. Lots of chemistry is happening during that process. And a pleasing side effect of it is that beers clarify naturally during prolonged cold storage. So we don't filter anything or add findings to clarify beer. That just happens by time and gravity. After all of that, you have a clear beer, which tastes nice, but has no gas. So then we mix that with the sugar solution and with fresh yeast because of the long period of storage, the yeast in it will have all fallen out of solution. So we add yeast and sugar and then bottle the beer and then store it in the warm room for 2 weeks at 25 degrees, during which time it re-ferments in the bottle. So that means that all of our beers are carbonated during that process, during that last stage of the process. And it means that all of our beers have a little bit of yeast in the bottom of the bottle. So we have a little graphic on the bottom of the label, which encourages people to store the bottle upright, because although the yeast sediment is very stable, if you keep the bottle on its side, eventually that will sort of slide and move. And the idea, if you store it upright and pour it into a glass, you will get nice, clear beer to drink. Whereas if you disturb the yeast sediment, then you're going to drink cloudy beer. And that's absolutely nothing wrong with cloudy beer. The yeast is good for you. But from an aesthetic point of view, that's why we ask people to pour it into a glass. But bottle conditioning is does many things. It adds 0.4% of alcohol to the ABV because of fermentation that happens in the bottle is producing alcohol. It means that the carbonation is natural. It means that the beer has an extremely long shelf life because beers that are artificially carbonated tend to pick up oxygen during bottling, and over time that causes staling, leads to oxidation and staling. Bottle conditioned beers, although they will also pick up a little bit of oxygen, the yeast will use that first, and so it's only around for a very short time. So bottle conditioned beers have a very long shelf life, and it's just a natural and traditional way of doing things.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. That was very educational and informative. That was good. We have a few questions outstanding here, so we'll try and fire through these quickly because I know you have your event to get sorted. Dan was asking how long have you been brewing? How many years?
Commercially 8 years, but when we decided that we were going to become brewers as a career move, we already had sort of 20 years of hobby brewing under our belts. And when we started brewing in earnest in preparation for the commercial setup, we didn't even think about applying for a license or doing any of the formal stuff until we felt that we had mastered that process properly. So we did 3 years of doing a 40 or a 50 litre brew every week. So we did that for 3 years before we even thought about opening up a brewery. And it occurs to us that there are a lot of breweries that may skip that stage, and that's not really a good thing.
No comment. Keelan wants to know what happens to all the unreleased beer or all the beer that you're not yet.
Yeah,
too happy with.
It's hell, but that stuff has to be drunk. So we have an arrangement with the local schools, and underage children come on a Friday afternoon and take those away. No, that's not true. That's not true. So, we have to drink those beers or cook with them. So
very good. Yeah. So Garrod is asking, will the yeast in the beer reactivate if the bottle gets heated on the shop shelf, or can the yeast get... No. Okay.
No, it can't, because it has used all of the available sugar. So storing beer warm will for sure shorten the shelf life, but the yeast doesn't become active again. We calculate the amount of sugar that's added at bottling very precisely. So when we're about to bottle a batch of beer, the first stage of that is transferring the finished beer to a mixing tank ready for bottling. And we do that through a flow meter, and we know how much beer we're going to bottle to the litre. And then we calculate the amount of priming sugar to add to that to the gram. So we know exactly the extent to which that beer is going to carbonate. And it's not like our beers are more gassy than many other beers that are available, but that is by design. It's not accidental, and it doesn't vary much from batch to batch. Of course, there's minor discrepancies, but very small.
Very small.
So no, once the beer is released for sale, anything that can happen in the way of sugars being fermented by the yeast has already happened.
Okay, very good. And okay, final question from Peter. Have you ever considered producing a cask conditioned beer?
Well, define cask conditioned. I mean, the beers that we're playing with during this evening's tasting have been cask conditioned in the sense that they're sitting in oak for the last 3 months, and they're picking up flavors from that experience. But we're not releasing them as cask ales, which are typically very low carbonation and released and served from the cask and sold. So they're, depending on how one defines cask conditioning, our beers have undergone a period of cask conditioning, but they're not served as a cask ale.
Okay, I think you've pretty much covered every aspect of it there. That's great. Yeah, there's lots of volunteers here for the post-COVID. You know, if you need people to help you drink those beers that aren't getting released, I think there's plenty of volunteers here.
Okay, well, just tell them, keep an eye on our social media, and we'll do our best to make people happy.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Killian. That was fantastic. I really appreciate your time coming on, and
No problem.
obviously getting the beers in, and super beers, super brewery yourselves. And yeah, thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. So enjoy your hard tasting evening this evening. Now I'm sure it's going to be torture for you.
That's work. That's work.
Yeah, it's terrible work. Again, thanks a million. And
okay. You're very welcome.
Cheers.
Take care. Santé.
Okay, right. What we'll do, we're going to bring Mal in now, and I'm not sure if Mal is. Are you there, Mal?
Yeah. You hear me?
Brilliant. There you are. How are things?
Good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, good. Thanks. Good to see you.
Good. We'll just get the kids out of the way. Just shoving everybody downstairs.
And Aidan. Hello, Aidan. How are you?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, dude.
Okay, great. So what we're going to do, I'm going to grab the beers out of the fridge. So give me 2 seconds. Why don't you just say a quick hello and introduce yourselves while I'm doing that?
Yeah.
No worries. Go ahead. You first.
Okay. I work with Mal and Susie. So Susie's downstairs right now. That's Mal's other half. I'm the assistant brewer. How long have I been there for?
Aidan's out of breath.
Sorry.
From wrestling with the kids.
I was dragging children downstairs.
Out of breath.
Nothing like to make you feel like you're out of shape other than carrying a child down a flight of stairs and you're like, oh God, and the bags of grain is not the same. So I've been working for the brewery basically since the build out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like
18 months?
Yeah, and a consulting / brewing capacity / like hanging out with Mal capacity. Talking a load of shite, just yeah. So I think I bring something cool to the brewery in that I have come from California / Boston area. We actually have a couple of collabs lined up in Boston and California in the next few months, which is a little bit odd because COVID, you'd think there'd be no collabs cross country, but I'm going home for a little bit to renew my visa. So it's a great opportunity for us to like get our name out there, even if we're not going to distribute in, California or Boston. So, but we will be doing a collab, and it's always great to do collabs because we just did one with Yellow Belly recently down in Wexford, and that was great. But everybody has a different brewing style and different tips and tricks on how to, run through fermentation or dry hopping or rosemary dry hopping. We all have very different ways of doing that. So it's a really good opportunity to learn from each other. I've been in the industry for the better part of a decade, and I'm still learning stuff from both Mal and other brewers. So that's my background, and I'll let Mal go for a bit.
I thought you were going to talk all day there.
Sorry.
I'm Mal, the founder of Heaney Brewery, married to a Heaney. So at the brewery up on the Heaney farm. A lot of you people watching probably know most of this. I think it's on the bottles anyway. Yeah, there's info on the bottles, very useful. I've been brewing for about 8 years now. Brewing commercially in some form or fashion for about 4 years. The brewery on the farm site has been operational now for about 18 months. So we're really getting everything dialed in. I think we're really happy with where everything's going right now. And I'm really thirsty and can't wait to try some of my own beer.
Yeah, that's
it's really weird because I don't normally drink many of our own beers because like any beer fan, you're always looking at something new and you're always looking for the next big thing. And we get a lot of inspiration from a lot of other breweries, obviously, as well. So Aidan met Declan downtown today. So we got some of the first release of his new Otterbank stuff. So looking forward to trying this later.
Nice plug.
It's not part of the tasting session. Deck likes his alcohol.
Nice plug for Deck there. And your most recent collab.
Just giving me free beer. So
somebody take a screenshot to prove that we did our bit.
And his wax steps about 1,800 bottles by hand as well. So he deserves.
Well, actually, his mom and his grand did it. So don't give Deck all the credit. Yes, they did.
Jesus.
Okay, what beer are we starting with? We go with Pale?
No, we'll go with the red first because
Okay.
it's a wee bit easier. The pale might just be a bit. The red might not taste like much after the pale.
Sounds good.
Down that.
So-
Like that.
So,
We're using our little ABV glasses here tonight in memoriam from the ABV festival in Belfast, which wasn't on this year. Might never be on ever again.
I actually ran into Rosie this morning.
It was on this week. It would have been on this weekend, probably, most likely. So, ABV, God rest your soul.
To Rosie.
I'm using my electric picnic glass that I got last year.
Oh, lovely.
That's a joke. Yeah. Okay. So what have we got here?
The much maligned Irish Red Ale.
Actually kind of matches my hair in this light.
It's probably
Yeah.
the most uncool beer out there. If anyone else has put your answers in there of other uncool beer styles,
Yeah.
probably up there. But I love an Irish Red Ale. It has seen some really dodgy iterations over the last few years from some breweries, and has earned itself a pretty nasty reputation in some quarters. But if it's made right, it's a really, really lovely beer. It's a really satisfying ale. You right?
I was just gonna lift the light so they could see the color more. But they're holding it too.
Yeah, well, they have it.
Sorry, guys.
They have the beer.
Done their job properly. They've got their own ale there.
So I really love the color of this beer. I think it highlights the grain bill. Obviously, that's a big thing with a red.
Well, yes. I mean, probably going to get questions about the grain bill and the red color and stuff like that.
Do you have the brew sheet? Do we take a brew note?
No, I know we've brewed it about 1 million times. I should know it by now. So it's mostly pale Maris otter, which gives a nice biscuity base. And there's a tiniest touch of roasted barley in there, and that's what gives us the red color. We at the very, very start when we were doing this in Boundary, we'd added a little bit of chocolate malt in there, which was interesting on the aroma side of things, but I think it muddied it a wee bit. So we took that out. So it's just roasted barley and a tiny bit of light caramel as well, or light crystal, sorry. Just sort of give it a little bit more residual sweetness because it finishes fairly dry, and it's fairly dry beer, but I think the sweetness accentuates the sort of caramel notes of the beer.
I think we both prefer drier finishing reds and stouts.
Well,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
this is right up our preferences as a brewer. You will find sweeter, more caramely, diacetyl reds in Ireland, but for me, this is exactly what I would like in a red. Something that pairs really well with a variety of foods. You can use this in a lot of soups and cooking as well. Not that you would waste our lovely beer.
Soups.
But you could.
Soup. This is soup, yeah. Just I only tried this for the first time a couple of months ago, and I think I messaged you, Mal, saying I fell in love with it straight away. It's absolutely incredible, and I kind of wanted to have it in the box as a given. I think absolutely super representation of style and gorgeous beer. So well done. First of all.
We're really pleased with it because it is easy to get it wrong.
Yeah.
And the color is the trickiest bit. I tend to brew in if we're experimenting with new malt suppliers or anything like that, I would tend to brew double batches to make sure the color is exactly right. The first. So we've got double-sized tanks in the brewery, and we've got a couple of single-sized tanks as well. So we'll brew the red into the double-sized tank to make sure the color is bang on every single time.
Yep.
So we'll do a first brew in the tank. If it's a little lighter, a little dark, whatever, we'll adjust in the second brew. But we don't need to do that anymore because we've got all our suppliers, everybody dialed in now. We know what we're doing with the malt suppliers, and we can bang them out every time. So we're real happy with consistency on it as well.
Just a testament to the importance of consistency and not just your brewing
suppliers,
capacity, but your suppliers as well.
Totally, yeah.
I mean, we've had incidents where I'm just, I'm brewing as normal in the morning, and then I'm it's only happened once or twice now, but we've gotten a stuck mash before because the grist is a little bit different than our usual supplier, so all of that's really important to get dialed in as a brewer.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of touched on it before, a lot of reds can come across quite sweet. I assume you have kind of, I suppose, the final gravity is quite low in it, but also the addition of you said there's roasted barley in it. So I assume that's adding a kind of a bit more of that kind of bitterness as well, kind of.
Well, the roasted barley is for colour. If you hold a pint of Guinness up to the light, it's ruby red. Really, it's not black. So a little bit of roasted barley is what gives it the colour. But it also, I think, adds a little touch of astringency. It's probably perceived because I know it's in there, and I'm thinking this is what it's at. And it's that old thing. Someone tells you something tastes like something, then you taste it. But it's in there mainly for colour. But I think it probably adds a tiny bit of sort of astringency and a perceived dryness there as well.
Okay.
And that's probably why a bit of the crystal in as well. I mean, it's a tiny portion of crystal. It's maybe 1%, something like that. And it helps to retain a little bit of sweetness. We use Old English ale yeast, so it does finish fairly dry, but we don't want it dry as a bone. It's just got to be just right. It's got to have a little bit of juiciness at the end.
Okay, nice. Porg is saying he wouldn't drink a ball of reds, but that's a really nice one.
Thanks, Porg.
Yeah. Ruben saying same in Smithwick's. The only difference between Guinness and Smithwick's is the ratio of pale malt to roasted barley. Garrod is saying, not a novice question, Garrod, what is crystal?
Crystal malt it's just a malt that's been kilned in a particular way where it's just brought out a lot of the sugars, and you can select it in different levels of kilning, and it can be used to add a lot of residual sweetness to a beer and to enhance colour as well. So we use many different kinds of malts in brewing every day, and they all have different purposes. You may use wheat for head retention, a bit of crystal for colour, roasted barley for astringency, colour, dryness. So I mean, the infinite variations that you can stumble upon in the brewing world can be mind blowing. And it's I think that's why a lot of craft brewers find it hard to find their niche, because there are so many options available to them, and every day you go into the brewery, you can change your beer entirely by changing one part of the malt bill. And it's kind of very, very easy just to get caught in that sort of mad creative sort of, how do you explain it, that urge just to do different beer every single time you're brewing, different beer. And I don't think a lot of people actually sit down to try and perfect one or two recipes.
That's the nice thing about a good core beer range. I mean, for us at least, it's just, there's...
Well, it gives us an easy day at work, doesn't it?
It gives us an easy day at work. There's also craft, I mean, for instance, a red, somebody just said this is pretty close to a brown. For me, the difference between a red and brown is negligible. That's the big joke. It's that's the boring beer styles. But and
I do love a brown ale as well.
Yeah.
Don't get me started about brown ales.
Where brown and a red ale are more uncool, it's probably a brown ale. I love a really good brown ale.
We love brown ales, Mal.
It's really boring and uncool.
It's the running joke for all of the craft beer festivals and the blind tastings, everything. We love brown ales, and we do. Yeah. We really, really do.
They're just like a big hug in a glass. Yeah. I mean, they're just so satisfying.
Yeah, they really, really are. Super beer style and very underappreciated.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about there, nailing down your core range, or just it's nice having that kind of consistency in the core range that a lot of breweries don't do. I think that is something that you guys have really perfected, because you have your core kind of you have your four core in the bottle, isn't it? And then you're kind of doing your limited ones in between as well.
Yeah, we're working on core range in cans as well. That's the first one. Aidan has very modelly there. That's what you call a modelly person. Aidan can model in the double pale ale there. And then we'll have a West Coast IPA as well, which isn't the coolest thing in the world, but
yes, it
I
is.
don't care. I'll make a West Coast IPA.
Nice.
We're going to do a wit as well for the Craic, because why not? So we're going to but we've really held off a long time from doing core cans, because we're using contract canning company who comes in and cans the beer for us. Mm-hmm. So we wanted to wait till we have our own canning system before we actually start doing our own cans, our own core beers and cans. So we've got full control over everything from start to finish. and we've got a machine coming in about 2 weeks' time. So, hey, away we go.
Oh, nice! Congrats. That's a nice step.
Yeah, it's a nice step. But it's been it's good that it's coming now. I mean, like we wanted it a long time ago, but it's a massive capital outlay to get a canning machine. So we've managed to scrape together some cash, and once we get that up and running, I think the next beers coming out in can from us, and from October onwards, we'll be canning ourselves. So it'll be all done in house from October onwards.
Brilliant. So next question then: are the core bottles going to stay in bottles, or are they going to transition into can? Or is
probably the pale will transition into a can, and we'll probably leave the stout, the red, and the blonde in bottles. I think it just suits them. But you know, the way it's going, I would like to do everything in cans. Obviously, if you're working in a brewery, you either want to have everything in bottles or everything in cans. It's complicated logistically to do bottles, cans, and different sizes cans and different sizes of bottles. We do 330ml bottles as well, so I've got paleo and 330 here.
And honestly, aside from my background in the States, you know, most breweries don't have bottles anymore. Like if you run into a Heaney in a brewery in the States, they are just getting started out. Everybody's in cans, unless you're doing obviously a big imperial stout or a barley wine or like a really special release saison. Everybody does cans in the States. So it just because it's a better vessel for your beer.
You know, but there are beers that suit bottles better. Like the blonde, the red, the stout bottles, cool. Dex mixed fermentation barrel aged saison bottles, cool. I wouldn't see this in a can. You know, big sharing bottles of imperial stout and barley wine bottles, definitely cool. Yeah. So there's still going to be a place for bottles going forward for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just running back through the comments here, a lot of love for the brown ales coming through, obviously. So I think. Any plans to brew one?
Brown label printed next week. Yeah, I'm going to do a brown ale and a red ale, but it's going to be the same beer in both.
Yeah, genius, absolutely genius. Same batch, different label.
Yeah. So first time it's been done, Brian.
Yeah. Liam was asking, what are some of the top US breweries on the to-do list for your visit later this year? Aidan.
Well, Liam, I'm just going to get blocked and I probably won't remember much of it. Just kidding. No, my goal is to brew with some brewers, brew with brewers that we think have the right attitude towards beer. So in terms of quality, consistency, flavor profile, so I have contacts in both California and the East Coast. And we're hoping, every collab, the goal is to have them come back over here next year when COVID is less scary, so that they can brew with Mal and, get a real taste of Ireland as well. It's a cultural exchange, So I have a couple of guys lined up. I don't know. I have 3 people who've committed thus far. And we're dialing in styles. That's where it really comes down. Every brewer wants to brew a lager or a saison, but it's also what's going to sell in their brew pub. So that's a conversation for them and Mal to have. And then, I just show up on brew day and I help dump stuff in the mash tun.
So we're not going to say who because it's not.
Oh yeah, we have to create hype. No. Yeah. We have confirmation, but we're creating hype. Sorry, that was the whole point. We're creating.
For
hype.
What it's worth, Aidan has started contacting people about 2 days ago, and I don't even know who she's talking about either. I'm a few on the wish list there, so I'll find out later if the wish is going to come true or not.
Yeah, and I also don't want to put anybody on the spot by you guys are doing a collab with, because some of them are better known, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot by saying you guys are doing a collab with an Irish brewery, and the production manager's like, what is my head brewer doing behind my back?
Yeah.
So we'll wait for confirmation from the higher ups before we let you guys know.
That sounds good. I love it. You've picked up the Irish trait of completely underselling yourself as well, Aidan, and saying how you just turn up on brew day and throw some stuff in. Yeah, I'm sure you're much more involved in that. Garrod is asking, are brown ales considered dirt in America or considered, bad?
No, I mean, brewers love brown ales. This is the thing with a brewer, regardless of where they're from, we all pretty much drink the same stuff, don't you think?
I think so. Yeah.
Like the reality is a lot of us really love this, what I'll call the simpler beers because it highlights the actual process of brewing really well. Like what we're drinking right now, it tastes clean, which should be a given in beer, but it's not these days. So, like simpler beers, like that's one of the reasons why smash beers became big, a couple years back, because it was really highlighting, single malt, single hop. So you could taste the hop that you were, it wasn't hype. It was actually, we know what we're doing. Or any brewer worth their salt. Mal just told me the other day, like, some of these hype breweries in the States, like, sure, they can do a double, dirty IPA, but let's see a lager come out of there that tastes as good. So, if somebody's making a really good red or brown ale, I'm going to trust that they're a good brewer.
Yeah. You can hide a lot of flaws under a lot of hops.
Exactly.
I think, yeah. Yeah, no, that's always good to, 100%. A load of the beers in the box today, they're all very very malt forward beers, and it's great to see that, those styles. Are you seeing Richard's comment about Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Joe Biden is always using bits of Heaney's poetry, so yeah, that sounds good.
I don't know what Seamus would have made out of that, but yeah, that's what we'll get the right result in November.
Seamus, let's just say Seamus was a man of the people, not of the politicians.
Yeah. Okay, I'm thinking, will we transition in? We'll go into some pale ale.
Sure.
So I'll read out Brendan's question here, just as we're doing that. So he's saying definitely beer to be served at higher temperature can do well in bottles like 8 degrees off the shelf. Could even do off the shelf, I reckon. How's it been getting into pubs around the Balahi area and the north in general? Derry City is dreadfully tied up with the multinationals.
It doesn't happen. Don't even go there. You can get some bottles in here and there. Some cans as well if they're really crazy, but as far as draft goes, not a chance. No way. No. We had a few beers in the Walt City Brewery. They're a kind of brew pub restaurant. So they kind of know the score. They know it's not going to be straightforward to get beers into any bar at all, if even. So they've had a few of our beers in there, but it's not something that we're even pushing, not even trying at the minute. And see, to be honest, we're kind of glad we don't do much in keg at the minute, because I kind of feel for a lot of breweries who are top heavy on keg sales. Especially for you guys down south. Our pubs are kind of, half opened up again. You guys down, I don't know what the situation's going to be down there, if they're going to open anytime soon or not. But we're kind of glad that all our stuff, basically 90% is small pack, it's bottles and cans. So we've had a pretty good time over the last few months as far as sales goes. We've not lost anything really on kegs. It's not something that we've had to worry about. So, but in the future down the line, of course, I want to go into bars and Balahi, Matterfelt, Derry, Belfast, and see Heaney beer on tap, on draft. There's the dog.
Sorry, guys. Otto's been bugging to come up here for a bit.
But it's on the back burner for now anyway until everything's normalized. So we will listen. If everything's kind of normalized this time next year or the start of next summer, we'll be pushing for taps in bars. The legislation is getting passed soon, hopefully in the executive, to bring forward licensing. Renewing the licensing legislation with a few updates for the modern world. Because we're the most tied market in Western Europe here. It's the worst place to set up a brewery in Western Europe is Northern Ireland. You need to be mad in the head to do it. But the business plan was always about export anyhow. So if the new legislation, the new licensing gets pushed through, they've amended some things. There's a few add-ons to get the craft breweries license to sell. At least to sell online, and then I think the next step is to talk about tap rooms and things like that. If that happens by sometime in the middle of next year, then we'll be pushing for taps for sure, definitely.
Happy days, excellent. By the way, the only way to make a virtual beer tasting better is to introduce a dog. So well done.
Yeah.
Otto.
Yeah, he's
He's
gorgeous.
the saddest looking dog in the world. He's happy right now.
Yeah, the eyes. Okay, so why don't tell us about the pale ale? We've moved on to.
Can I have some more?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I just want more. That's all.
Sorry, I was just trying to hold it up.
Look at that.
So what do we got here?
Mum.
Complimenting your own beer.
I am complimenting. Like we used to use Equinaut, and first of all, we used to use a combination of Cascade, Equinaut, and Columbus in the dry hop in this. And we took the Equinaut out for the last 2 batches, and it tastes so much better. I've really fallen in love with Equinaut. It did not contribute anything useful to the beer at all. It kind of added like an edge to it that wasn't needed. It didn't suit the sort of the caramelly base that this has. So I suppose technically the beer is mostly pale malt. There's a good portion of Munich malt in there. Give it a bit of a maltier push on the backbone there. I hate saying malty backbone. Oh God, I always think it's got a malty backbone.
Multi-base.
Multi-base. But it's in there. It adds weight to this beer, right? So you drink it and you go, yeah, there's a beer in that glass. You know, it's not hop juice. It's not a session IPA. It's not. It's a beer. It's proper beer. It's kind of based on when I first fell in love with craft beer. And we call that brewery that I love from. I can't remember the name. So,
I was about to ask you when did that happen?
What's the IPA we have there?
Sierra Nevada.
I can't even remember that.
Wow, that is disgraceful.
So Mal, Susie, and I had we had tacos the other night, and we had Sierra Nevada, and Mal's drinking this, and he's like, "This is like our beer, but."
When I was doing it, I did the American Ale, and it was sort of based on the only craft beer you could get up here about 10 years ago was Sierra Nevada. There was nothing else about really, and it's the first sort of taste I got. Ooh, that was good. That was punchy. It was hoppy, you know. So this is kind of like a little nod to that. So it's Columbus and Cascade in the hop side of things. So it's a little bit piney. It's a little bit grapefruity.
The pine's really strong for me.
This is truly tiny bit floral. There's a little bit of dextrin malt in there for residual sweetness. We just use a nice clean. Dogs just itself off the table.
Okay.
Just use a really nice clean West Coast American yeast style. So it's just all about the malt and the hops, and a really just satisfying pintable beer.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure you could drink another 1 or 2 of those after that.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I can't believe Sierra Nevada ripped off your recipe as well. It's disgraceful of them.
So rude, right?
Yeah. So Thomas was asking, any brewery events or tours likely to happen?
I can't foresee it within the next 6 months, purely because we're getting our canon system in, and probably going to be really, really busy. We've got a really small team anyway, so Aiden's going back to the States in the end of September. There's a new guy bedding in at the minute, so we'll see how he goes, but it's probably going to be me and himself over the next 3-4 months. And then coming into sort of April, May of next year, I would like to see us be in the position to sort of have beer dinners and things like that down at the brewery, have the odd organised tour, cookouts and things like that. Because I've got all sorts of plans for the farm, some of the farm buildings as well, but I mean, it's all money, and time. And when you're sort of owner, operator, brewer of a brewery, you haven't got much time to look outside of your day-to-day running. So it's about getting people in that would trust to actually brew the beer to my specification, because I don't know, am I a control freak?
I mostly spend like half my day ignoring Mal. He sent me he was working from home the other day, and I was in the brewery. He's like, "Did you take any brew notes?" And just to mess with them a little bit, I I just wrote a question mark on
We
my
take
hand.
we take meticulous brew notes, Al, have you know?
But just to mess with him a little bit, because it was his first day out of the, like, I brew, with just him, in the back doing stuff on his computer. But he's home with the kids, and he texts me. He's like, "Hey, do you have any brew notes to show me?" And I just wrote a question mark on my hand, which
freaked me out.
I think he might have had like a little panic attack. So very quickly, I sent him the real brew notes.
Yeah, so no, we would love. I mean, the whole plan from the very start, from having Farm Brewery, because we've got so much space around us, was we're going to have people out here. We've got to share it with everybody. But I mean, the build cost a good bit more than it was supposed to, which used up a massive portion of our cash flow budget. Our current runway money disappeared immediately, so it's been kind of boom, boom, boom along the bottom, kind of trying to keep things motoring on and not go bust for the first year, which we've managed to get through that, so we're okay now. And we'll maybe try and do another little raise soon as well, to get some more tanks and some other things which I have plans for, which I'll mention later maybe, because it's kind of pie in the sky stuff, but who knows. And then we'll be in a position, once we get the people in that we can trust to run the brewery on a day-to-day basis, then we can start looking outside and other parts of the farm and sort of developing that sort of a visitor offering, because we get Northern Irish Tourism, Discover NI, all those guys, Food NI, just email me every single day asking, will we be part of this, will we be part of that, and it's just not something I'm ready for at the minute, because the Heaney thing is really, really important to them as far as Mid-Ulster goes, because, well, let's face it, there's not much more in Mid-Ulster for tourists.
There's dunes.
There's our local supermarket that sells everything you can imagine. It's one of them wacky shops. Buy anything. That is a tourist attraction in itself. But apart from that, in Balahi, there's the Seamus Heaney home place, and that's about it. But Mid-Ulster's, I mean, it's a lovely area. You've got Loch Bay, we've got Loch Ney, we've got the marinas and things like that. So there's a lot of good resource there for tourism, which is there's something really good there for the future, and that's why they really, really want us on board. But it's not something I'm ready for. Maybe sometime next year, yeah.
I think we'll be ready next year.
Yeah. I hope so.
That's it.
Yeah.
When the time is right, yeah, absolutely makes sense to do it. And I don't want to put him on the spot, but we have David from Ballykilcavan on today as well, as part of our illustrious audience. So he's a man who'd be a good person to chat to. They've done like the farm there and have the tours and everything, the centre and stuff going on. So I'm sure he'd be more than open to having a chat.
Yeah, we've been meaning to get down to Ballykilcavan for a year, probably, at least.
I've met David. He's really nice.
Yeah,
He's
that's
really
right.
nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, David. Yeah, we're going to come in unannounced someday.
Just rock up at the door, bags in tow.
Al and I look at each other, be pre-brewing, like, we're not brewing today. Let's just take a road trip.
Yeah.
That's how that'll go down.
Yeah.
So Rob was saying he's just arrived in Ireland from California in February, and he's saying this is much better than Sierra Nevada. So there you go. That's throw it in.
I'm gonna put that on my my Tinder bio. Thanks, Rob.
Put it on the bottle, on the label, front and center. Better than Sierra Nevada.
Rob would know, because he's from California. Like, I mean, you would know as well. But the Sierra Nevada we always got here was always about like 4 or 5 months old. I probably based the first recipe on something that was way past its best.
Oh, Rob's biased. He's not American.
Oh, is he not? Oh,
he's
right.
Biased. So, yeah, it's great to have you on, guys, because I know you were part of the very first virtual beer festival, and you were last. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know, but it's probably a bad thing.
I was good, Craic.
We thought it was fun.
Yeah, it was your own fault for putting an Imperial Stout in the box. But yeah,
we drank one can of that beer,
Yeah.
Imperial Stout.
People,
it's 11.5%. It's not really my go-to kind of beer style. I know a lot of people go crazy for that, but Jesus, like one can, I felt like I drank a bottle of wine.
David said, I'll remember you this time. David was obviously on the first one. I still have a can of it in the press. I've got one left. Poor Augustine still has it. Tonight, so Seamus from Brehon Brewhouse is finishing the show this evening.
Yeah.
And he's put 10% barrel-aged Imperial Stout and 11% barrel-aged barley wine in the box. So that's how we're finishing our evening. So, yeah.
I'm going to mass tomorrow. Jesus.
Yeah.
I actually bought like 5 or 6 tanks off Seamus way back in 2016, I think. Was it 2016? 2015, 2016? Can't remember now. So they were just upgrading to their new big fancy conical tanks. So I went down and bought a load of their little flat bottom ones and took them up to Boundary, who proceeded to use all my tanks.
Yeah.
I got to use them once or twice.
Yeah. But it's
we have a connection with Seamus down there.
Very good.
Good man to chat to at the start when we were starting out.
Yeah. Feel free to come back on and heckle him later as well if you want.
We have a few beers lined up here.
We've got a takeaway ordered. We're just sitting in the box.
Nice. So let me see. Agree with Dave. Oh yeah. So a lot of people saying about the Imperial Stout. Keelan still hasn't cracked his from the first festival either. So you scared some people, I think, with it.
Keep for Christmas.
Yeah. So we kind of touched on it before. You have the core bottle range, but you've also been bringing out kind of the limited cans as well. The one that Aidan has in her hand now is of particular fondness for me anyway. I think it's absolutely incredible beer. So well, maybe why don't you tell us about that beer, but then also maybe do you have any plans for more coming out soon?
Oh, yeah. This is a farmhouse ale. It's I don't know, is it on Untapped as a saison? I don't know. I don't go on to Untapped. It's full of loonies. Yeah, if you want to call it a saison, go ahead. Whatever. This is just the beer we wanted to brew. So it's not really a style of beer. It's a
style. It's a style of the working people.
It's a rough beer. It's a rustic ale. So it's the good thing about starting with a beer like this is that there was no actual sort of base beer style that we were working from. We weren't going, we need to make an IPA, or we need to make a red ale, or we need to make this, and then you're stuck in the confines of those beer styles. We had a flavour profile in mind, a look, and sort of a vibe. Probably more of a vibe. The kind of beer we wanted. Really, it wasn't really about the sort of the style.
For me, like Mal knows this all the time. Like I'm, my background's in anthropology and history. I love the history of beer. So like saisons and farmhouse style ales, they were really whatever the workers could throw together. So that was really the messaging behind this beer. And even on the can, Mal wrote "for the grafters." Like this is a beer for a working man, woman, non-binary person. Like this is just a beer for the people. And so that I think really what guided us. And we loved the flavor of peppercorns. We wanted something a little bit fruity to, highlight like the spring and summer season. But this is just a beer you should be able to drink after your job.
It's thirst quenching. It's fruity. It's a bit of peppery spice. It's really delicious. So, I mean, technically, if you want to go there, it's a saison. We didn't go and order a saison yeast. Can we have saison yeast, please? No. So we used used to be classified as a Brett yeast, Bruxellensis Trois Brett yeast. So it's a wee bit funky. It's actually Saccharomyces. So we pushed it temperature-wise. We let it rise to about 28 degrees, something like that, in fermentation, just to really push the sort of mad, fruity, a wee bit pineapple vibe off it, and a little touch of funk. Funk's one of those hard to describe beer aromas and beer flavors.
Yeah.
But Brian, you've had this, yeah?
I've had it, yeah. I have another couple of cans out in the fridge. Absolutely beautiful, yeah. It's apricot and pink peppercorn, is it?
It is, yeah. So the apricot went into the FV. The peppercorn was kind of just like a dry hop, so it went in a bag into the fermentation.
We had some in the boil as well.
Did we?
Yeah, in the world.
Oh, yeah, we did rake in the boil as well.
Do I have the notes?
We did. There are notes. Yeah, it didn't work that day, so they're all scrawled on a page.
They're on Aidan's hand, I think.
But yeah, this is good. This is just a nice combo of it's all Pilsner malt. there's no water treatment whatsoever for this one. We didn't want to touch the water. That's all Pilsner malt. No, it's actually no. It's 30% wheat and 70% Pilsner malt. A good whack of apricot and the pink peppercorn in the whirlpool and the into the dry hop as well. So yeah, it's a real punchy, fruity, spicy aroma, and it's really thirst quenching and satisfying, and we're really pleased with it.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite beers that we've done as a team. Like I'm really impressed with this because it really was a meeting of the minds in terms of like Mal like nailed that recipe development. I had this vision of like something that was, you know, historically there. And also we wanted something that everybody could enjoy. And I think combining something like apricot and peppercorn it's intriguing enough to get people to look twice at a can, but it also won't put anybody off the way that like a new flavor might. You know, everybody's had apricot. They've had, you know, that peppercorn aroma in their beer before. So I'm really happy with this beer. I think this is one of our...
Going forward, more of these, hopefully. That's the crack.
Yeah.
I've put the feelers out about getting some fooders into the brewery. So we're looking at some horizontal barrel fooders, or else two sort of more traditional flat bottom style ones. I think we're going to try to do a wood fermented stout, and use the other one for our saison. We're going to just develop our own farmhouse saison, try and get our own house yeast blend dialed in. Maybe work with a wee bit of wild stuff, but I mean, I really wanted to get one of the other farm buildings, the old milking parlour, fitted out for that carry on before I start bringing anything wild in to the place. So we'll see how it goes. I think initially we'll use it. Like my wife's phoning me now. She's I'm here on this. Hang on.
You've got 1 minute left.
I'm on the video thing. Yeah. Do you want to say hello to everybody? Okay. Bye. Yeah.
So it's 6 o'clock. You're meant to be finished.
So anyway, so going forward and specials and stuff like that. Yeah, the way over yonder's in the can is probably like, I mean, the saison thing is all a bit put in the bottle and stuff like that, but it looks cool and the label's nice and
and like a can just after work, like I don't know, for me at least, I'm like, oh, crack a can. Maybe that's the American in me.
Crack a can. Crack a can.
I love the feel of them that you had there.
Can I tell them about the song?
You can tell them about the song, aye.
So this is really important to me, maybe not to everybody, but I love to know how breweries name their beers. For me and Mal, it's usually we listen to music on the way to work while we're brewing, whatever. So Way Over Yonder is from the album Mermaid Avenue, which is a Billy Bragg and Wilco album. But it actually, all those songs are by Woody Guthrie, which if anybody is familiar with protest music and Americana music, these were a bunch of songs that his daughter wanted published, and she chose Billy Bragg and Wilco to be the vessel for that. And this is a Pete Seeger song, who's also a Americana bluegrass protest writer from like the 50s and 60s. And it's from a song called Solidarity Forever. So if anybody is interested in beer names and all that, I'm very excited about that. And I was like, oh God, Aiden, like, are you going to make everybody listen to your playlist is what he's worried about. It's Labor Day Monday.
Labor Day Monday, yeah. Communist playlist is going on Monday morning.
We can share the playlist with everyone afterwards as well in the follow-up email. Yeah, with the recording and everything. Put the playlist in, absolutely. No, I think everyone's always interested in hear where beer names come from. So yeah, no, absolutely. That's good. It's good to hear.
The lads at Yellow Belly were laughing because when we were sitting around coming up with the collab name, they're like, Aiden, you're just like Alex at Whiplash. He just sits there in his Carhartts and looks through his music playlists. Because I'm just like firing off stuff, and the guys are like, nope, okay, that's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we have a few comments there. Gara would say, now that you pointed it out, that is class. Love 50s protest songs. Porrick said someone needs a darker beer called Copperhead Road.
Yeah.
up ahead, road.
We were just listening to that. I want to work the other day.
Jer saying yes.
Mighty tune.
Yeah, yes to the playlist. Love to hear about beer names. Fascinating. So I don't know, Aidan. If you actually do want to put the playlist, I can put it in the follow up the email to go around to everyone.
I will do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Brilliant.
They need Labor Day playlist, and then I'll include a little blurb about Labor Day. I got y'all.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm thinking. I don't know. We'll wrap it up there. Any final parting comments or anything, or shall we?
Thanks for having us involved, Brian, again. And it's good fun. The first one was good fun as well. And thanks for the support, everybody who's watching here today and who bought the pack. And lovely seeing you all again. Cheers.
Yeah. No.
And look out for our beers, because it started to find its way down south and various outlets and stuff. And if it ain't in your local, ask them for it, and hopefully I'll get it in. Yeah. So look out for them, buy them, and then let us know what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And
Excellent.
absolute pleasure as always, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. And
No,
we'll chat soon. We'll get that playlist going as well. Yeah. So
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Bye.
We are going over to our mystery guest. Ooh. We're going to Limerick, but we're going a little bit further than we had planned, or a little bit earlier than planned on our schedule. So I'm going to say hello to Jono. Are you there, Jono?
Hey, how's it going? You hear me all right?
Yeah, all good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. We actually ended up brewing today for the first time. So today, brew number 1.
Nice. Happy days. So I'll do a quick intro, Jono. So just to tell everyone, so Jono is from Crew Brewing down in Limerick, who have had probably the most unconventional of openings ever possible. So I thought it'd be interesting for you to come on and kind of maybe tell us a little bit about how you're getting on, your story so far, and where you're at. So why don't you say hello and just introduce yourself?
My name's Charlotte. There's 3 of us opening a brewery and pub in Limerick City. We decided this would be the year to do it. It doesn't seem like such a great idea now, but we have the pub built and ready. Brewery, like I say, brew day number 1's today. So we should have beer for everybody shortly. And we're just kind of hoping pubs are allowed to open at some stage.
Nice. So, Jono, I do not detect a Limerick accent. So tell us, how did you end up in Limerick? And you've got 2 partners as well, do you?
Yeah, so it's just we're all old friends, just kind of dreamed of doing something together for a long time. And then we were living in Canada for a lot of years. Living in Toronto, I was working at breweries there, and Gareth, my business partner, was working on hospitality, restaurants, pubs, and that. So we kind of came back to Ireland, but we're all from Belfast, but the licensing cost is outrageous in the north for a pub license. Now it's outrageous in the south as well, but it's less so. So we just kind of took to the road and tried to check out some places and see where we wanted to open. So we went and just drank good beer all over Ireland basically, and just fell in love with Limerick. So.
Nice. So you took Mal's advice from 20 minutes ago and said, don't open a brewery and open Northern Ireland, basically.
Yeah. I can't even imagine. For me, I couldn't imagine opening a brewery without a tap room or a pub attached, just because that's what I've been doing. In Canada, everywhere I was working, we had tap rooms. When I had days off, I went to other tap rooms. That to me is where a lot of the enthusiasm and the community and all built. I was drinking in tap rooms when I decided I want to start working in beer. So, plus, I don't want to spend most of my life driving around to pubs and distributors trying to convince them that the beer is good. I'd rather just have one outlet where I always know we're going to buy my beer. So I have one customer at least.
Nice. That's all. At least one is better than none anyway. So happy days. So you were doing your first brew day today. What was on the agenda?
Today we brewed blonde ale. So we're opening with a blonde ale. This is as long as everything goes smoothly. We're opening with a blonde ale, a vanilla espresso porter, pale ale, and an IPA. So basically, to start with, we just used the cheapest ingredients cost beer of all of those. Just in case there's many teething problems.
Yeah, it's a smart strategy. Get to know the equipment.
I was also expecting to be done and drinking beer and sat at home and enjoying myself and watching some of this before I came on, but things did not go as smoothly as we expect.
Yeah, I just see. Garo was saying vanilla espresso porter sounds class. Yeah, and it does. That sounds unbelievable. Who's the brewer of the operation?
That's me. So the other two guys are like hospitality professionals, and I started working in packaging in a brewery in Toronto called Steam Whistle, and then from there I started working in the lab there, and then I decided that I wanted to come home and open a place. So I went and studied at the Siebel Institute and Domains in Chicago and then in Munich, in theory to get myself ready. It's been an interesting day today.
Oh, I think we lost your sound there, Jono. Or is that just me?
Am I back?
Oh, you're there. Yeah. We lost your sound there for a second.
Oh yeah, don't try to use the Wi-Fi when you come to the pub. I encourage everybody to come and visit, but the Wi-Fi is not the best.
Yeah, that's all anyone goes for, Jono. No one's going to visit you now.
Yeah, I just revealed our darkest secret there. No, I don't know where I got cut off there then.
Yeah, sorry, it was about your background. And Ruben's saying he'll fix your Wi-Fi for a few pints.
That seems like a fair trade. I'd be delighted with that.
Yeah. So when did the concept come for Crew? Like, how long is this in the pipeline for?
I would say 2 years ago, pretty much. I graduated, and then I was looking at jobs in mostly in London. Like obviously the Irish craft beer industry isn't exactly constantly hiring. So I wanted to stay here, but I was looking at maybe going back to Toronto, or I was looking at maybe moving to London, and I didn't really want to do those things. I wanted to stay in Ireland closer to my family after being away for so long. So basically no one was going to be hiring, so we just decided to start our own thing.
Nice. Yeah, that's always it. Necessity is usually the mother of invention, isn't it?
Yeah, it was also actually Gareth, who I've been friends with for an extremely long time. We've been talking about doing something like this for a long time. He was out of work at the same time, and we were kind of like, let's stop all the discussing this and talking about it, especially like after a number of pints, and instead try to actually do it, just to work out if it was even possible, like if we would be able to get the money, if we would be able to, like if we knew how to do everything in the licensing process and all, get things as planned out as possible. And then decide whether to go ahead with it essentially at that point.
Yeah, no, excellent. It's interesting to see Limerick is becoming a little bit, it's turning into a little bit of a hub now, which is great to see. I think I was telling you before, myself and a few friends were due to go there later this month to go down, hopefully to see yourselves, to see Treaty City and Mother Max as well. So there's a nice little kind of a craft contingent kind of going on there and starting to build.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, we went around a lot of places, like trying to work out where to open. And like, especially once we get open, you could do an awful lot worse in Irish cities than like the places you mentioned. And then there's the Wickham Tap, which was Galway Bay owned and no longer is, but they still have a lot of good beer. And down the road from us, this place, Mickey Martin's, has a lot of good beer as well. They have the Larkins Pale Ale on top all the time, and some of the Treaty City beers. Mother Max, obviously, like I think Mother Max, well, hopefully when we open, we'll be pretty good too. But I think Mother Max is the best place to drink beer in the country. Like everywhere I've been, anywhere in Dublin, Mother Max, because they've maintained that kind of traditional pub feel and community, and like everyone in there's giving each other grief constantly. But it's also like full of amazing beer, and amazing beer that rotates all the time as well. So.
Excellent. Yeah, I've never actually been. I've never been to Limerick in my life, which is mad to think. But,
we had never been, and then like we've been to Cork before, and we've been to Galway, and we were like, all right, maybe those were the more likely places in our heads before we came here, and then we came here, and we're just like, no, this is it, because there's a huge like creative community here. The art college contributes massively to that, but like there's a good music scene, like the hip hop scene is unbelievable here. I'm a big fan of hip hop, so. I was like happy to see that. And then just when we went out, we just enjoyed it. Everyone we met, we enjoyed. They liked we told them what we were there for, and they were passionate about do it in Limerick. So I think all that stuff goes hand in hand. Like that desire to support local, the creative scene, the music scene, the beer scene, like everywhere I've ever visited, particularly in North America, like those are the things that have been a good omen for any brewery opening.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see a few comments coming in here saying Keelan's saying Limerick has a serious music scene too.
Yeah, 100%.
Where it fit in. Corca's going down in 2 weeks today to go to Treaty. Barry's saying great time for craft beer, nice pub crawl from Mother Mac's, Wickham Tap and now Crew. So it seems to be an absolutely brilliant spot. Yeah, I can't wait to get down myself.
Even now, like we've got an unbelievable amount of support as well. Like I think obviously the pandemic helps because it's such a ridiculous situation. Like to be building a pub when no pubs are open, it's so absurd that people have enjoyed that. But also just like Limerick is a city that gets behind its own things, and whether it be like sports or music or beer, obviously like Treaty City have done an unbelievable job on like kind of democratizing craft beer, I think, because they have taps and bottles in nearly every pub in town, places you would never normally expect, like places where if they were in Belfast, they wouldn't have had anything but the macro brewers. But Steve's done an amazing job of just being out there, befriending everyone, talking non-stop and promoting the gospel of craft beer. I think he's on next year.
He is, yeah. So you're leading into one another nicely, yeah.
You'll enjoy that. Steve's great, man. Every time we go to see, he's also been super helpful with us. Which I know is like...
No, you're gone again, Jono. I assume he's gone for everyone, is he?
Did I go again there?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just that he's been unbelievable with us. Like, there's a lot of different ways to take this, but I think is someone that loves craft beer and understands that every time someone drinks his beer or our beer, or plus we're selling his beer obviously in the bar, it's better for everyone. So
that's it. It's co-opetition essentially, isn't it? Like, so
exactly.
To say a rising tide raises all boats and all that. Which
is one of the reasons I wanted to work in the craft beer industry at all, because I was in Canada and I was just like, this is unbelievable. Like every time I go to visit one of these places, there's guys from the other brewery down the road and they're drinking or they're collaborating or they're doing whatever. And I just thought, what an amazing industry to spend your life in, because I'm not a very cutthroat person. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, it's a lovely environment, I suppose, a lovely scene. Yeah, it's great to see people collaborating and working together to advance a cause, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like no one's making a big pile of money at this, so it's lots of people that just love beer.
Exactly, that's it. I saw earlier today that there was some sort of announcements to hopefully have pubs opened was it mid-September or in a couple of weeks' time or something like that?
Yeah, so I've been up to my ankles in leaking things today, fixing everything before we got going. So I haven't read it properly, but it looks like it would be mid-September. We were looking at opening maybe a week after that with food, but that plan might change. We would keep the food partner for if people wanted it, but obviously we wouldn't be required anymore to have every single person eating their €9 meals. So that would be nice. So like we didn't plan for any of this, obviously. So we need to get open. We need to get operating in some way soon. I think we'll open the bar possibly before we have our own beer. We'll see how that goes, but we'll still we have a huge can bottle selection. We still have 5 draft taps. So brilliant.
Yeah, I know it's great to hear, and I'm sure we all wish you all the best. Anyway, like I can't think of a more unfortunate scenario, to be honest. Like,
it's funny as well. The funniest thing to me, and I'll let Steve on after this, but the funniest thing is that people always said to us, like when you're starting, it's like, oh, it's 2. You're all close friends. You work very well together. There's 2 of you that are hospitality people. One of you's a brewer. Like this is going to be easy for you, and then you spend the last year and a bit doing planning permission, licensing, like all this stuff that you have no idea about. Plus all the business side, we didn't have a clue about, like all the accounting side and all the rest of it. So it's been a lot to learn. And then just as it was going, everything got locked down. So
yeah, probably the most unfortunate scenario is it's an ambitious project at the best of times. So that was Poor, unfortunate timing anyway. But
yeah, if we had known how hard it was going to be, even without the pandemic, we might not have bothered. But we're kind of in it now, and we're enjoying the battle. So
yeah, no, absolutely. I can see Mal and Aidan there saying they can't wait to visit you, and good to see you up and running. And I'm sure they'll open their account with you there as well. So
yeah, for sure.
Jono, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on and telling us, updating us where you're at. And we're all, as I said, wishing you all the best to get up and going. And we can't wait to come down and visit.
I'll get back to cleaning.
Yeah, I'll bring Stephen in here. Let me see. We'll unmute Stephen there.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine. How are things, Stephen?
Yes, brilliant. Donna, how's the form, dude? You're looking tired.
Yeah.
Good, it's good. Come on, keep it in there.
Jono, come back into the conversation there for a sec. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a beer out of the fridge, but I'm also my fridge. Every now and again, my fridge gets really, really far away from me and takes like 2 to 3 minutes to get a beer. So
I can interview Steve, no problem.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I'll tell you, actually, it's strange enough because I have a list here and Tracy was going, this is what you think, saying blah, blah. I have the run of it, right? But at the top of that list is Crew Brew, okay, and Jono and the guys. And it's absolutely fantastic to have another brewery in Limerick fighting the cause. And I echo what you said earlier on, 150%. I think it's cooperation. I think there's a brilliant run in Limerick currently, and I think you guys are only adding to that. And I can't wait to see you open. To everyone else on the conversation, and not to John or to Jono, I would say, what a ballsy thing to do, dude. My hat is off to you, right? In the middle of a global pandemic, like it would have been easy and no one would have, blamed you if you'd have turned tail and ran, but you didn't, and you stuck at it. And I have the utmost respect, and I can't wait for you guys to come to town. Brilliant.
Thanks, Steve. It's easy to interview Steve. You just ask one question and then he goes.
Yeah. But no, I know how hard it is to build a brewery, and you guys did it in such adverse conditions, right? And it's hard not to be open. And as a brewer, I know what you want to get the beer out there. But I would say, so I take my hat off to you guys, and welcome to the party. I'm delighted to have you. Brilliant.
Thanks.
Brilliant. You do look a bit more like a brewer now, though, John. Everything you were fresh and sprightly every time I last saw you. Now the beard is a bit longer. You're a bit more tired.
Yeah, just withered, just the withered look.
Yeah, but it's good, though. It's good. You're getting there, right? And you've beer in the tank now, right? That's a massive milestone.
Yeah.
Right? To get beer into the tank is the biggest element, right?
Yeah, talking of which, I need to go and make sure it's still all right.
Hey, John, the best of luck anyway. Sure, I'll see you in the run of it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
All right, enjoy.
Cheers, Jono. Thanks a million. We'll chat to you soon. I think it's brewer chic. I think is that withered look you were talking about. I think that's how
it is. It's brewer chic. It's the dead soul in the eyes, is what it is. Right? If you look into the eyes, and if the soul is crying, then that's a brewer.
Questioning every life decision.
Yeah. Sorry if there's some noise going in the background. People are actually just leaving the tour, so just in case you hear something behind it, I'm not murdering people. I'm burying them in the backyard, right? Just so you know.
No worries at all. No worries.
I have a list, actually, Brian, before I get going. Is it okay if I just do a little quick thing? I have Crew Brew, and I said the best of luck to those guys, and thanks to them. To yourself, Brian, and the team, 150%. This is absolutely brilliant. This is my first virtual beer festival. Now, I will say, usually, and I don't know if everyone knows about this, but there's usually 2 brewers at a festival that kind of kick off. They're drinking like Russian Imperial Stouts or something, and about halfway through the festival, there's one of them pinning the other fella against the wall because they're on. But so this will be a much neater festival. Heaney Brewery, I see you guys down there. I see a little picture down in the corner. That's absolutely A1. I'm following you guys. I'm following your branding is on point. I'm loving it. And I'm really excited. And who else was there? Baz, I saw Baz there, Barry. And so I just wanted to say thanks for having us in, lads, and great to see you. So, bring it on. Let's go.
I think that's it, Steve. We can probably just wrap it up there.
That's it. Lovely. Yeah. I'm after 6 cups of coffee today, right? We ran 2 tours today, and they're like my favorite part of the whole week because you're getting to meet people, and it's face to face, and somewhat in the COVID world, right? But so I'm absolutely delighted with it. Are you all drinking your beer? How's the beer going? Tell me. I thought, Brian, that there might be a little beer box in the bus for Stevie, but not so much. What's going on here? Anyway, God is good. Sláinte, lads, to your health.
You'll have to talk to Liam and Beer Cloud about that. I have nothing to do with the beers. I just host this.
Yeah. I'm going to have a word with Liam now and see what's going on.
You do, yeah. Hunt him down. Stephen, you said you had 6 cups of coffee today. I never would have noticed, to be honest. That's
This is Stevie. I don't know. Basil probably testament to it. This is just how I am and how I run, to be honest, Joe. But we got a new coffee machine at the front of the house, and it's part of our new strategy during COVID that the brewery will be open for coffees and stuff like that. And the problem is we're drinking most of the coffee. So we got this hand roasted coffee, and I'm going, I'll make a cappuccino. 16 cappuccinos in by 1 o'clock, God is good. God is good.
Right.
Can you see me behind me? So is everything? So this is our Nicholas Street facility, right? So this is our small batch kit in the background. I don't know if you can see that, and these are our fermenters. So the building I'm in currently is a 1640s, 1650s building, and we took it in 2019. We renovated it. We took it in 2018, November 2018 into 2019, and renovated the building. So this is our second facility. This is kind of more our front of house. So you can come in and have a couple of drinks and do your thing, do a tour and stuff like that. And then we have about 1.5 miles that direction. We have a large batch manufacturing facility, so about 3,000 litres per batch, and somewhere in the region of 15 to 18,000 litres per month in that kind of zone, depending on the beer and depending on the month. Obviously, the COVID has thrown a couple of curveballs into that scenario, but
Okay, nice. It looks fantastic. It looks absolutely brilliant. And just from seeing the photos online, just the outside space and inside the door looks incredible as well. You've done a super job there.
The ethos was, we actually bought this kit. So the brewery on Childers Road, I'm a manufacturing engineer by trade, right? I'm like a Six Sigma black belt, if anyone knows what that is. But my father's a fitter welder, and we basically made the brewery ourselves on Childers Road. Now, there's friends of my father's, the fitters, they do work with Guinness and Heaney and all the large batch manufacturers, and we sat down and basically designed the brewery. Whereas this one, that took about 4.5 months to build, and I didn't talk to my father for about 6 months after, because we were working so close together, right? And it took season tickets to Munster Rugby to bring us back together, right? We'd have something to collectively complain about. But this brewery here, this actual kit is a 450 litre kit, and we bought it in Fea, in Norway, and we brought it through Pro Brewer, and I don't know if people probably know Pro Brewer, right? It's like the done deal of breweries, but it was I won't tell the full story, right? But basically we went to Norway with a suitcase full of cash, basically, and we bought this kit, we uninstalled it, and then we packed it into the back of into a container, and then shipped it home and installed it here. So you can see it's this really lovely kind of juxtaposition between like 16th century kind of like lime render walls and this fabulous like stainless, right? But this is the kit allows us to do our experimental stuff, right? We can do like different elements kind of left and right of it, all kind of like if I look at one of the fermenters, fermenter number 4 there's a saison with 17 kilos of cucumber inside in it. He was making it on Monday, this kind of stuff. So we can do a bit of wild stuff, but if it doesn't work, then I'm not going to go broke. In that kind of way, it's only 3 Ks worth of beer. If we do that in Childers Road and he puts 2 ton of cucumbers into a saison and it doesn't work, then it's 25 Ks worth of beer. We're all out of a job. I'll be going to Johnna looking for a job behind the bar.
That looks like a phenomenal setup for experimental brews. Just saying, yeah.
So Gustavo is similar enough to Johnna, actually. He's a master brewer, right? So he comes from, his background is like in Bev, and he's a degree in chemical engineering and stuff. And we built a 30-litre system during 2017. We had 2 PhD students outside in UL give us a hand, and we kind of it's like the ultimate homebrew system, right? So John mentioned Mother Max there. We'd have they'd be good mates of mine and stuff and what we do is we release small batch stuff from that system into Mother Max. So 30 litres, the brewer just really going, Willy Wonka, right? And releasing into Mother Max. And then we were kind of going, well, what was happening was I was getting like a knock on the door at Tuesday at 2:00, and a busload of Americans from Michigan would be outside going, hey, how's it going? We want to tour the brewery. But you're talking about like large batch manufacturing, caustic, acid, steam, it's a manufacturing facility, right? And we'd be trying to clean everything down and be fellas licking the walls because they think it's a brewery, and that's great, But what happened then is we decided, well, let's see if we can do something in between. So we opened this facility, early last year, and it's onwards and upwards since. I'm delighted with it. We were actually first in the country to have the producers on sale license. So the producers on sale license, which is it was kind of brought through the year before the legislation, which allows us as a tap room and also allows us to produce beers. So it's brilliant.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Because there's only a handful of them now as well. Yeah, I think I know St. Mel's just got one recently, but I think there's only
oh, yeah,
two,
did it?
two,
I was chatting him.
Oh, were you?
He was asking me about it, and it's a strange one because even the revenue don't really. They're kind of going. We kind of half know what's right and what's wrong, and does it work or not? But I'm delighted there's more because it's an indigenous industry, right? We're producing from small batch, it's real artisan and stuff, and you want people to be able to walk into the producers. I want to be able to go into John's or Mother Max or wherever and drink a pint of local beer and something that has been produced locally. We use Malting Company of Ireland malt, right, which is Tipperary, Kerry, Cork farmers, right? So I want, I love that circle, that close-knit circle, and it's good to see the legislation catching up,
Yeah, absolutely. You want to drink something that's brewed 3 foot away. And be able to have it at the source as opposed to having to go through
I literally poured that out of the fermenter. So, no, don't tell the revenue. Anyone from the revenue, forget about it. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Yeah, we're not recording this. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, yeah. What are you talking about? Scratch
Stephen,
that.
Tell us about the beer. What are we actually drinking here?
You're drinking a red IPA. And this beer was a very controversial beer for us to contentious in-house. Okay, so this time last year we decided I wanted something rich and roasted and malty, and Gustavo was in the IPA zone, right? And it was coming up to Christmas. A bit later on in the year, it was kind of like in the middle of November, and we decided to brew a kind of a hybrid, if you like. So a traditional Irish red ale kind of has that roasted kind of sweet malts, and then the hop. Now we bought some Summit hops, and what actually happened was we got a lot of tangerine that came through with it, and it caused a bit of controversy here front of house because it's quite dry on the palate, which is a traditional Irish red, right? Kind of finishes really clean, and with the Summit hops, it kind of brought this minty kind of tangerine flavor to it. So yeah, when we decided to do an experimental batch in our Childers Road facility, this was actually at top of the list. And so again, as Treaty City, we're probably becoming known for it now. We had a bit of a spelling mistake on the beer, so it's limited bitch IPA, right? Supposedly limited batch, but it is what it is, right? What do people think? I'd love to get some feedback because we get like front of house. This is on draft, right? So we get great feedback face to face, but then we don't kind of get it from the bottle. What do people think?
That's it. Well, Stephen, people are much more open to being, well, we'll say honest when they're not face to face. So we'll see what comes into the guns here. We've got a good batch. We've got a good bunch here.
Good.
David was saying earlier that he votes that the next Craic Virtual Beer Festival is just a Treaty City mixed beer box. So
whoa, brilliant. I've pushed you forward because when new girl had started, Alana, and she started about 6 months ago. You see our socials, right? We're very active on social now, and it's brilliant, right? But she was like, "You have to show all the beers, right?" So I don't want to be a shameless plug, right? But she had all these beers set up with all these like, "Boy here" and all this kind of stuff, and I was going, "No." But so do you know, I love beer festivals, I really do. And the virtual beer festival is a brilliant idea. It really, really is, because it allows us to kind of get out there and kind of people to see CV with his shiny baldy head and to see the brewery and still be in the safe of COVID, right? So really, really good. And do you know, that's the only thing I'm missing. I'm glad to see Heaney there, is you can kind of have that kind of banter between them. As I say, usually any beer festival I've been to, actually I tell a story. I won't tell a story. And it's usually a bit of a scrap between 2 or 3 brewers. You know, someone is drinking like Russian Imperial Stout or I don't know, double IPAs or something. You know, someone tries to shift someone else's misses or something. Anyway, that's as far as I go, right?
Well, I'm usually the Egypt that dives in 2-footed on the Imperial Stout as beer number 1, but thankfully I don't try and shift other people's misses. So
you know, it's amazing, right? It's amazing because like you'll always have breweries like I'd knock around now if we're at a festival like that, like the likes of John now or Nine White Deer, those guys, and we kind of be intermingling, and Paddy from 12 Acres, I know those guys in Lockgill, and you kind of have a group that gets together, but there's always a bit of aggro. Do you know, you brought out that IPA and it looked very like mine, and you know that Heaney badges is always the same. You know, what are you doing, you know? And I got them labels before you were supposed to get them, and I used it to, you know, this kind of stuff. And when you see it front of house, it's all, oh yeah, it's like, oh, it's great, the beer is lovely. And then when it's behind it, like we have each other in the bathroom with each other's throats, you know. But hopefully not. Not in this one anyway. My missus is in the back, Trass is inside the back. Maybe she'll throw a couple of jabs at me later on just to give me that feel, you know. Who had you on? So you're going for a break after us, are you?
Yeah, we've got a short break, and then we've got Richard from Black Donkey coming on after. But sure,
Richard, lovely.
Yeah. The break is questionable. We can keep going anyway. We can keep chatting. I've a feeling we might not have too much of a break. I'm just going to jump back to you were asking about the feedback for the beer, Stephen. So David was saying it's a lovely red. He said he's gone a bit meh on reds, but this is really nice. Richard's saying, now that you mentioned, he's getting orange in it. Jer saying super beer, very drinkable. Porg says he loves it, had a good few from the case before today. Yeah, Porg is one of your biggest customers, I think.
Oh, Porg! Come on!
Yeah, Ruben is saying lovely beer, really love a good clean red IPA. Tom is saying lovely beer, dare I say not as red as the average red ale. So yeah, it's probably a little lighter in colour than the actual red ale, I suppose. Yeah,
it's the drinkability, and that's what kind of changed. Is that Ruben Gray I see up in the corner? Is it?
It is. Ruben,
are you sleeping in an oxygen tent, Ruben, or is it like formaldehyde you're drinking or something? You see, every time I see him, he gets younger. Or sorry, that's a sideline. Sideline there, right? Sorry. Well, I don't know what you're drinking. I'll take 2 of them, Ruben. So I'd have like it's amazing. You know, when we were just in Nicholas or Childers Road, you put the beers out there and you do get direct feedback, right? And people will tell you, oh, I like the beer, don't like the beer. But it's amazing here, front of house, where we see drinkability. And I know, like, how do you encompass drinkability? How do you say drinkability and put that into a product? But we see drinkability as everything in beer now. I'm moving towards balance, and the conversations that me and Gustavo are having, like the master brewer, are elevating, like, because just I can see when people drink it, they like it, they'll order it again, or they don't, you know, and it's that instant feedback, you know. But and even so much as balance, like we kind of ventured, you know, you're in the scenario now, right, where probably the most popular style that's coming on board is New England IPAs, right? They're all hip. Everyone is cool. Everyone with a skinny jeans and a beard now is drinking a New England IPA, right? And they're really good. And the better New England IPAs, they have that really, really good drinkability on. And I'm speaking to Gustavo about it, and it's the balance. It's trying to find that balance is very, very hard. But I'm glad you guys like the red IPA anyway, because I was the one that was pushing hard for it. Yeah. And Gustavo was going, oh, that's not one. But and you know what, actually, it's amazing because we did a batch of this for Mother Max. I don't know, Baz, I see Baz there in the back. I don't know if you remember this, like 2 years ago on the small system. And we got some Summit hops, but for some reason, the Summit hops, it was mint. It was like drinking like a mojito. It was super, super, super mint. And we were, you know, when we went back to it last Christmas, we were going, oh, this is going to be a mint. You know, we could maybe do a bit darker and the roasted malts and sweet and kind of chocolatey. But yeah, so that's the run of it.
No, it's getting great feedback here. You've loads of comments coming in here to try and catch up on as well.
Sorry, I tend to just see this is what happens, right? When you give me a muted audience, right?
Yeah.
I just run off. Yes. Finally, no one else can talk.
Yeah, it's all good. Paul was asking, so I suppose, can we ask about like the finances around starting a brewery? Like, how do you start up? Like, where?
And that's why, like, just before we dive into it, right? I would say, like, that's where John on. Like, I have to take my hat off to those guys, right? In the middle of a global pandemic, they put their shoulder to the wheel, and I see what they're doing, right? I know I built both breweries, and you have to kind of go, "Whoa, that's a fantastic achievement!" Like, regardless, even in a non-COVID world, right? But to do what they did, my hat is off to them. The finances for the brewery, it's very strange. We did debt finance for most of our finance now, and we kept it low because of my engineering background and because we could build a place on Childers Road, and because of what we could do with this brewery, we were able to keep the capital expenditure low. But it's a very capital intense business, and your ROA, your return on asset, really is going to be 10 to 15 years. You know what I mean? And I don't know if there are other brewers on. I see Heaney are down there. They probably tell me different. But you're talking 10 to 15 years. If you can break even and make somewhat of a living. See these jeans, guys? These are Penny's jeans. Okay, there's no Brown Thomas shopping here. Okay. So it's real tight for the first 5 years. But so once you get moving, it's good. But that's what I would say. If anyone wants, sorry, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but if someone is thinking about opening a brewery, your finances are key. And we didn't really want to give away like percentages and ownership and stuff like that. I want to own the brewery. I'd love to pass this on to the next generation. So we tried to stick it. Now it's a very hard route to do it, but if you can do it, then I think you're better for it. But and what I'd say is, if someone is thinking of opening now, is there's deals out there, right? So like second-hand equipment. This is second-hand equipment, but it was used 3 times. Okay, we bought it off Crew in Faya. It was. I bought it on spec. I'll tell you sometime, Brian, when we're sitting face to face, the story behind it, right? But I don't know if I want this on the airwaves. But like you can get things cheaper, right? The issue at the moment, and the biggest cost at the moment, is packaging equipment. And I don't know how Heaney feel about that now, or any of the other brewers that are on. Sorry, I keep referencing Heaney because they're just right down at the bottom of my screen here. I can see them. Hey, how's it going? But packaging equipment is really is the most expensive element. And then, like, do you do cans? Do you do bottles? We have a very traditional hardcore bottle following, but we will most likely go into cans in the next couple of weeks to months, and we're going to dip our toe in the market, and that equipment is 30, 40, 50K entry level. You're talking for a good rotary bottler, 125, 130K base prices. So you can't, I don't have that kind of money to be thrown around. So you want to be sure on what you're doing,
Yeah.
Sorry, is that a really long-winded answer? What should have been really quick?
No, that's not a quick question to answer, to be honest. I know that was fantastic. I know, very good. Thank you.
And you'll find as well, like what we did gypsy brewing with, and that's. I should have told you that earlier. We were in with Nine My Dear, and we gypsy brewed with Nine My Dear, and that's also very important, is to have that, to have it like a mentor. I'd still, Gordon, we're probably on par volume wise now with Gordon, but I'd still ring Gordon, and he'd ring me, and I'd go, "Hey, how's it going? What's going on? Is this, does this work? Does that not work? Are you buying that? Is this what's going on? And there's this collaboration?" And to speak exactly to what John was saying, there's this kind of cooperation. Even though we're not competing, but we're not competing. This kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's a community, so I would say talk to other brewers. And then the other thing is, I would also spend a couple of days in a brewery brewing some beer. It's amazing, because people think like that we're sitting down drinking the beer and stuff. It's a lot of cleaning, and it's a lot of work. But I would say, if you're passionate about it, it's a brilliant industry to be in. Like, it really is. It's murder, and it's it is what it is. And in COVID times, it's crazy, but it's brilliant. You make beer for a living. You make people happy. It's, you know, people are smiling. You know, when I'm a manufacturing engineer by trade, and I worked in pharmaceutical and medical device, and I was a single cog in a wheel that was like 1,000 wheels. You know, but now if I give him a red IPA and I put a pint in front of Brian Carroll and I say, Brian, what you think of that? Brian tells me, right, and I get that instant feedback where Brian goes, wow, yeah, really like that, good beer, Steve, great. Or Baz there in the corner says, oh yeah, I tried that New England that you did and you did release in Mother Max. Wow, fantastic. You know, I love that. I feed off of that. So if you're interested in that's what you think in the industry, go for it. Like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, Steve, you said there that's basically what you're doing now. It's amazing, and you can put a smile on people's face and like make them happy. But like, I have a funny feeling, no matter what you did, you could probably still do that.
Well, you talk to my old boss now, I'll tell you that. Right? No, but it's a good. Like beer is such a beautiful thing, right? It's such a natural product, and it's such. You know, it's built. And right, okay, I get it, right? Pontificating Stevie has half a pint in him. He's got 6. I know. I know how this sounds, right? I'm preaching to the choir, right? But like, you really, like, you're putting beer in front of people. It's a community thing. We've been doing this for about 9,000 years on this island, right? Probably 10,000 years, right? We've been sitting around the fire, drinking this malt beverage, you know, and in some form of another, you know, and I think it's a fantastic thing to do. I love doing it. And no one ever tells you, I say that during the tour, actually, right? So I always ask, like, does everyone like the beer? You know, and everyone always goes, yeah, it's great beer. It's great. No one ever goes, it's fucking shite. Oh, it's horrible, you know. But it's brilliant because people come into the brewery, right? They look around, they go, wow, 16th century building. You know, Stevie I'm passionate and I'm Stevie, right? And I give it a run of it, and then people go, wow, I'm here drinking the beer in the brewery. This is what we were meant to do. You know, it's Porto, they drink the port. You know what I mean? In northern Spain, they're drinking vino, right? You know, that's how we were meant to do it.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, it leads me on to another, and I'm probably this is what you get when you get Stevie, you know, lads, on Untethered, right? This is how it goes. I actually think, right? Now, and this is, I'm kind of crossing genres here, right? But I think that, like, we're all in New England, you know, at the moment, and IPAs are good and sours are taking off and stuff. I personally think that where the market is moving and where that kind of I think it's moving into stouts. I think in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, we'll be sitting here going, and it's because of that, right? Where we have been sitting around fires for 10,000 years on this island, drinking stouts or in some way, shape, or form, you know. And I think that's all linked together, like. But yeah, sorry, that was a really kind of jumped forward topic there.
Well,
answer.
Everything is cyclical, really, Stephen. So I think once you have an abundance of IPAs, New England IPAs and stuff, then eventually the market will crave kind of the opposite of that, and then you'll start coming around, and then it'll be Stout City, and then we'll be back to pale ales and everything in between. So yeah, no, it makes sense.
I don't think we've even like cracked the egg on the stouts yet, right? And we did what was the name? We did a limited batch, like a milk stout, right? And I love milk stout. Like I'm a big milk stout fan. And we did a limited batch of it, and I like the feedback from people. Wow! And what I really like in we do the tours here, right? And what I really like is taking someone who's a Coors Light drinker who just kind of happened to come along, just kind of like, oh, you know, man, we can get a couple of pints. Come on, we'll go to the brewery for a tour, you know. And then we take them from a Coors Light, and then I put a stout in front of them, and I go, well, you know what? This is really what you should be tasting, and just try it and see how you get on with it, and let's see how we go. Do you know? And 3 points in, they're going, oh my God, I never knew. This is what we were. Wow, you know. But they say people drink with their eyes as well, right? Which is a whole other thing.
Yeah, it's that epiphany moment. I see there's a lot of love coming in for the brown ales in the comments. Have you ever brewed a brown ale, or do you have any plans to? Controversial.
I love it. We have our Thomond Raid, right? It's a traditional Irish raid. Okay, there's like 5 specialty malts in it, and I always say, and I jest in the tour, I kind of go, it's not sexy. Do you know? You never get a guy, you know, with the skinny jeans and the cool, and, you know, and going, oh yeah, I'll have a red ale, you know. But if I give my beers, if I go and I say, listen, you know, I don't do competitions much, you know, but if we give it to the chef, and I'd say, if local chef is trying to do something like say in the lock, they're trying to do something with the beers, and they're going to go, let's you know, batter the fish or make the wings with it or whatever. And the raids, and it's similar to the brown, right? The brown ales. They're the nicest beer. Like, they're fabulous beers. Like, they have levels of complexity you will get in a brown beer and a red ale, then you won't be able to get in a lager. Now, I mean, there's different elements in lagers and that kind of stuff, and hops and stuff, but I'm a malt-driven man, I am. And in this weather, I drink brown and red ales. A lot of our cask that we would release, now that we were releasing coming into last year, and we would be teeing up without the COVID being the COVID this year, would be brown ales and red ales. Gustavo is a fiend, an absolute fiend, right, for old school English brown ales and bitters, and really, really clean, easy drinking small beers. And I mean, you get it, right? In this weather, I don't know what it is like. I see a lot of sunshine actually in the background. Richard Cantwell looks like he's in Jamaica there, Richard. So here in Limerick, these are lights. Yeah, look, yeah. So it's raining outside here, right? Limerick, the rain is coming off the ground at this stage, right? So, like, I see, Thomond Park, watching the rugby, brown ale, a red ale. It just all lines up for me. I think the stars are in that zone.
Lovely. You touched on cask ale there. Did you do cask ale in the pub? Yeah.
So we don't have a front of house. Our casks again will be released from the small batch system into Mother Max, the 30-litre kit, and we tend, like, the casks, the Treaty City casks they're kind of like an enigma, right? So we don't tell anyone we're releasing them. We don't say anything to anyone. And then on a Friday, people rock into Mother Max, and next thing, there's a kind of a Twitter post or something like that, and then an hour later, there's 15 people land in, and the cask is gone. This kind of way. It just gets opened and it gets gone. But I love doing casks. I bought some off a garden, and I love kind of messing in that kind of, because there's an element of like mystique, and there's an element of kind of it's a gamble, right? You're never 150% sure where you're going to be, and I love that. And even though, like, that small system, that 30-litre system, we brew the casks on, we brew the small batch stuff on it. It's like, it's automated. It's a very good system. You still don't quite know how it will react. You know what I mean? And how there's still an element of 10%, 15% of kind of left and right of it. Like that, like the red ale there, where it was mint out the door, and I don't know whether it was the style of hop we bought, where we bought it. I think it was Michigan Summit, I think. I'm not sure. No, I get to get out. And I was like, oh my God, it's like a bit Moira. But the casks are like that. And I love that element of, it's real beer, it's fresh beer. Yeah, camera, I love it. Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. We were chatting about it. I think we said it with Adrienne earlier. And we had Joe from the White Hag on at the last festival. And he's basically saying that when you brew a beer and you put it into any sort of wood, basically, it's like you nearly have to write it off instantly. You have to, like, you hope what comes out at the end is what you anticipate, but there's a very, very good chance that it's going to be a drain pour as well. Like, so it's
So you're talking, we have beer, we brewed an 8.5% when it was brewed. I think it was a dry Irish stout, and we bought 3 red wine barrels from Sant'Emilio just outside Bordeaux, and we bought a Maker's Mark barrel, a bourbon barrel, and we release a limited batch, only bought in the brewery, 169 bottles every year. And we're starting a kind of a barrel program, but I won't go into the whole detail, right? But in general terms, that beer, I don't know what that beer will taste like until 3 days before it's released. It's released at Christmas. There's only 169 bottles. It's limited batch, and 150%. You could, like, there'll be years where we go, no. It's not good enough, doesn't get out. And then there'll be other years and go, oh my God, if I could have 15 casks of this, I'd sell 15 of them, they're great, you know what I mean? And, that's just a passion project. But in general terms, you, like, anything with the oak and with the wood, and anything that you haven't got that stainless and that set time fermentation, and, that's why I have massive following, for the likes of Fan and Neighbour, and, the guys who they're doing those sours in barrels, and that's real gambling stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's real roll of dice and see how we get on. I was a big fan of, does anyone know the brewery Deschutes? Anyone ever heard of Deschutes?
Yeah, so I'm sure we'll have plenty. Yeah.
I'm a big Deschutes fan, right? I lived in Portland and Oregon for a long time, and yeah, I'm a huge. They have Obsidian Stout. They have about 5 or 6 really kind of like yearly releases from their barrel program, and it's the stuff of legend, right? I'd queue for 3 days. I'd sleep outside for that stuff because it's to be able to produce that high quality beer in a chaotic environment. I mean, the variables multiply exponentially when you go into those casks and into small batch beer. Like it's brilliant stuff. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I see Ruben giving the thumbs up there a minute ago for the shoots.
Yeah, shoots, yeah.
I actually, a funny story, and I won't keep you long. I actually got thrown out of the Shoots Brewery, would you believe? I asked.
I wouldn't believe it.
Anyone know Rogue Brewery? I was trying to get behind the bar in Rogue, right? And I said I was after buying Rogue do this Imperial Pilsner. It's Morimoto Imperial Pilsner, beautiful beer, like, and fabulous. It's in a ceramic bottle, and it's gorgeous, right? And I went down and I bought I spent about 300 quid. This is what you're doing, buying all this beer. So I bought a t-shirt and I said to man, can I get behind the counter and pull a pint? Be all right. And I just get a picture of me pull the pint, blah, blah. I was just spending 300 quid. And they said no. So ensued a bit of a fracas because I had been drinking the Imperial 8% Pilsner. And there's me trying to get behind the counter. And the man going, get out the fucking. So anyway, my claim to fame is I've got thrown out of 2 breweries. My 2 favourite breweries, the Shoots and Rogue. I've got thrown out of both of them. So.
Nothing about that surprised me, Stephen, whatsoever. No. Oh my God! Right, dare I ask, what are the plans going forward? What's in the pipeline?
Okay, so plans going forward. In the immediate future, we have 4 beers being released. We have a cucumber saison, and we have a coffee IPA. Cans are definitely in the foray in the mix. Now, it's a very divisive subject, but we're definitely going to dip our toe into that market. We are in talks with export. So we're looking at the UK and we're looking at France, and we have a couple of deals that are on the table. I don't know if they're done yet, but they're on the table. And so when the COVID hit, the kind of 16th of March, right, I was upstairs crying into my coffee, right, quite literally, they look at you, I'm the owner of the company, right, so everyone looks to me as if you're supposed to be Napoleon, right, they're supposed to look at you and go, I will follow Napoleon into the trenches, right, and I'm going, oh my God, I'm thinking at the meeting, right, 16th of March, before the lockdown, I'm going, just don't cry in front of the team, right, try not to just hold the tears back, right, so we would go outside the door and cry, right, and then I kind of said, Gustavo had this he had a book of ideas and just stuff that we had been trashing. We have a WhatsApp group, just me and Gustavo, and things that we've been kind of bantering back and forth, like a cucumber saison. Would you like to try that? We had a watermelon wheat beer, right? We had a watermelon, and I had drank it 2 years ago in California, Southern California, and really, really great, lovely. And then we got anyway. So we had this list of beers that we really always wanted to brew, and I just said, if I'm going to go to the wall and the whole, the 4 horsemen are outside at the tip of the roundabout, and if they're about to come on the fucking, and we're going to go to, if the 4 horsemen are going to abseil through the window, I'm going to have fucking mad beer, right? So we decided to kind of wing it. And he got his Willy Wonka stuff, beers going on, and we haven't looked back since. We've released 16 beers, which is 4. We've released about maybe 12,000 litres of experimental beer in the last maybe 6 months, 5 months. I don't know what the lockdown thing is, and I'm just delighted. We're going to keep it going. Those beers, they go online on a Friday and they're gone by Monday. You know what I mean? We're garnering a following, and then in the near distant future, our barrel program is about to take off. We're maybe signing a leasey kind of thing next door. Barry, I can see you're from Limerick. Don't say anything to anyone. I don't want to scarper this deal, right? We're going to look at maybe getting some barrels. And I was talking to a distiller who's local, who shall remain nameless. And we're going to try and get ourselves some cachaça barrels and some Irish whiskey barrels. And we're going to kick off the barrel aging program. So and do you know what? If we're going to go broke, I'm going to go broke with fucking quality beer. I'm not going to do it, with shitty beer. Sorry. I don't know if I can curse now on Zoom. When we pass the water,
you can of course.
I'm going to do it, and we're going to roll the dice, and we're going to You know, it's like the cucumbers, right? He had 19 kilos of cucumber. Gustavo came in on Monday, right? Gustavo was peeling cucumbers, right? I left at 7 o'clock. Gustavo was peeling cucumbers, right? And they're going in top of this French saison, and it's kind of a mad. Now we had a recipe for a while, and we tried it out once in Max, and it's kind of a mad recipe. But in general terms, why not? You know, in this COVID environment and in this environment, things are kind of going day to day, month to month, week to week. Then let's try it. Let's fucking roll the dice. You know.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, my wife is in the background there. She's probably going, what the fuck are you talking about?
This is the first time hearing of this. I thought we were rolling in cash.
Pay the bills. Yeah. What about the loan? Yeah. So if you see me on RT News, right, getting tasered, right, by fucking Bank of Ireland, right, you know this one where Stevie is outside the High Court, you know, well, you know that the saison didn't work.
Yeah.
It didn't do too well, right?
Right, Stephen. Final question. Where is the majority of your sales going? Are they local or are they all over the country?
You know what's the craziest thing, right? We have a massive following in Limerick, right? I'm delighted with it, and this is our heartland. Brilliant. I mean, huge. But all over the country, I'd say 78. The last look was 78% of the beer that we sold was outside of Limerick, and we're starting, especially with that kind of small batch, you know, delivery, which was fantastic, right? It was, and I don't know, like not just for Treaty, I don't know, Heaney or any other brewery who was on here, right? Anyone who was ordering beer online during the lockdown, you guys literally kept the industry alive. Like, and I you know, it's all, you know, I'm dramatic and I'm Stevie and I'm, you know, grand, but in general terms, people ordering beer online kept people in jobs, kept a craft beer alive. So yeah, that's kind of where we're looking, and that's what's going on, you know.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
No, it is, and like all the people on here today, they are probably the advocates really, and the ones that keep buying and keep going. So yeah, no, it's amazing to see. It really is. It's brilliant. It's great to hear.
I'm looking down here. I'm seeing 96 people, right, who are given half an hour of their time, right? Apart from Ruben Gray, right, who's looking, I see you, Ruben, who are given a half an hour of their time or whatever, 2 hours of their time, right, for Stevie to talk raw mash and drink some beers, right, on a Saturday night. Let's face it, people have jobs and business, and you know, Brian put this together and the team, and what a fantastic way, and I think it's brilliant, and my hat is off to you guys, you know, for organising it, and also for the people who are buying the beer and kind of getting engaging, you know, and keeping an industry alive. So I would say I tip my hat to everyone. That makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Fair play to you, Stevie. Thank you so much for coming on. Absolute pleasure. Really enjoyed it. Fantastic chat. As I said, I probably could have just taken the last half hour or 40 minutes off and just let you go. But no, absolute pleasure, gentlemen, for coming on. And yeah, you can see by the comments as well coming throughout, like huge amount of love just for yourself, for the passion, for the beer, for everything. So no, thank you.
Very much, guys. It's great to see everyone, right? Enjoy your evening, lads. I'm going out now in my skinny jeans. I'm working my third job, right? You know, flooring. I have to go home now, and I'm putting in the floor at home. But
Yeah. Brilliant.
It's a bit of a Skywell's floor. Anyway. Well, listen, enjoy your evening, lads. Thanks very much for everything, and sláinte, right? Good luck to you. Take it easy.
Brilliant. Appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So, what do you reckon? Will we get cracking, or do you want to?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
I started.
Yeah. Actually, Richard, what are we starting with? Are we going with the Sheep Stealer or the Rum Free?
Well, I personally am going to start with the Sheep Stealer. I know not everybody is keeping pace with the entire selection, and anyone who is conspicuously quiet at the moment. But as I was saying earlier there, I have a special limited edition 330ml bottle of Sheep Stealer. We started filling some 330s last year with a view to the export market. And as you can probably imagine right now, the export market is pretty much non-existent. So the Irish market, we have very few customers in Ireland for 330ml bottles. So the palette of 330ml Sheep Stealer has been getting smaller and smaller during the lockdown. And somehow it's all finding its way to my house and my mother-in-law's house. So, you know, she's not drinking it there. You know, I'm filling her fridge for when I visit.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, sure. We'll start with, I guess, Sheep Stealer being original. Unfortunately, I don't have a 330ml glass for it, so it's going into a good old pint. But yeah, Sheep Stealer was the as Britvic used to say, the original of the species. It was, as far as I know, the first commercially brewed saison in Ireland. And what you might notice, and a lot of people have a decent number of people have said, but you don't brew a saison. And it doesn't say saison on the label, it says Irish Farmhouse Ale, because when we sort of talked about this beer in 2013 and 14 when we were planning, and a general consensus with all the other brewers that I visited around the country at the time, which was a fairly short trip because there was only about a dozen of them, but the general consensus was, yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, saison in Ireland, that'll work. You'll be freaking doing all right. And so I just decided not to call it a saison, to call it an Irish Farmhouse Ale, and it seems to have worked pretty well, except that people who are searching for a saison go, well, sure, you don't brew a saison. Yeah, we do. It's about all we brew, but it was just I suppose a marketing thing. But that will segue very nicely into the origins of Rome Free, which I have sitting over here in the wings waiting for me.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's a beautiful beer style, and I always like kind of having something around that kind of style, or sour or something like that. After the break, we've had quite a few beers. It's a nice one to try and cleanse the palate a little bit. Exactly. What brought about the idea, I suppose, to brew, I suppose, the first Irish saison or along those lines?
Well, to be quite honest with you, it was, as you can probably tell by my accent, I'm not from Roscommon. But I'm not from where you think I am either. I'm actually from Drogheda, but I did live in New York for 20 years. And it was in New York that I sort of became aware of this thing called craft beer and the fact that there was different beers out there, or at least that's when it was sort of driven home to me. And when I would come home on holiday to see family and whatnot, and it just struck me that what was so hard about brewing beer that nobody in Ireland was offering any variety. When I grew up in Drogheda, we had effectively three beers, being Guinness, of course, McArdle's, and Harp Lager. And I think you can still buy McArdle's and Harp in a handful of places, but they're certainly not common. And over the time, leaving and coming back, as a lot of my generation did, I left Ireland in 1986. I didn't come home permanently until 2012. And over that time period, McArdle's became Smithwick's, Harp became Heineken, but effectively the landscape hadn't changed at all. And it was in New York that a guy I used to brew with, he had a yeast from a small lab in New Jersey, a saison strain that they had developed. And he offered me a bit of it for, just to see what we could do with it on a homebrew basis. And I brewed it, and I said, there's definitely something different about this, and looked more into it. And I've always been very food oriented. And my sort of takeaway, when I grew up on the banks of the Boyne, just outside Drogheda, and when I left Ireland in 1986 or thereabouts, my takeaway was we have the best ingredients and the worst chefs in the world. There was no desire, there was no imagination, there was no variety in Irish cooking. It was very much like the Irish beer landscape. And yet, within a couple of miles of my house, I could go to the beach in Bettystown and I could get razor clams, I could get a whole variety of different fish. I could pick mushrooms, crab apples, I could get rabbits and all that kind of stuff around me. But nobody was interested in eating them. And it just surprised me. So saison, to me, is the ultimate food accompaniment beer. Depending on how it's brewed, it's a pretty versatile style, but it certainly follows certain sort of guidelines. But it's a fantastic food accompaniment beer. So when I came back to Ireland in 2012 and in intervening times, the quality of our food service had just come ahead leaps and bounds. I mean, you now have to work hard to find a bad meal in Ireland. The small village where we are here in rural Roscommon, you can get a fantastic meal of mostly local produce. It's not going to break the bank. And it's all, good, legitimate provenance. So I suppose part of my drive was to produce something that the Irish diner could have. If they were concerned about the provenance of their lamb and their cheese and their bread and their whatever products were on the menu, why wouldn't they be concerned about the provenance of their beverage as well? But even now, 6 years later, our beers are available in a couple of Michelin-starred restaurants around the country. And yet, if you go onto any of those restaurants' websites, you will find out who's producing all their products, all their solid products, let's say. And then you'll go through maybe a 4 or 5 page beverage list, every single one of which is imported. And on most of them, there's not so much as a mention of beer. So I'm kind of a bit of an evangelist for the fact that barley is Ireland's grapes. We don't grow grapes. We grow great frickin' barley. And with that barley, we can make some fantastic beverages, food accompaniment beverages, dry ones, sweet ones, highly carbonated, low carbonated, all manner of different flavors using 95% Irish ingredients. So I still feel like a kind of a salmon swimming upstream. I'm still trying to get the restaurant trade to take the beer industry seriously. And every chef touts his wine list, but as soon as service is over and the burners are turned off and the pots are scrubbed and that, they don't go reaching for a bottle of Burgundy. They go opening the fridge and pulling out a bottle of beer. But yet it's still, considered by a lot of people to be a utility, fizzy, intoxicating liquid that you drink until you fall over. And sort of what I would like to do is elevate it a bit above that status, or at least certain styles within the group. There are styles that are appropriate for drinking until you fall over, but there's also styles that are appropriate for drinking with your starter, your main course, and even your chocolate brownie ice cream dessert. So that's kind of the thrust of what Black Donkey does.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Like it's so frustrating to see beer as kind of the poorer cousin of wine, we'll say, and whereas in reality, I think we know that there's at least twice as many discernible aromas and flavors in beer than there is in wine in general. Mm-hmm. And to think that the possibilities you can do with that with food in comparison to wine, it's endless, really. So it's phenomenal to hear you say that, and it's incredible. It's great, and it's if you think about it as well, like say for example, so there's a 330 bottle of Sheep Stealer, which is practically a collector's item in Ireland at the moment. It's 5.5% alcohol. Even in a restaurant that's got massive margins on their beer, that's going to cost you maybe €6.5-7. And if you're having a 3-course meal, you can buy 3 different bottles of beer, one to accompany each course if your waiter or waitress, your server is genned up on what's available. But if you decide that you want to drink wine, you're more than likely buying a 750ml bottle of wine. It's going to cost you 25 or €30. And that's the only beverage you're going to have for the course of the meal, because who's drinking 3 750ml bottles? If you're drinking 3 750ml bottles of wine with dinner, you're probably not eating at a Michelin-starred restaurant. So the opportunity for pairing and varying your beverages during the course of your meal is virtually infinite with beer. And I can pick out of the beers that you were drinking today, well, I'm not going to put my neck on the line because I haven't seen the list, or I don't have the list in front of me. But I could pretty much guarantee out of the Irish beers that you've been drinking today, I could pick you a beer to go with, let's say, a nice goat cheese entree, and then our appetizer and a roast or grilled meat main course and a chocolate dessert. Most people wouldn't be able to pick a wine to go with those, even some sommeliers. So, and you could do the whole lot for potentially 20 quid. Yeah.
No, that's the next. I think that's the next step in the Irish craft beer revolution.
Absolutely, yeah. It'd be phenomenal to see. Absolutely phenomenal. We've had a good few comments coming in here. I'll try and catch up and scroll back. In general, where did so you were Drogheda via New York and then back and then Roscommon. How did you end up in Roscommon, being from Drogheda initially?
Working in Brooklyn, I met a girl from Castlereagh, and that was kind of that, as somebody said to me a long, long time ago, you better like where your wife comes from because you're going to end up living there. And it's kind of curious if you think about, at least certainly in my experience, if you think about couples who met somewhere away from home, in my experience, I'd have to say 90% of them, if they moved to one or other home, they ended up going back to her home place, not his home place. I guess women are more drawn to home. Certainly my wife was. I wanted to go to Vancouver, but I was told we weren't going any further west. We were far enough west as it was. Vancouver wasn't on the cards.
Vancouver or Roscommon?
Yeah, either or, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm married to a Roscommon woman as well, but somehow
Lucky
I'm in
you.
Dublin. But I'll probably be back in Roscommon before I know it.
Sure, give us a shout if you're coming this direction.
Yeah, will do. Absolutely. So Sheep Stealer as a beer. So what I suppose that's the first beer I came across for Black Donkey. That was like the first one that ever crossed my path. Was that your first release?
Yes, yeah.
And did you always?
So Paul McCabe is waving my freaking hideous portrait from my little ad. We did a promotion with Little some time ago.
Oh.
I had a bad hair day that day, and freaking pictures. Yeah, it's gone around.
Yeah. Is saison a style? Like I assume you brew quite a lot of saisons, or like kind of you have a few different varieties on the style. So would that be your favorite beer style, or is that what you've always been drawn to?
Yeah, I would say it is. It's like I said, it's very versatile. I find it very easy to drink. And you sort of mentioned it just before the break. Very often at beer festivals, when somebody comes up and they say, well, what have you got? And I say, well, what did you have last? And they're pretty much regardless of their answer, whether it was a big stout or it was a big juicy hoppy IPA or something, I go, what you need now is a saison, because it's very clean. It's when people ask me who've never had one, what is a saison? I say it's what a lager wants to be when it grows up. And it, curiously enough, this year really turned it on its head. But the last year, 2019, our biggest selling product was a beer that most of you have probably never had. It's called Western Warrior. It's a lager that we only keg. So it's only really available kind of from the brewery west, Galway, and around Roscommon, a few places in Mayo. And the genesis of that was, I have to think back to the last time I took a proper holiday. It was about 4 or 5 years ago. And I went down to see, if any of you know Chris Traynor, who used to be the head brewer at Galway Bay. He's now working at a brewery down in Switzerland. And years ago, I worked very close to where he's brewing in Switzerland. So a few summers ago, I hopped on the bike and I decided I was going to go down to Switzerland and see Chris and just, rekindle a few old relationships from back in the day. And on the way down, I stopped in Belgium at the DuPont brewery, but it was a Saturday. There was nobody around. But I went into a little cafe. I had some dinner or some lunch. And I wanted a drink, but I didn't want their Saison DuPont because I think it's coming in around 7% or something. Since I was on the bike, it wasn't a good idea. I said, what else have you got? And they said, we have a lager. And I said, okay, I'll give it a try. Made by DuPont right there in the village. And I drank it. And I said, that's a perfectly acceptable, clean, refreshing, lovely beer. And I said to myself, I had always worked under the impression that we didn't have the right water for brewing lager, but we actually have very similar water to what exists in the DuPont brewery. So when I came back, we were brewing a batch of Sheep Stealer, and I funneled off about 30 or 40 liters, fermented it separately in a small fermenter as a lager, and then we sort of brought it around to a few people and said, what do you think of this? And the response was very positive. So since lager is the biggest selling beer style in Ireland and around Heaney rules the roost. So we put this lager into production, and it became our biggest selling beer last year, despite the fact that it only exists on draft. It doesn't even exist in bottles. This year, it's been an absolute also ran because obviously we're not doing any draft business. But but the only difference effectively between Warrior and Sheep Stealer is the yeast. And Saison to me is all about yeast. And the Warrior is fermented clean at low temperatures with a lager yeast. And Sheep Stealer is fermented hot with a diastatic yeast. It produces more alcohol. It produces more phenolics and ancillary flavors. And it's just dependent on how we ferment it, because we do a couple of different saisons at different temperatures and different grist bills, and we get a whole suite of very different beers. But the sort of consistency across them all is the yeast. A very dry, very, very aggressive, attenuating yeast. The kind of yeast that gives 90% of breweries on the planet nightmares, literally. It has caused more freaking problems with packaging and bits and pieces. It was the yeast that caused who was it? Was it Left Hand Brewing was suing White Labs or something, saying that their yeast was contaminated and they had to recall millions of cans or whatever. And that was because of the yeast that we actually prefer to use. And there was a brewer not so long ago called me up, and he said, I'm having awful problems with this yeast and it's causing me downstream problems. And he said, I'm thinking of getting rid of it. Are you thinking of the same thing? And I said, actually, I'm thinking of getting rid of everything else. Just let everything go diastatic, let everything get funky, which is volume-wise, yeah, I'd say 60% of the beers we brew right now are brewed with a diastatic yeast, which diastatic yeast, basically most of your beer yeasts, they can only consume certain sugars. A diastatic yeast, when it's consumed all the easy-to-consume sugars, it then starts to produce an enzyme which breaks down the complex sugars into simple sugars, which it can then eat. So starting out with exactly the same grist bill, Warrior, which is our lager yeast, fermented as a lager, produces about 4.2% alcohol. Sheep Stealer, with the diastatic yeast, produces 5.6% alcohol with the same starting gravity.
Same starting.
So that's why it creates massive problems for a lot of breweries with packaging, because if that diastatic yeast gets into a beer that's supposed to finish with lots of residual sugar and it starts to re-ferment in the package, that's why things blow up.
Yeah, absolutely. And like so many breweries we have on here, we chat to and ask if they're going to do any sort of a wild or mixed fermentation, and they're terrified basically. Like Mal and Aidan were on from Heaney earlier, and they were talking about having a separate facility to kind of do that sort of stuff. So like try and keep it as far away as possible, because once they get in, they're very hard to get out.
Yeah, they can be. You do sort of need to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, and if you start with a good process, hopefully you can maintain it. But yeah, yeast is pretty small. They can hide in all kinds of places.
Yeah, all the nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
Before we move on to Roam Free, I had a question from Simon from a while back. He said he loves the story on the bottle of Underworld about the yeast from the cave on Halloween. Is that actually true?
Yeah. 100%. And that's the yeast that's in free. So that's why I kind of wanted to go from Sheep Stealer, which was the original, to Roam Free, which is the latest incarnation of our Saison family, if you will, but a very different beer. Definitely still within the style. I have had some people say, Roam Free, it's a fine beer, but it's not a Saison, but it is absolutely a Saison. And it is again, I have to be a little cautious here, but it is one of the most Irish beers you can purchase, because of obviously most of the grain in there is Irish. We do have to import certain specialty grains in Ireland because they're simply not available domestically. But the one thing that you cannot brew beer without is yeast. And the yeast in here is 100% Irish, taken from a cave in Roscommon. And that Morrigan story, if you haven't had a chance, if you would check out our Facebook page and go to the videos, we harvested a wild yeast. We started in 2017, and the project, the first beer that was produced, came out in late 2018. It took us almost 12 months to bring the project home. But that yeast, which we call Morrigan, it's exclusive to us. It was harvested from a cave that features very heavily in Celtic mythology. It was supposed to be the lair of the Morrigan, who was a kind of a warrior goddess, demon, shape-shifting kind of a thing. And I wanted to see whether or not I could brew an Irish beer with a Belgian character. And a lot of Belgian beers, Saisons included, are defined by their yeast character. And in order to do that, the missing link was an Irish diastatic kind of funky yeast. So we went out in search of it, and we found it. And that's what's in Roam Free. It's in our Underworld series. It was in Double Barrel, which was a special batch, a special release that has, there might be a few bottles still floating around, but it's, for the most part, it's gone. But it's something that when the market picks up again, we'll be sort of bringing back. At the moment, the only sample of the Morrigan yeast is stored in a freezer at about minus 80 degrees. We don't actually have a pitchable sample in the brewery at the moment, but we'll get it grown up and we'll go back to work with it. So it's, it was a pretty exciting project. But go on our Facebook page and check out the videos, because through the course of the as I called it, the wild yeast chase, we shot a video first one at the cave on Halloween 2017, which was the first expedition, if you will. And then subsequent trips to the cave to retrieve samples, going to the lab to get the samples grown up, and then brewing it, packaging it, tasting it, and all those kind of things. And it was a fantastic journey. It really was. Very, very, a trip into the unknown, 100%.
Yeah, that's amazing. Unbelievable. We'll have to check it out. If someone popped the link in the chat there as well to have it available for others. So I'm thinking, Richard, we should move on to Rome Free, and let's go for it. While we're opening Rome Free, Richard had a question. Different Richard. What's the difference between Saison and Brett beer? They end up tasting quite similar to me.
Well, Brett is a strain of yeast. It's another, what most brewers would consider to be a wild yeast. And Brett, various different strains of Brett, because there are multiples within that family, can produce different characters. So you can brew a Saison with Brett. You can brew a Saison without Brett. Brett is to a lot of people, Brett is again, it's a yeast of nightmares, because once it gets into your system, it produces characteristics and fermentation characteristics and all that are hard to eradicate. And so there's a lot of different beers. Brett beers tend to age very well. Brett is possibly a little more acidic than the diastatic yeast that we use, but it's just another species of yeast, and it's a wild yeast that the winemakers typically don't like. And it's often thought that the original Saisons were matured in X wine barrels, and the winemakers had given up those barrels because they had Brett character in them. So a lot of people associate Brett and Saison as hand in hand, but not necessarily. They don't have to. A Saison doesn't have to have Brett in it, but a Saison has to use a wild yeast that dries it out almost to zero residual sugar. That's my interpretation of the style.
Nice, excellent. Rome Free. What do we have here?
Rome Free. Yeah. So Rome Free it's actually the first beer we've released that actually says Saison on the front of the label. That's the label there. It's a very different label from our usual labels. Hopefully approached us and said, we want to release a Saison. Hopefully is a cuckoo brewer or a gypsy brewer. They don't have their own facility, so they brew at various breweries around the country. And they approached us and they said, we want to brew a Saison, and naturally we wanted to brew it at Black Donkey, and I was quite flattered with that, I must say. So we talked about a few things, and I said, well, look, now the guys behind Hopefully are Brazilian, so it was a multinational effort here. And I said, well, let's brew something with our Morrigan yeast, something wild and Irish. And you guys will take care of the recipe for the most part, and you guys take care of the branding and so on. So Hopefully's labels, they're different from ours. They use artists to create their labels as we do, but they're sort of graphic artists. They're minimalist kind of style, whereas all of our labels to date started out as literally oil paintings. And that's one reason we may not be as prolific as some other breweries, because our labels cost a fortune and take forever. And, knowing nothing about marketing and graphics when I opened a brewery, it's one of those things that I look over my shoulder and go, yeah, we kind of went down a really rocky path with this one. But they're very unique. And if you ever get a chance to visit the brewery, we have the originals of all those labels on the wall in the brewery. The one we don't have is Sheep Stealer. It got destroyed. It was painted in Barcelona, and somehow it got destroyed in Barcelona. But the artist who painted it came to the brewery and recreated the Sheep Stealer label on a wall. So there's now a life-size, or bigger than life-size Sheep Stealer label on one of the walls in the brewery, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But so the guys at Hopefully, they got one of the artists that they work with to create the label for Rome Free. Hopefully is probably best known for doing sours and some juicy kind of IPAs. They wanted to branch out a little bit. And we hummed and hawed about, would we call it a farmhouse ale? Would we call it a wild ale? What would we call it? And I said, look, we'd call it an Irish Saison. And that's what they went with on the label. And so it's darker, probably in a lot of people's mind to a traditional saison. Like if you were served a lager that color, you might say it was kind of dark for lager. And I said saison is what a lager wants to be when it grows up. It also has a kind of a sweet taste, but I can't explain it exactly, but I can tell you that there is zero detectable sugar left in this beer. It's all been fermented. It's all been turned into alcohol. Sheep's Dealer, we ferment with a commercially available Belgian saison yeast. We ferment it at a high temperature. It's fermented as high as 30 degrees. We found with our Irish Morrigan yeast, it tends to ferment best in the mid-20s, so sort of 24, 25 degrees, which is still very warm by ale standards and out of the ballpark by lager standards, but that's how these diastatic yeast work. That's what they like to do. And so, yeah, that's how Rome Free came about. It got a really long lagering time. So this was conditioned. We don't filter, no filtration, no pasteurization, not even finings. Our beer is kind of, if beer occurred naturally in nature, that's what we produce. So we brew it, we ferment it. We have 3 filtration methods being time, temperature, and gravity. So when fermentation is complete, we drop the temperature and we take the time to let gravity pull most of the yeast out of suspension, most of the soluble proteins out of suspension. And that's what clears the beer up. You know, it's not gin clear. It's not never going to look like a glass of commercial lager, but there is nothing added to that beer to reduce any kind of haze or that sort of thing other than time and temperature. And this beer, I think, sat in a tank at 2 degrees for about 2 months before packaging. And on packaging, it's 100% bottle conditioned, so it goes into the bottle flat. There's no carbonation, no detectable carbonation in it. Because it was conditioned for so long, we did add a little bit of supplemental yeast and a little bit of candy sugar syrup that we make in the brewery. And then it goes into the bottle. It goes into a room at 20 degrees for about 2 weeks. Re-ferments in the bottle because the bottle is sealed. All the CO2 produced as a byproduct of that secondary fermentation is captured in the bottle, and that's what carbonates the beer. And then it goes back into the cold room for another month or so before release. So it's a very slow process, but I hope if you're drinking Rome Free, I hope you'll agree that it's worth the wait. It's been a while actually since I had one of these because it's practically sold out now.
It's absolutely gorgeous beer. We have a few questions on it here. For me, which I find mad, that's the Morrigan yeast in that. So I can taste it's fermented out to nothing. It's so dry, but I'm not getting like that you know, that huge yeast character in it either. But it's beautiful. It's just it's mad that it's the same yeast strain. I don't know, is that the time conditioning or the cold?
It is to some extent, but it's also the lower fermentation temperature.
Okay, so
the next thing I want to do is I want to push the Morrigan yeast and see what happens if we ferment it, say, at 30 degrees. We've literally only scratched the surface with the Morrigan. There's a lab. It's been established about 18 months or 2 years down in Wicklow called the Wicklow Hops Company. And they do a lot of work with we independent brewers as far as yeast propagation that's concerned. They have a store of the Morrigan yeast down there. We haven't made it commercially available yet because I'm still kind of experimenting with it a little bit. But the guy down there, Philip, it's my favorite sort of quote from him when he was growing us up a sample for brewing with. And he's a microbiologist by profession. And he said, I've never seen anything that reproduces like this. It's very exciting and a little bit scary too. So I was like, that's pretty cool. So we brewed with it and we were our own guinea pigs. We tasted it. And well, basically we drank a lot of beer. And, when we were still alive a month later, we said, okay, we can release this because realistically, to determine if this was a suitable brewing yeast, samples are fermented in basically test tubes, and we measure the decreasing gravity and the carbon dioxide production and say, okay, so it produces ethanol and carbon dioxide, so it's probably safe.
Yeah.
But At that point in time, we're not going to release it to the market. At that point in time, we're going to start drinking it ourselves and see we don't go blind or walking into things. So after a couple of go-rounds, I'd said to Philip down at Wicklow Hops, I said, well, do we know what this yeast is? And he said, no, not exactly. It checks a few boxes, but we don't know what it is. And I said, well, going into the realm of science fiction, potentially, how feasible would it be to get it DNA sequenced? And he said, oh, I know a lab in Sweden that can do that. And I said, get a price for me, see what this thing costs. And he came back and he said, 50 quid, 50 euro. And I said, do it.
What?
Do it.
Not a chance.
Yeah, so he sent it over to the lab in Sweden, and I didn't hear anything from him for a while. And I called him and I said, any word on that yeast, what it is? And he said, I haven't heard from them. Let me call them. And he called me back and he said, no, he said, they didn't come back to me because they have a database of millions, potentially hundreds of thousands of yeast strains, we'll say. And our yeast didn't match any of them. So they sent it to another lab who ran it through an even bigger database, and it still was not 100% match for any yeast that existed in the database. Now, I'm going, geez, I'm going to get naming rights on a new organism or something. It doesn't quite work like that, unfortunately, because yeast reproduce so quickly, they mutate very quickly as well. But the bottom line was, it is a strain of diastatic yeast, but it's not a strain of diastatic yeast that's ever been harvested and propagated commercially before. So it is absolutely 100% Irish. And what really I'm absolutely freaking tickled about is when I started brewing Sheep Stealer in 2014, and there were people who said, why are you brewing a Belgian-style beer in Ireland? And my throwaway response to that was, well, there's no evidence to suggest that Irish brewers weren't brewing beers like this 200 years ago. The evidence doesn't exist, but it doesn't not exist either. We don't know. The records aren't there. Yeah. And for the longest time, I said to myself, we're not that dissimilar from Belgium climate. We have this kind of, at least back in the old days, we had a transient agricultural worker population. Who's to say Irish brewers weren't brewing saisons 200 years ago? The missing link was the yeast. And we went out to see if we could find an Irish yeast that could do what a Belgian saison yeast could do, and we did. And even Philip down at the lab said he's gone out hunting wild yeast on so many occasions, and it's a needle in a haystack. And we found this, and I can tell you exactly, if you're ever up Roscommon Way, highly recommend you go to the village is called Tulsk, and around Tulsk is a place called Rathcroghan. And in Rathcroghan, that's where in mythology the two bulls, I'm going to get backwards now. I think it's the white bull of Connacht and the brown bull of Ulster fought. Queen Maeve, Cuchulainn, Táin Cuchulainn, all this kind of carry on. That all went on at Rathcroghan. This was completely unknown to me. I grew up in the shadow of Newgrange, and I'm like, yeah, Newgrange. There's only one Newgrange. But there's not. There's actually a dose of Newgranges around the country, and Rathcroghan happens to be one of them. And part of the whole Rathcroghan complex is this cave called Owen Agat. And mythology holds that the Morrigan lived in the cave. The archaeologists suspect that back in prehistory, it was one of those rite of passage caves where young boys were sent into the cave and they sort of went in a boy and you came out a man. What happened in the cave? What happens in the cave stays in the cave. We don't know that part, but there's an Ogham stone over the entrance to the cave saying, I forget the guy's name, but son of Maeve was here. But this creature, the Morrigan, lived there. She was a shapeshifter. She was Cuchulainn's suitor. He spurned her because he was too busy killing people. And if you go to the GPO and you see the statue of Cuchulainn, there's a raven on his shoulder, and that raven is said to be the Morrigan because she could take on any form she wanted. But also, what I thought was fantastic was it's thought that the Owen Agat was the site of the original Halloween. That's where Halloween began. That's where people did the things that have become rituals today, the tricking or treating and the dressing up in costumes and wearing masks and all that kind of thing. There's an old pagan celebration that started around Owen Agat Cave. And when you go into Owen Agat Cave, the entrance is small. I'm not small. And the entrance is small. You kind of got to do date myself here, but you got to do a Dukes of Hazzard to get into it. You kind of slide in on your back and you pull yourself in through the entrance of the cave like this. So down deep in the cave, we got nothing viable, nothing we could brew with. There's slime molds and a few things that the lab destroyed on site. They didn't tell me what they were. You know, there was a part of me that was concerned. We didn't want to create a Roscommon Ebola. But as you slide into the cave on your back, right at the entrance of the cave, a lot of vegetation. It's the west of Ireland. Stuff grows crazy. And part of that vegetation is there's a bramble. There's St. John's wort. There's a few other bits and pieces, basically fruiting plants. And I had my sample and I had sterile test tubes and whatnot. And right above my head going into the cave, there were a few blackberries. So I put the test tube over one blackberry and snipped it off, capped it. I got that, and that was a ripe, nice, black, juicy blackberry that you'd eat. There was another one that was kind of brown and wizened. I got that. I got some John's wort berries and a few bits and pieces. And the strain of yeast that became Morrigan came off the skin of the fresh blackberry. And it was kind of a, needle in a haystack. But at the same token, I knew that the diastatic yeast, we were very likely to find it on fruit trees. An orchard would have been a place to go looking as well. Yeah. But the whole cave thing, and I mean, you can't make that story up.
Yeah.
So hence the genesis of Morrigan. So yeah, Morrigan started out as a microscopic, invisible speck on a yeast skin, on a blackberry skin, and we propagated it up and we grew it and grew it and grew it. And the lab that actually isolated it for us, it wasn't Wicklow Hops Company. It was a lab at a college in Dublin. I told them I wanted a sample of 50 billion cells picked to do our first trial on a small scale, and they sent me 50 million cells, which still sounds like a lot of cells, but it's 1,000th of what I'd actually asked for.
Yeah.
So the first few growth phases were producing stuff that smelled like nail polish remover, and I was going, man, we don't have it. This isn't what we thought it was going to be. But turns out once the yeast got healthy and got happy, and we figured out the conditions it likes to grow and ferment in, yeah, it produced, if you're drinking Rome Free, it produced Rome Free. If you've had any of the Underworld series, Underworld Pale or Underworld Savage Ale, that's the same yeast. So yeah. It's a real Irish mythological kind of, that's the kind of stuff that keeps me awake at night for good things, good reasons.
No, it's absolutely excellent. And like I've had my chat hovered on the one question here since 15 minutes ago, and you've already answered it. As Garrod is asking, that's amazing. How do you find wild yeast, and then like how do you collect it? You've already touched on those things, but like it's phenomenal. It's fascinating, really. Like it's incredible how you do it. So amazing to see, and to be able to enjoy it now too. Worth all the effort, 100%.
I see Garrod's also asked, just a very quick one there, difference between brewer's yeast and baking yeast. It's actually, brewer's yeast is selected to produce more alcohol and less carbon dioxide. Baker's yeast is selected to produce more carbon dioxide and less alcohol. So they will both produce carbon dioxide and alcohol, but we want the alcohol, the bakers want the carbon dioxide. That's what makes your bread rise. So, but they are effectively, brewers and baker's yeast are the same thing. You can make beer with baker's yeast and you can make bread with brewer's yeast, but your results are going to be suboptimal.
Oh, very good. Thomas was asking what sort of malts are in here.
I'm going to have to open Excel and find out.
While you're looking that up, Brendan was asking, how did you decide on the carbonation level? It's a bit lower than usual, but it works. And it's
so because the beer is a little bit sweeter, we figured that a slightly lower carbonation would work. But we've also, over time, we've had to be a little bit kind of cautious with our carbonation, because on draft products, Irish pubs, generally speaking, are all set up to pour kind of an industrial filtered pasteurized beer at a particular carbonation. And in some of our initial beers, where we had them highly carbonated, as I thought befits the style, we had issues with bartenders having a hard time pouring them. They weren't, flow control. They weren't using it properly. And so it's kind of, we have recently started to reduce the carbonation on some of the beers. I don't think it'll ever change on Sheep Stealer, for example, but some of our other beers, we reduce the carbonation. The tell for me is when I go out and I buy other craft beers and I open them, and always when I opened our beers, you would get that and a little whiff of sort of CO2 smoke coming out of it. And I don't get that with 99% of other beers. And so consequently, I figure if that's what, say, the consumer wants, for example, maybe we do need to reduce the carbonation. I personally happen to like high carbonation, but I know it's not for everybody. So sometimes you have to play the tune that the crowd demands.
Yeah.
So just, where is it? Here it is.
While you're looking up the malt bill, is the brewery set up for visits?
Somebody was going to go there, weren't they? We love to have visitors, but we're not allowed to have visitors. But if we only did what we were allowed to do, we probably wouldn't be making beer in the first place.
Yeah.
We're not. It actually says, and it's something that I'm borderline calling a lawyer, which is not the first call that I would like to make. But when we got planning permission for the brewery, we had to get change of use planning permission on our building, and it very specifically says the microbrewery may not include any visitor center or facility for the sale of alcohol to the general public. So we cannot get a license to open a bottle shop, and we cannot get a license to develop, or we cannot get permission to develop a visitor center without going through another planning permission process. And anybody who's been through planning permission in Ireland knows it's not a process you want to go through more than once if you can avoid it. So yes, we do welcome visitors, but the reality is because we can't do it officially, it's kind of a case of if half a dozen people want to come to the brewery and visit, and we provide obviously some refreshments when you're there. We do brewery tours. They're €15 a head. Usually a brewery tour takes an hour and a half to 2 hours. But if somebody just kind of turns up and knocks on the door and wants to come in, generally speaking, we can't accommodate, because if we're in production, we can't halt production just to show somebody around. And if we're cleaning and there's pressurized lines with hot caustic and steam and all that kind of stuff, again, it's not an environment we can just let people wander around in. So it has to be by pre-arrangement, and we prefer to have groups rather than individuals. But that said, if somebody's passing through the area and says, look, I'll be passing by your brewery at 2:00 on Wednesday, can I come in and just say hello? If it fits with production, then yeah, of course you can. If we're bottling, no. On bottling days, when the bottling line is running, nobody's allowed in. That's
no way.
Yes, because blood pressures tend to be a little elevated on bottling days. Just to get back to the recipe for Rome Free, in percentages, so it's a pale ale base of 73%, and then there's Cara Blonde at 15%. We've got some Melanoidin at 8%, and some Light Crystal, which is a crystal with a color index of about I think it's 110 Lovibond at 3%, and that just gives it that slightly bronzy sort of hue.
that darker hue, yeah.
Yeah, Cara Blonde for a bit of head retention, Milano for a little bit of sweetness, and Pale for fermentability.
Nice,
and then
nice.
Hops wise, a bit of Chinook for bittering, and that's it.
Lovely.
We're not a hop forward brewery. I do like hoppy beers. I'll be perfectly honest. I do go out and I buy some bottles of IPA and that now and again, but it's not what we do for a variety of reasons. One being that it's what everybody else is doing. So yeah, our hop store is full of non-trendy hops. I actually was scouring around just looking for 5 kilos of hops just the other day. I'm like, somebody wants something specific, and I don't have it in stock. So yeah, we're all about yeast and malt, really. That's kind of our driver.
Nice, very good. And just before we finish up, Richard, how did you find working with Junior and Chris on the beer? We had them on the beer festival. I think it was the second beer festival. Yeah, and the good guys, like absolutely really really good guys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know Junior particularly well. I've met him a handful of times, but I know Chris better. We'd cross paths at festivals. It's kind of this evening. I was just saying to my wife, my poor long-suffering wife, who's been a brewery widow for 6 years now. My favorite festival of the year, this one accepted, of course, was the Big Grill in Herbert Park in August. And the Big Grill was about the last event to say, okay, COVID, you win, we're not going to happen. You know, they kind of closed the door, I'd say in late July. And that was my holiday, busman's holiday, absolutely. But it was food, it was beer, it was good times. You know, we got to meet customers, we got to meet all kinds of people. But also those are the events where we get to meet other members of the brewing community. And 6 years ago at the RDS, when there were 25 or 26 breweries in the country, and you get to know everybody, and now I think it's only within the last 12 months or so I've walked into a meeting of brewers and not been able to name everybody in the room. we were a very small and kind of focused community. We've expanded somewhat since then. But Chris in particular, I know, and we hung out at Hagstravaganza last year, and we're trading stories, and you know, he's very food oriented as well. And we talk about food, we talk about beer, and you know, it was good. It was the first collaboration we'd done, largely because we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. And in all fairness, in the 6 years we've been in existence, I'd say less than 6 other brewers have actually visited Black Donkey, because we're kind of on the road to nowhere. We were formerly on the main road from Dublin to Westport. Then they directed all the traffic north of us, so now we're not. But if you are ever going from Dublin to Westport and you want to take the scenic route, come through Ballinlough. There's a lovely lake there. You can have a picnic. You can knock on the door if we're available. We're certainly happy to show you around. But we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, so we don't get a lot of visitors. And the festivals were where we used to be able to form friendships, and hanging out with Chris at Hagstravaganza last year was a good day out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I just saw Simon's comment there saying you guys on Wide Street would be a great match. I've no doubt. Yourself and Sean have been chatting a lot. I'm not sure if Carla's on today. Actually, she was due to pop on for a bit anyway. But super match and super breweries, both of you. Richard, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Very much so. Yeah. I'm going to stay here for a little while. If you want, I might give Marcus a hard time. See you up next.
Yeah, no, please do. Please do stay on, and please do give Marcus a hard time. Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, our neighbour.
Yeah, absolute pleasure.
Marcus and I go way back. There's good, solid relationship there.
That's good. Here, we'll bring him in here anyway. See if he can counter anyway in some way. But no, there he is. Again, absolute pleasure, Richard. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you too, Brian.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You can indeed.
Good.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I've been dipping in and out this afternoon. So, it's been interesting.
Good. I hope you haven't been keeping up the pace with the beers.
No.
Good. That's good to know. Marcus, okay, right. So we've got the stout and the brown ale. I've been going back and forth in my head all day. What are we going to start with?
Stout, I think.
Stout, okay. We're starting with stout. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Everyone knows. Okay, so why don't you say a quick hello, introduce yourself to our illustrious audience.
So, good evening. Marcus Robinson, born and bred in Yorkshire, married a cross-Malina girl, moved back, Celtic Tiger years, I suppose, working in the construction industry, home brewing since the student days, really, in the 80s. And we all know what happened to the construction industry in
what, 2009, 2010. So yeah, I did. Following that, I spent about 18 months with a basically working Belfast, the construction industry in Belfast, and living in cheap hotels and reading stories to my small children down Skype and all that horrendous stuff that some guys are still doing. So yeah, then we decided we needed to find a way of making a living in the west of Ireland that didn't involve the construction industry. So yeah, went did a few training courses, brewing courses. Went and spent a bit of time, very early days, down at Galway Bay when John was brewing there, and yeah, did a couple of courses down at the Framwell, and a brewing course in over in Lancashire, the infamous Dave Porter, which if you're not a brewer, you probably won't know him, but he supplies equipment as well. I think Richard brews on bits of Dave Porter equipment. Yeah, and from there we yeah, begged, borrowed, and stole as much cash as we could get our hands on, and bought a brewery. First brew was went out November 2014, and it was Irish Blonde, an amber ale. Yeah, so yeah, that's what got us going.
Yeah.
The brewery name, if people don't know, basically the Deel River runs through the middle of Crossmolina, and I guess it has fishing and music connotations. So all my family, all my kids and my wife, they all play trad, same as Richard's wife. So yeah, just huge connections. It's bizarre. In fact, I did a delivery to a local hotel today, and the new manageress there is the daughter of a lady I've known for many years who used to run a pub in Crossmolina, where we used to go for the trad sessions back in the early to mid 90s. So it's a small world.
Yeah, absolutely, it is 100%. I love the story about the name. Actually, I never knew that before. I never copped it. I never knew the River Deel ran through Crossmolina or fishing connotations either. But so yeah, that's a new one for me. That's always good.
Well, there's a Deel. I've subsequently found out. I believe there's a Deel River in Limerick as well somewhere. But just to complicate things.
Is Steve gone? Hopefully Steve's gone. Okay, yeah, he is. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't stop him. I
caught a bit of Steve earlier. Yeah. In full flow. Great lad.
I know, it's amazing to see. Marcus, tell us about Saying Out. So what are we drinking? By the way, we're kicking off at the stout, guys. Yeah, just so we know. I've just realised how dark it's got in my room, so I might just pop the light on. But yeah, I'm just it's getting real sinister looking. Tell us about the stout, Marcus.
Okay, I mean it's just a lot of chocolate malt. We actually use a good chunk of brown ale malt in there, which I can't remember where I read it, but we did a few test brews and it just seemed to work really well. It was recommended in some brewing book that I was reading at the time, and I just think it really brings. It's hard to say what, but it just gives it a really nice rounded character, I think.
It's absolutely gorgeous. You can you can taste it in it. There is that sort of a different taste, if that makes sense, and it makes sense. Yeah, and you've got a full audience of brown ale fans here as well, so it'll be interesting to hear what they think too. So,
well, I mean, again, the kind of the argument was, when we were working on recipes, that iconic stout that we have all consumed. What's the point in trying to copy it? Although, having said that, some people have, there's one or two craft brewers who have done it very successfully. Not necessarily cloned it or copied it, but gone for a very similar style. And you nitro it, you get it out on draft, and it can really work. So who knows? That might be one for the future. But we decided, let's try and brew a stout that's pretty much as far away from Guinness as we can get. And I think we did it quite well. It's I love the stuff.
Well, yeah, people are enjoying it. Jera said, "My word, that's a great drop." Ruben, always the fountain of knowledge. Original Guinness Porter recipe always used pale malt and brown malt as well. So,
did it?
Yeah, so maybe there's something in that there.
Thanks for that, Ruben. I didn't know that. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So the other thing that some people get and some people don't, there's not a massive amount, but there's a reasonable contribution of Bramling Cross hops in there, which brings a slight blackcurrant flavour. As I say, some people get it, some people don't, but I think it works really well.
Yeah, delicious. Absolutely. This has come up a few times earlier with the beer styles that we've been trying, but I get the impression that will be absolutely phenomenal on cask.
Yes.
Do you do that? Is that a thing?
I've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it. Yes, we do, or we were doing. Back in the good old days when pubs were open. We do. I've done it. I've done a few. There's a pub in Castlebar called Bridge Street, and one in Ballina, Rouse's, who I've got a very, very good relationship with both of them, and we've done pop-up cask nights. So I've done red ale, and we've done Jack the Lad, pale ales, all sorts. But I have done St. Out Stout as well, and again, in fact, I think that all stout should be cask. I mean, it's just so well suited to that format. Stout should never be served ice cold. I mean, it just fits perfectly with cask, in my opinion. I still believe that the best pint of beer I have ever been served in Ireland was before we even started brewing. It's probably about 7 years ago in Against the Grain in Dublin, and it was Porterhouse Plain Porter on cask, and it was phenomenal. It just blew me away completely.
That's interesting, Marcus, because Porterhouse Plain is one of my favourite drinks of all time, but I've never had it on cask. So that's
Well, I've never seen it since.
Yeah,
because I just decided I was going to go into Against the Grain and do all the stouts and porters just to get a feel for what was out in the marketplace.
Yeah,
and there were some really good stouts and porters on keg, but the cask porterhouse was just unreal. It really was.
I'd love to try it.
But the problem is that nobody, barring a few bars in Dublin and Cork, nobody knows what to do with cask.
Yeah, it's hard. We had Adrienne on earlier. I think she's gone from West Kerry, and she has her pub there, and she turns over cask. Well, she did when the pub was open, I suppose. But it was amazing to hear. Like, you think somewhere west of Dingle, essentially, and then in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's outside of Dingle even in itself, and she's turning over like two casks a week. Like, so it's amazing to see that can happen there. But then again, you see that the cities around Ireland or whatever, and you can't shift it. Like, it's mad. No. It's mad to think.
I mean, Dungarvan were really brave when when they started off. Everything was cask and bottle conditioned. And huge respect for those guys. But eventually they had to start doing a keg product.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to ask you. So I already know this from what we've already spoke about the last few minutes. But the kind of philosophy or the ethos behind the brewery, where does it come from? Like, so what I suppose inspires your brews?
What inspires my brew? I mean, tinkering around. I mean, for me, the best part of the job is playing around in the back room with what essentially was my old homebrew kit. You're and just playing with recipes. Yeah, it's that's where the true pleasure is. It's I mean I suppose at the end of the day, Jack the Lad, our pale ale is probably it makes up. It varies from month to month, but it makes up between 50 and 60% of our production every month. It's way more than half of what we produce, and it kind of just begs the question that if we were just going to make that over and over and over again, I genuinely would lock the doors and go home.
Yeah. But that's the thing, like just from hearing you speak, Marcus, from your range of beers, from everything, I can tell you're a malt forward brewer, you're a malt forward fan, but yet again, Jack the Lad is kind of your predominant brew or your flagship. Am I right in saying that? Like, I think you're kind of more tailored towards the darker beers, the cask beers, the stouts, the brown, stuff like that.
I mean, but again, cask as a style. I mean, there are, you can still do some really interesting hoppy cask beers. But yeah, generally, I'm not. Again, I suppose similar to Richard was saying earlier on, I love a hot bomb now and then, but one, and I was kind of brought up in Yorkshire where drinking cask ale, usually somewhere between 3.5% and 4%. And my old fella's my father's favourite line was tight belt and a straight line home. So you could go, but as a 20-year-old, you'd go out and drink 8 or 10 pints of this stuff at 3.5% ABV, and you'd have a stretched belt and walk a straight line home.
Yeah,
and that's. I mean, it's been a real eye-opener getting to know the likes of Killian at Mescan and Richard at Black Donkey, and because for me, 15 years ago, beer was what I've just described. It was a low ABV product that was there for enjoying the flavours, but it was something that was designed to consume in large volumes. Not that I'm condoning that, but
at a beer festival.
But I mean, certainly winter months, Mescan triple red and a bit of blue cheese in front of the fire. Sit, one bottle will last the whole evening. Heaven, absolute heaven. And for me, it's more like drinking wine. But again, that's not the sort of beers that we kind of aspire to, really. I love the glug, the I guess it's you know, on a Friday night, you finish work, go straight to the pub, and you get your first pint. Half of that first pint would go down in 2 glugs, and then you get a bit of air coming back up, and the whole experience, I still love it to this day. Love it.
It's that quench, or that I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't even know how to describe it, but I understand 100%.
and like just the whole you know, the camaraderie, the everything about it, just brilliant. The first pint on a Friday night, can't beat it at all.
Yeah, I just saw Justin's comment pop up there saying the blackcurrant comes through after a while. Initially, the bitter roasted malts dominate. I listened to Kilkenny 2017 beer festival. Yeah, but like, are there blackcurrant? There's no blackcurrant in the recipe, is it? Is it more just
it's from the Bramling Cross hop.
Oh, the hops, yeah, absolutely. It's you do 100%.
It's good to hear somebody's getting it, because not everybody does. It's,
that's it. If everyone took it out of the fridge a good while earlier, when the notification went, maybe.
You see, I didn't even put mine in the fridge.
Yeah.
It's and again, because we do actually put temperatures on. We did. It's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, 11 degrees. Yeah. It's on his left shoulder. Yeah.
But 100%. That's I getting the blackcurrant big time. Lovely. Thomas is getting it too. I don't know what Richard's saying. Bramling Cross is great in stouts. Thomas is saying, so no, I think so. That's a beautiful beer. Absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Really, really enjoying it. We're absolutely delighted, Marcus, that you are supplying our brown ale at the festival, because you haven't been on one of these before, but brown ale is like it's the running theme or running thread through all the festivals. Yeah, we absolutely love them.
You'll be fans of St Mel's then?
Yeah, so we had the St Mel's Brown on the first festival. We had Ballykilcavan's Bambrick's Brown on the second one, which David is with us here today. The third one, we didn't have a brown, which was a travesty, to be honest. I'm delighted we have the Recon 2, the Barley's Brown. So I think we might open it. We might open up and have a chat. Maybe let us know a bit about it, because I know this is a collaboration brew, but not in terms of other breweries.
No, it's Connaught Whiskey in Ballina, who I've got a very good relationship with, and we the guy who was the original distiller there, a guy called John Park, who's now working Liberty's distillery, I believe. But he used to be, he started his life as a brewer in Edinburgh. He was a good man to know. Damn shame he moved back to Dublin. So John, I believe, John did one of the first contract brews for Innis and Gunn when they first started up. So he kind of knew a bit about barrel aging beers.
That always helps.
Yeah. Because it's not something I'd ever done before.
Yeah.
But we've now got Mayo's kind of turned on its head. It's gone from having 4 breweries and 2 distilleries to we now have 2 breweries and 4 distilleries.
Okay.
Two of which are very, very close to me. So we've got lots of plans for the long term for barrel aging.
Excellent. That's always good to hear. I just realised we had the 2 Mayo breweries on here and the one session. That's great.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the two that have gone with West Mayo and Ackle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, Killian's going strong, and Bart, and
Yeah.
as are we. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is basically.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's get into it. Yeah, I need to finish some stout first. Sorry, I'm lagging behind here. Okay, tell us. So first of all, yeah, where did this come about? Where did the concept or the idea of this come from?
Just basically conversation in the pub with John Park, the guy I've just been talking about. That basically went along the lines of, if we're going to barrel age something, let's do something a little bit different, because everybody else is barrel aging stouts. Usually imperial stouts. Let's do something a bit different. So we, I'm still. I think next time around we will push for something at a much higher ABV. Because this is it's actually nearer 7 than 6.5, by the way. But
thanks for telling us now.
It is still legal.
It's already too late.
But yeah, I think we could push it a lot higher, because it's not.
Yeah.
It's still very quaffable.
It is, absolutely. I see David saying now, he tells us. Rebecca says the whiskey whack off that is absolutely fabulous, and that is it exactly. That's 100% what I got as soon as I poured it in and had a sip. That's it's beautiful, but again, it's not blow the head off you either. Like it's not that double figure strength or even the high like 8-9%. It's gorgeous beer.
Yeah. But it's definitely something that we need to do a lot more work on. Higher ABVs and different styles of beer. It's and what I'd really love to get into, and I'm constantly annoying the guys at Connacht Whiskey about, is they're really good at doing sort of small niche batches of I don't know. I can't even remember the styles of Italian barrel-aged wines. They'll just get like 3 casks that have had I don't know, Masala in, and they'll just stick a 10-year-old malt in it for a couple of years. I just think it would be lovely to be able to do niche small batch along the same lines. Because again, the from number one, I think it's really exciting for the palate. If you put the same beer in 3 or 4 different casks, and then bottled it, it would be fascinating. Who wouldn't want to sit down and just and try them all and just see what the difference was?
To be honest, Marcus, I think that's what they're doing in Mescan right now. That's what they had.
Yes.
They had all these different beers, different barrels. They're going to taste them all. It's like, oh yeah, and now we're sitting here, and then they're going doing that now. So I think we're all jealous not being there at the moment.
Exactly.
Thomas is asking, what is a half one, as it says on the label?
Whiskey. Now maybe it's just the West, but you'd walk into a pub in Ballina and say, pint of special in a half one, and the half one is a shot of Jameson's or Powers or whatever. Yeah.
Very good.
So is that just West? Is that just the West of Ireland then? I don't know.
I've never heard that.
Really?
Wow. Thomas is in Derry, so he's saying I don't do half measures up north. Brendan is saying, lovely stuff. I like the lower ABV. Anything higher would have to be in a 330 ml bottle, yeah, and be much less quaffable. Keep the lower ABV.
Maybe.
That's an interesting point, and like I actually do enjoy it myself. It's it's a nice one. It's nice to have that style of beer, or kind of that barrel aged beer, and have that thing, but not need to go to bed after one. So it is a good touch. I think there's something different there with it, basically.
Yeah. Interesting. No, it's worth taking on board. Yeah,
100%. Half measure relies on the barman. So Marcus, how? I know you're actually you distribute through Lidl nationwide, don't you? So I'm sure that's a phenomenal outlet.
We're actually they have well, let's be blunt, they've dumped us.
Sorry, I didn't realise that. I didn't know that.
But we missed out on the last because it was always. But for the last couple of years, it's been us, 12 Acres, and 4 Provinces. And I think. Well, but I think they actually went with Ballykilcommon, but with bottles, because I kind of thought it was just the fact that all the other guys were doing cans and we weren't. But I haven't managed to get a straight answer as to exactly why we are no longer on the list. But I will pursue it.
Oh yeah,
because you kind of need to know why. It's but then it's not the end of the world. It was our only network nationally. We've no national distribution other than Beer Cloud. But So we're kind of back to. I kind of like the idea of, 90% of our beer is basically sold in Mayo.
That's it. Absolutely, yeah.
And I think I do. In fact, we just started doing it last week, and I'm going to pursue it with vigour. Going around all the supermarkets and off licenses where we sell beer, and I'm actually putting beer kilometres, how far they are. So I started with the 2 supermarkets in Cross Carolina, which are both 700 metres from the brewery. That's how far. You just don't get much closer. And I've done the Google Maps with all the guys in Ballina, and they're all between sort of 10 and 13 kilometres from the brewery. And I just kind of love that sort of thing.
It's brilliant, and it's something like Hope are my local brewery, and I can go into, well, I used to be able to go into any of the pubs around, and if they had it, they'd have a little sign that Hope would give to them that would be like brewed 3 kilometers from here, and an arrow pointing a direction or whatever, and you see that going around, and it's effective. Like, it's effective marketing. Like, it does work well. I think if you're that way inclined and you want to support local business and see local breweries survive, 100%, it's a good way of doing it. Yeah, it works, definitely.
And again, myself and Richard have conversations about this sort of thing all the time. The little thing, and here's the harsh reality. They have just switched me off like a switch with no warning. Don't get me wrong, they've been very good to me, and I would work with them again. But it's business that you have to regard as being the jam. You can never allow it to become your bread and butter.
Exactly. I was going to say you can't rely on it as your single source or your sole source. Yeah, absolutely. It's they can switch off. It's the same with any supermarket, any multinational, anything like that. Yeah, absolutely. It can be very attractive at the start, but then again, if they change their mind, then where are you? Yeah, 100%. That's the harsh reality of business, unfortunately.
Plus the fact we recently he basically closed down his local operation, the guy that we were using for our very local distribution, and this was back in January, so it was pre-COVID. So I've started doing all that distribution myself, and you can't beat it. Actually getting out there and just talking to your customers personally. The feedback, just everything about it is brilliant, and obviously working with a big, national distributor, you're never going to get that.
Yeah, you're one step removed, essentially, like
completely.
Yeah, you're not getting that direct feedback.
Yeah.
Plans going forward, Marcus? What's in the pipeline at the moment? Is there anything coming down the line, or is it more just let's get through the next couple of months, or what's going on?
Yeah, top of the list is surviving. Great, hopefully, great news today that we'll get the pubs back open again.
Yeah.
But how exciting that! I don't know. We don't know where that will go. It's the word is that pubs as they reopened, certainly when the gastro pubs reopened, a lot of them decided that because turnover was going to be down, they needed fewer taps, and the first taps to go are the taps that have the lowest turnover, and the taps that have the lowest turnover in most places are the craft taps.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, there are still a lot of pubs that I know will still pour it. But I do suspect we will pour less. So yeah, I mean, beer wise, I've been trying to get an IPA out for all year really, and we just haven't had time. It's just been a battle to to keep on top of things, basically. For the March, April, May, June, pretty much. I was real deal. I mean, the guy that works with me, Paul, actually ended up working full time at the Connaught Distillery making hand sanitizer. Because I didn't think I could pay him away, continue to pay him away, because you don't know. We didn't know how it was going to play out.
Yeah.
So basically, I've been doing everything, and I've got Paul back 2 days a week now, and hopefully we'll build on that, and we'll find more time, and and we'll get that IPA out. I hope.
Yeah. I think we all hope 100%.
Well, yeah. So there's that, but again, as I was saying earlier on, in fact, I'm going to have a meeting down at the Connaught Distillery next week, and we're going to have a good chat about getting hold of wood from them, and we're going to start playing around with different styles that we can put in casks.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it'll be bold for me to say that there's going to be a big resurgence in it, but there seems to be a lot of interest in that area coming lately. Anyway, I don't know if there's enough interest to warrant going all in on cask or putting all your efforts into it, but there seems to be definitely some sort of interest growing in that area.
I'm definitely going to keep the main focus will be on the local market, basically. Selling what we've got locally, and that's because that's where our foundations need to be. But my view on we'd love to pick up more export business, and Richard's done a phenomenal job with his Irish yeast, but what have we got? At the end of the day, we're never going to export a pale ale or an IPA to America because they're making some of the best pale ales and IPAs in the world. And they're not going to buy one just because it's got an Irish label on it. But how many brown ales that have been matured in Irish whiskey casks can you get in America?
Very true.
It's it's just something very different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Make it unique in some way. That's it. And even a brown ale aged in a whiskey cask is something very different altogether. Beautiful beer.
Yeah, in fact, one of my little fantasies is you probably never heard of the guy, but there's a little town just up the road from us, Foxford, from whence hails he's Admiral Brown, who basically formed the Argentinian Navy. He's like a god in Argentina. Look, okay, so this is how well thought of he was. During about 2 months ago, the Argentinian ambassador passed away, unfortunately. I don't know whether it was COVID or something else. But because of COVID, the complications of getting her body back to Argentina were huge. They buried her in Foxford.
Right.
Because to her it's like a second home. She's like up there all the time. The connections are massive. Every town in Argentina has an Admiral Brown Street. The guy is worshipped, absolutely worshipped. So maybe we should rebrand Recon 2 as Admiral Brown Ale and export it to Argentina. Why not?
Yeah, that sounds good. How's the beer game in Argentina?
It's interesting actually, but more so from everything I've read, Irish whiskey sales are on the up big time in Argentina and throughout South America. It'd be a very interesting. Well, it will be it will happen. It's just finding the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, in fact, it was actually the. I think we had Recon 1 on draft at about 3 years ago in the All Tech Beer Festival, the RDS, and a crowd of Irish lads came in who'd all just spent a year working behind bars in Argentina, and they'd all had a few, and were basically just saying to me, "You need to start exporting beer to Argentina." And I kind of walked away from it thinking, they'd all had too many, and they're just talking shy. But eventually, the more you sit and think about it, it makes sense to me, anyway.
It does make sense, in fairness, yeah. Marcus, I'm thinking we're coming on time. We've run a little bit over. I know Seamus is coming on next. I don't know if there's any final questions or comments or anything from the audience here, or will we wrap it up there? I think we'll leave it there. Yeah, Marcus, thank you so much for coming on. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah, Richard is saying thanks for the brown. Yeah, the obligatory brown ale from the festival. Yes, much appreciated.
My pleasure. Looking forward to Brehon.
Hello, Brian.
There you are. Hello, how are you?
Not a bother. Having trouble here, Brian. Internet sort of fucking in the sticks here in Monaghan, getting hard to make a connection. I hope you can hear me there at the minute. I know you can't see me, but you can probably hear me, hopefully. I'm just trying my best to connect this last while. Sorry for that.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. We can hear you all right. How are things?
Not a bother, not a bother. So, yeah, just chilling here for the evening. Sort of finished out there now, and all going pretty well. Yeah, so I suppose since lockdown we've been relatively busy. I suppose we thought when lockdown came we'd be fighting to stay open, you know, like everyone else. And look, thank God we've been busy enough. You know, exports have held up pretty well, actually doubled, and we've got a wee bit of a foothold now as well back in the domestic market. So look, it's hard drawing. You know, it's not easy out there, as everyone has sort of has talked about. But look, the chin's up and keep going. That's where we're at, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks a million for coming on. Anyway, like I hope you've when did you get on? You just got on there a few minutes ago.
I was on and I was cut, and then I got on again, so I could go again. I'm not too confident, to be honest, but let's keep going anyway. You know.
We'll see how we get on. Yeah. So, Seamus, why don't you tell us a bit about Brehon? What's the story behind the brewery in general?
Well, look, we're set up here in County Monaghan, just a stone's throw from a Patrick Cabinet. And everyone probably studied stony grey soil and stuff like that in school for the leaving cert. So that's where we are. We're just in a wee parish called Killanny, just on the Enniskeane border, about 5 miles from Kerry across. I suppose sitting halfway between Belfast and Dublin. So we set up in 2014 just as another enterprise. So we're dairy farmers traditionally, 3 generations. Set the brewery up as an add-on to the farm. I suppose fortunes in dairy farming have been fluctuating, and we were looking at doing something on farm to try to keep the income and keep us afloat and keep us on the land. So we converted a couple of sheds to start with, and we started off with a 10-barrel day porter kit in 2014, launched the Kerry Festival. Ran out of beer, was great success, and I suppose one thing we never done after was try to run out of beer, and we never had that trouble. But anyway, so we've I suppose gone through a few stages of expansion. So we went from the 10-barrel day porter kit. We took in 3,500 or 3,000 litre fermenters to start with, and glycol cooled. Kept the same mash tun and copper, and then I suppose like a leap of faith. Then with others, we went 2 years ago, expanded again. We went to a 30 hec bells and whistles a lot. So when we got in, we can do 32,000 litres at any time at the minute. Went steam as well, so we can. Pretty good way of brewing. Maybe not as good a way of selling, but pretty good way of brewing. You know. So that's where we are. So yeah, it's been expansion after expansion. It's been, I suppose, feeling away in the dark sometimes too. You know, we put a lot of energy, I suppose, initially into the domestic market. You know, with our core range, and then we decided, you know, we as I said, with the expansion, we'd look at the exports, and pretty successful around Europe. We dipped our toes in America there 2 years ago with our stout. With our Killanny Red and with our Ulster Black, and had pretty good success, I suppose, in Florida to start with. We're ready to launch in New York. We've done a bit of recce in New York, and we're ready to launch, and thank God we didn't. COVID hit. We hadn't the beer on ship, lucky enough, so we put all that on hold at the minute. Again, as I said, we've concentrated basically now on getting our share of the market back in the northeast here to start with, in the Dublin markets. And that's where we're at. So, yeah, that's basically just what we're at. So, look, no point. Everyone sort of knows where we're at, and everyone knows we know where everyone else is at. So, that's where we are. You know. This is it. Absolutely.
So, Seamus, I think we're starting with the Imperial Stout, are we?
Yeah, we'll go with the Gambata. Yeah.
Which in itself is an absolutely bananas thing to say. The lighter beer is the barrel aged Imperial Stout. So why don't you talk us through it? Tell us the story behind it, please.
Well, I suppose Cranbata comes from the Tree of Life, and that's our symbol. You know, we were. I'll just give you a quick idea of what we're about. So McMahon's, we're from County Monaghan. The clan McMahon would be very strong in Monaghan. It's synonymous with Monaghan. I know there's another branch of it in County Clare, but it's really from Ulster. So Brehon comes from Brehon law. And on the Brehon law, there was always patronage for every clan to brew and distill. So we sort of looked at reinventing that in the Monaghan. Now, we're the only brewery in Monaghan. So the Cranbata is sort of all inclusive. It's more happening on the ground than there is over ground. So that's where the symbol comes from. It's a strong symbol endorsing feminism and all the things supposed going on that's very relevant to the modern world. So I suppose we brewed a pretty strong stout to go with that, a porter to go with that, you know. So that's how we came up with the name to start with, you know.
Very good. Sorry, Seamus, I was just going grabbing something. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'd love to hear what people are thinking about the beer if we're on it, if we're able to have it. I suppose you told the story behind it, but why go for the Imperial Stout? Why?
Yeah, well, I suppose we had a sort of tradition of reasonably good or pretty good stouts and porters. You know, we started off with the oatmeal, the 5% Ulster Black. Bit of a piss take there in the name again, I suppose, with Ulster and the permeation of the troubles. So we then went with the Shanko Dove, 7.7 ABV. You know, had all the markings of a very good stout, but we went out of stage then with experimenting then with a barrel program. We've done a very small batch of the Shanko in whiskey barrel, and it turned out pretty well. So it was an 8.8, and then I suppose we decided then just boldly to go where we had never gone before with the Cranbata. So we experimented a wee bit with recipes and came up with looking for a lot of booziness to try to hide it as best we could. You know, that you wouldn't just fall off your perch after a few mouthfuls and say, Jesus, this is very strong. But it is definitely one for sipping. So we envisaged a lot of fruit in it, a lot of depth in it, and put a lot of time into it. It sat in the barrels, probably the first batch, probably for 10, 12 weeks, you know, with limited success, I must add, because a lot of the barrels was very hot summer. A couple of the barrels popped and probably ended up with, rather than 3,000, end up with maybe 1,500 litres, you know. So that's how we started off with it. Again, we were looking, I suppose, with the distinctive notes of strong dark fruits and chocolate and hoping to get that nice roundiness from the barrel aging, you know. So I think it worked pretty okay for us, you know. I think the second, and we've on our third batch of now, the last batch has been 6,000, so we went with 6,000 litres of it. It's the new one, but we still have some of the first three, so we're sort of matching up and seeing can we improve or to disimprove. But we think they've sort of held their own, you know. We're quite happy with the consistency of it, you know. Again, it's you know, it's no exact science, as everyone knows. How, you know, when you go into barrels, what you're going to come out with, but we sort of think we have it sort of to a T now, you know. It involves a lot of time. That's really it. So when you come out of barrels, then blend back in the tank, let it sit for as long as possible, as long as you have capacity, and then small bit of forced carbonation that we go, you know.
Absolutely. Like I think, you know, from us chatting before about both this and the porter, like absolutely stunning beer. It's two of my favorites. Like absolutely incredible. Shanko Dove is unbelievable too. So you're doing something right anyway. What got you into brewing in the first place, Seamus? Like I know you talked about farm before, but
being honest about it, it was. And this is a crazy thing to say to anybody that knows anything about the incomes in brewing. It was a financial decision. It was trying to rear a young family, try to put them through college. You know, we were relying on the dairy farm. We had expanded and we gone as far as we could with it, with the land base we have here in Monaghan. And I suppose we looked at a few ventures to supplement income. You know, I suppose maybe we should have went with some of the other ones, because it's been a long road to get to break even on the brewery. You know, we probably have crossed that Rubicon now. We're sort of you know, we're making the repayments, and we're fit to pay the staff, and leaving a certain amount of money back now after all the investment. You know. So that was really it. It was financial. Look, we had a good interest, I suppose, in drinking beer from on people after all. You know, we seen the wave coming into England and into the north beside us, and again, we were at a dinner party one night, and the penny dropped that this might be a good venture to go into. You know, we done all the research. We went to LEO, we went to customs and all the usual stuff, and then we had the kit, and we tried a few batches, and then they were coming out meteor to bad. Decided we'd better hire a bit of professional help. So I suppose since we started, we've always had a professional input into the brewing and into the recipes. You know. By no means I can say that I'm a master brewer, and never intend to be classed as that. You know, do all the dirty jobs and all the heavy lifting, but not by any means a master brewer. You know, so.
You're getting lovely feedback for this one anyway. David was saying this is really great. Find that a lot of the cask ones overpowered by the cask flavour, but it's nice to have the beer in this, the flavour of the beer in this one as well. So you get a good balance to both. That
was always the idea, not to be overpowering. You know, like, you know, you don't want this big mouthful of barrel. You don't want a big mouthful of whiskey either. You know, that you have that subtleness of that you can taste actually the goodness of the stout and the ingredients that's in it. You know, it's a very rich, it's a very high mash burden in it. You know, it's a really, really high mash burden. It'd be criminal to tell you what goes into it. You know, it's a lot of stuff. You know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's good that it's standing up to, I suppose, to what we probably wanted. You know, to what we planned to get out of it. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Like stunning beer. Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I love how you went for the two heavy hitters for the festival as well. It's fantastic.
I think now it's September time everyone went to bed early. So when you finish listening to me, I suppose it's definitely, you know.
At least no one has to get a taxi home anyway. So that's great. So tell us, what was I about to ask you? So the beer itself, you have the okay. So you've gone for the Imperial Stout. Sorry, I know what I'm trying to ask you now. What whiskey barrels do you use for that? Are they locally sourced, or do you get them from where you can, or how do you age it?
Yeah, well, we've used various barrels, but the last while we've used Kinahan's barrels from their blends. So Kinahan's would be based outside Dundalk here. At a friendly chat with the blender, and we've come up with a wee bit of a program. So he's given us pretty fresh barrels, which you know, and he's very protective of. I don't know what the Quinns is on tonight or not. He's very protective of what goes into his blends, like every whiskey blender. But it's all Irish whiskey. I'm happy to say any that we've used, you know.
Yeah, excellent.
And they're pretty wet as well, you know. They're coming in pretty fresh, you know.
Yeah, nice. Very good, very good. Seamus, how are you doing at the moment? In terms of COVID in the past 6 months, would a lot of your sales been in keg, or would you predominantly be package based, or how are you getting on?
Yeah, it's been pretty much a package we've gone to. You know, we've had a pretty bit of success, I suppose, with the mini kegs. You know, and everyone, I suppose, has done what they had to do to get rid of keg product, and we've done that. And we continue with the mini kegs. So, you know, we're still selling through right bit every week. You know, to sort of caught on. We threw the Cranbach in there last week out of a keg into it, and we threw it into Terrastown, and it sold out pretty quick. I don't know. I hope people survived it. Yeah. So look, we've been busy actually. We've I suppose what stood to us really has been our strength in the international markets that we've been in. I suppose we're pretty probably not too well on knowing the far side of, into Munster in particular. Like we've only been, dipping our toes into Cork and into Kerry and Waterford and places like that, and Tipperary. So, we're pretty strong, I suppose, in the international markets. Germany and France has been very good to us. We've held our share there even through the lockdown with online sales. We put a lot of beer into Flavourlies in the catalogue in Flavourlies. We were, one of the top 5 sellers there for a month or two. So we've held our own. Like I remember when the pandemic hit and the lockdown came, and we gathered into a wee group in the tasting room, and we drank as much as we could, because we didn't know when we were meeting again. and we were sort of saying, sure, we'll do a day a week or we'll do 2 days a week. And thank God we haven't had to slow down. It's been a crazy busy pandemic for us, both between the dairy farm and the brewery. So it's been busy. And I suppose we've taken that time as well, maybe to draw a breath. We're looking now at rebranding the whole image of the brewery. Going back to our roots, going back to our farm heritage, the McMahon name, the Cranbaha, the symbolism and that it all stands for. So we're working very hard at that at the minute. We're ready to launch a couple of new beers into cans, and we're going to put maybe a core range into cans as well, see how it goes. So we've all that coming down the line. So we've put a lot of energy, I suppose, in the last 6 months into the brewery, to try to shake off, the cobwebs of, I suppose, that had gathered, I suppose, in the domestic market in particular, So you'll probably see a few new lights shining from Brehon now in the next up to Christmas anyway. We're looking at a barrel sour or a kettle sour, and we're looking at a double IPA. We've launched a session and a New England there as well. So stuff that we wouldn't have generally been associated with, a few other bits going on as well,
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's me blathering away and plugging away. So that's what I'm here to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You've preempted most of my later questions, but yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, you wouldn't have thought maybe a sour or anything like that coming out of Brehon. So yeah, no, that's really, really interesting.
Yeah, I hope it does.
Yeah.
It's just after coming out of the kettle was a Thursday, and we're waiting for the pH to come to the right level, and it was a bit, but look, we'll see what it comes out with.
Yeah.
We'll see what it comes out with.
By the way, I think we have Justin on tonight as well, who has I remember seeing him. I think he bought two mini kegs of the Cranbaha, about 8 bottles of the Shanko Dove, and God knows whatever else. So he's well stocked in your wares anyway. So it's
I think Justin. If there's another lockdown, I think you're well equipped to survive this one.
Yeah,
I'm well equipped to survive the Holocaust.
Absolutely, yeah. I remember. It's very, very impressive. Simon was asking, he said the Brehon name is familiar. Do you have a distribution deal with someone, or is that a similar name?
No, we the only distribution channels we have here in Ireland would be obviously through the multiples and through our own distributors here, Monaghan Bottlers. So Brehon, just it's the play from the McMahon name from Brehon law. That's where it comes from. A law that would have superseded British law by millennia. So we're just proud of our roots, really.
I think that's it. I think Ruben just answered it at the exact same time in the chat as well. Yeah. Brendan was saying he's a fan of the Ulster Black, and this one is great. Often the original beer can get lost in somewhere in the whiskey cask aging, but first and foremost, this is a stout, and the whiskey provides a great background. So yeah, that's class, and I think that's what you're saying as well. It's a amazing beer. The first, again, it's first and foremost it's a stout, but then it has that the whiskey barrel aged backdrop.
You're getting that sort of look. You're getting still getting the hopefully the flavour profile of what we envisaged when we brewed it. The dark fruits, I said, there's a bit of chocolate overtones and you know, the wee bit of vanilla and caramel, I suppose, is coming really from the whiskey in the barrels, you know, that we're using.
Yeah. Dare I say it? I think it might be time to open up the barley wine.
The big Brian sauce, yeah.
We'll go for Red Right Hand next. Okay. So Seamus, tell us what is this, and why have you given it to us?
As I said, look at you know, it's been a long day for everybody. So look, it's supposed to try to stop. It's really try to stop the hurt at this stage. You know, we're looking at 11% here. You know, we're looking at bourbon barrel aged with the Red Right Hand. You know, so well again we're looking at, you know, again we have had a very good red there, Killarney red, and you know we like this, and this probably is, again, not saying it's anywhere near the same recipe, but looking at something like trying to get the same sort of texture and colour to it, but and again trying not to poison anybody with the whiskey overtones in it, trying to get that fruitiness, the wee bit of ginger and a wee bit of sweetness, you know. So we have brown sugar there, and there's candy sugar there. They try to get that redness out of it as well. Big mash bill as well, and you know, you're trying again, as I said, to block out that whiskiness and leave it that it's enjoyable and it's refreshing, and it's what a beer should be, you know. We you know, we've experimented, I suppose, with tasting other barley wines. I suppose this one is probably a wee bit unique. It's I think it's more on a red side than it would be on than a normal barley wine would be. But you're getting that whiskey kick, you know, or the alcohol kick that you expect from a barley wine, you know. That nice sleepy tones.
Dreamy, nice sleepy snooze.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So again, Red Right Hand is synonymous with Ulster again. So it's where we come from. It's back to our roots, you know. And again, you know, you can take the play down, I suppose, from Peaky Blinders if you want to take that out of it as well. So that's that comes from the name, you know. Yeah, I think Red Right Hand it's that punch we're looking for, you know, just in the name, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is incredible. I don't know how if people are trying it or going in, because it's I don't know, they're either going on the Imperial Stout or the barley wine. So I'd love to see people's feedback. You know, I love this. This is a phenomenal beer.
Surely,
I think absolutely, I absolutely love it. Oh yeah, Ruben's saying skipping.
You know, again, we're looking again, Brian, at trying to keep it. You know, keep it. You know, for 11% pop. You know, you're trying to get that it's refreshing. It's drinkable. It's you know, it's not. You know, you're not looking at trying to knock the top off somebody, but you will get drunk on it. There's no doubt about it. And I've had that experience myself. But it's trying to be enjoyable at the same time, and it is one for sipping on fire. You know.
Thomas was asking, I don't know if it was a conscious decision or not, saying any reason that the Brehon brand isn't as obvious on this one. So like on the label, it's not.
Yeah, well, I suppose, Brian, it was if you look at it in the hand itself, the symbol is on it. But again, you know, on our specials, and this was designed to be a special, but it sold so well that we continued it, and we will with any of our specials. We will continue them, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, I suppose on our specials, we probably give ourselves a wee bit of license to experiment with labelling. And again, look, there is a good bit of tidying up to be done in our labelling. We understand that, you know. So that's really it, Thomas. You know, it wasn't a conscious decision to keep the symbol and symbolism out of it, you know. It's just the way it happened, you know.
Yeah. The comments coming in here they're very positive anyway. Lovely beer. Wouldn't think it's 11%. That was from Thomas again. Richard is asking, how big of a Nick Cave fan are you and the team? So yeah, absolutely great tune.
Yeah. I have a self-confessed Peaky Blinders fan. Yeah. Yeah. It does me good. It does me good to see them drinking the whiskey. You know, it does me good to see them enjoying themselves. And I'm not into by the way, I'm not into the violence.
Yeah. Sean is saying it's a fruity barley wine, malty, but less of the barrel aged hit. But yeah, he doesn't get the 11%. A few people, are saying, they're not getting the 11%. Like it's very balanced, really, for the strength.
But that's exactly what we wanted to do. We didn't want that strong booziness. You know that. You know, you don't think you're getting something unless you get this really strong alcohol hit or whiskey hit. You know, we wanted it to be subtle and enjoyable and refreshing, along with being, you know, obviously doing what any drink is designed to do to relax you. You know. So I'm glad that's coming through. That's exactly what we wanted in it. You know.
Yeah. No, absolutely. That's great comments coming in. Jer is saying, "Holy moly." It's a totally different beast to anything else we've tasted, but wow, like taste, flavor, mouthfeel, it's delish. As a big wine drinker, it feels closer to what I'm used to. So, you know, like it's something special. It really, really is. And like, you know, I absolutely love it. I think it's a fantastic beer. So it's great. I think this festival, basically, it's an amazing opportunity to try and introduce people to so many different new beer styles that they wouldn't normally kind of try or be open to. And super beer is what I'm trying to say.
Very good.
Absolutely incredible.
Very good.
Yeah. David said no idea of the strength while drinking. Yeah, exactly. As an 11%. Oh yeah. Thomas was saying actually he'd definitely buy it as a non-barrel aged version too. Yeah. And
good man, Thomas.
Yeah.
Keep stopping, Thomas. Keep stopping.
Yeah. He also wants to know what's the malt bill. I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer that.
I can answer it, but I'm not going to tell you. It's pretty large, you know. A lot of pale, aromatic. There's crystal in it. There's chocolate, special beef biscuit. A lot of other stuff in it as well. There's a lot of stuff in it, you know. So that's just basically carrot layer. There's fucking you name it is in it. You know, there's a lot of stuff in it. A very heavy, expensive mash bill in it. You know, it's the full of the copper. You know, it's you know, it's barely fit to take it. You know, to even to get. You know, you're looking at, you know, brewing a 30 heck. You're probably looking on maybe to get, if you get even 2,000 out of it, you're doing really well. You know, it's expensive. You know,
a lot of loss in there. Yeah,
a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah, super beer though.
And as I said, you're adding the brown sugars and the candy sugar then as well into it. So that's to try to get that extra bit of alcohol into it. Obviously, you know that you're trying to get it to the 11%. You know, the mash alone won't. We find just won't get you. It won't get you to the 11s or above it. You know.
Yeah.
Even with the barrel, you know. So you're adding that sugar then to the liquid sugar to get up to that. You know. So that's how. I suppose that's how the alcohol probably is not coming across as you know, as strong. Barrel, you know, it's subtle, you know.
Yeah, this is an odd or funny observation from my side, Seamus, but your beers, they're very cheap. And for the big beers, do you know what I mean? Like you see the Cranbaha might go for like £6 a bottle, and the Red Right Hand might be like a £5 a bottle or something like that. Like when you compare that to other big beers or beers of that strength from other breweries, like it's actually very cheap. Why?
You should be highlighting that, Brian. You should be saying, "Jesus, this is great value, Seamus." You know.
Oh no, well, yeah, I'm inverse doing that, yeah.
Why complain, Brian? Seriously, but look at we're making a turn. We're not, look at the duty is the killer on it, obviously, you know, even with the 50%. But look, we're out there to and these beers are not by any means you know, they're not a bread and butter. They're specials. And you know, if you're trying to develop a brewery and you're trying to develop a brand, you're trying to. I find that you try to give a wee bit back to your punters, you know, and we have done that in any of our specials as you've highlighted. You know, we had a few others there. We had mechanical Turk. We didn't rob people with it neither. Again, it was a quite expensive beer to make, a slow beer to make. The Shanko whiskey was a similar job. So look, that's us. We're in it for the long haul. If it can take some of the people out there with us, and get them to dip into other things that we're doing that are priced accordingly. That's what specials should be doing. I think, you know, Brian. I don't think there should be price, you know, price enforced. There should be more price, you know, people can pick them up and take two home and have an evening on them. You know, I think. Like, we're making a tournament. Don't get me wrong. We're not throwing this out as a charity. We're making a tournament. We probably could be making more. There's no doubt about it. You know, but that's just the way we do it. Specials. You know. So
yeah.
Let's highlight that again. Like, let's tell people that Brehon are value for money.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah, and you're dead right in terms of, I shouldn't have said it's cheap. It is definitely incredible value. But that's what always strikes me. It's like, you see the absolutely phenomenal standard of beers, and you're like, why am I not paying more for this? And I'd happily pay more for it. So I don't know, on the other side, Seamus, maybe is there an opportunity to maybe, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. Look, we're not throwing this out just you know, for the sake of getting beer on shelf and commanding shelf space. We've definitely done our maths on this, you know. We run a pretty efficient brewery here, you know. We I suppose when we started off with a fairly big team, with 10 barrels. We're bottle conditioning, we're labeling by hand, and we were doing all sorts of stuff to get, you know, to get beer out. Now we've a 30 barrel steam, very efficient. We can brew 3 times a day or 4 times a day if we get up early enough. So there's efficiencies there to warrant giving a bit of value back.
Yeah, no, it's great to hear. It's very refreshing to hear, to be honest. Yeah, so no, lovely, absolutely lovely. I'll pop the question out to
the next batch, Brian. Drink up. If the next batch is going to be twice the price.
Well, if it is, I'll still buy it, but I'll hold myself personally accountable for the price change. I'll throw it out there, see what people would like to see you brew next, if there's any certain beer styles. But I'll ask you, Seamus, do you have any plans in the pipeline, any kind of new brews coming out, or anything coming down the line?
Yeah, well, the big things we're doing at the minute, Brian, would be the kettle sour. So that's coming out with a raspberry puree going into it, and passion fruit, and then we're doing a double IPA just after going into tank there as well. No names of them at the minute, so open suggestions. If anyone wants to hop on and come up with a couple of good names, there's a couple of free beers in it for them. At the minute we're going through a complete rebranding of the Brehon story, trying to make it you know, back to our roots, basically, back to our farm, back to where we come from, back to the McMahon name, the dairy farm, and tying it all in down with the tree of life, you know, a symbol, trying to make it more relevant in a modern world, which I think it is, you know. So and emphasizing what Brehon is about more. So that's all happening. Again, labels will be looked at. Canning's coming out as well. So we're looking at 330s for export and looking at 440s into the domestic market. So hoping to launch the cans now in probably mid to late October. That's the plan anyway. Going with the course, and those 2 new specials we talked about will be going straight to can.
Okay, right, very good. So are you going full scale to can then? So you got the core.
No, we're going to continue. Continue with the bottles and the 500s, and going as well with cans in the 440s. And again, looking at arithmetic and see how it pans out. We probably go with black IPA maybe later on in the cans as well, and maybe take the Imagine into cans and the Session in the summer again. That's the plan anyway. Not going completely cans by any means. I find that the bigger markets, the Dublin markets, and that sort of dictate more cans than probably west of the Shannon or even up in our area here. It's still more a bottle area, So we'll continue. And look, I suppose the reason why we're going to continue with bottles is we've invested so fucking much in the bottling plant, so we have to make it work, Not much fun letting it get our cobwebs and on, Yeah.
That's it, yeah. No. Well, it sounds fantastic. I love to hear that there's like a sour come down the line as well, and you have your New England IPA. What was the other style you said?
We had it with a double IPA coming out there.
Oh, double IPA as well.
Yeah. And we're looking probably at doing maybe a dark IPA, maybe up towards Christmas, a good heavy one as well. We're working on the recipe there as well. So again, if any of those stick, like we'll continue with them. If they don't stick, we'll move on to something else. But our plan, I suppose, in the brewery now is to rather than doing traditionally, as we have been doing, and I suppose the styles that we're renowned for, is to experiment a wee bit more, and maybe 2 every season would be the plan going forward into 3,000 litres, and again, if they stick, we'll continue them, So we're looking at expanding our range,
Nice.
So hopefully that'll be well received, or if it's not, sure it's not,
Yeah, very good. I'm not sure if we have any more questions for Seamus, or we've talked about plans going forward. If there are any more, fire them in, and if not, then sure we might wrap it up there. Yeah, just keep doing the killer stouts and porters, says Sean. 100% agree with Sean. Oh my God, Cranbaha. You know how much I love it. It's absolutely super, absolutely incredible. Please keep making it for everyone's sake. Yeah, we might wrap it up there if there's no other questions. Seamus, thank you so much for getting involved today. Okay, sorry, hang on. We'll ask. Brendan has a question. Any tours planned? Do you do any tours?
Yeah, I suppose, Brendan. Look, we had a lot of tours lined up for this year. All cancelled basically. We've dipped our toes back in again. We've had a small tour there this morning. We had a small tour last Saturday, so 8 people basically. So it's probably 2 over what it should be, but it was 8 people on both of the tours. And I suppose our tap room is quite unique. It's the old farmstead, old farmhouse where our generations of McMahons were reared. And we've converted it, so it's still the same furnishings as was when I was growing up, and we've just upped the tap room into the corner of it. So yeah, we're open for business basically. If anyone wants to book one, we can take them surely,
Excellent. Thank you so much, Seamus. If you want to stay around, by all means do. But I think we're gonna call a halt to proceedings tonight. Just a message to everyone. Thank you so much for picking up a festival box, supporting independent Irish breweries as always. Doing a phenomenal job. Thanks a million. I hope you enjoyed today, and great chat with all of our different breweries, all our different brewers, and that's it for me. I think I'm on the edge after 12 beers, especially your 2, Seamus. Thanks so much.
Well done, Brian, for lasting distance, and listen, thanks for having me on, and continued success. I think it's a great achievement what you've done in a lockdown to to garner people together. You know, I think it's really good. You know, so well done, and may long may continue. You know.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully not, to be honest, Seamus. But no, appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Absolute gentleman. Thanks a minute, Seamus.